Hello everybody and welcome to match day 8 of the Kings League. We're here in the Cooper Arena in Barcelona, just near the port, the industrial port that is. 6 games which will go a long way to deciding who makes the end of the season playoffs and who goes to the World Cup in May. We already know who our King of Kings is going to be for that event down in Mexico. The most humble footballer in the world, Mr. Zlatan Ibrahimovic. Our first match, desperation time. Rayo, Barcelona, bottom of the classification, just 2 points. They take on Kunisports, boys. On an upward trend, it has to be said, after winning last week, the longest shootout at the end of the match, 15 penalties it needed against Kunisports. And rising like the tide, Rayo Barcelona have to turn the tide, otherwise their season is going to end on the 7th of April. I'm Paul Gibley, I'm joined by Spence Siegel. Spence, big game to get us going with, especially for Rayo.
Yeah, great to be here. Thanks for having me along today. And, well, Paul, we've got 6 games on the slate. What I'm expecting is a contest today that features Rayo in position to go for it all, because if not, as you said, they don't want their season to come to an end this quickly. They have so much more to play for, and it's officially, we're at the point where it's now or never, so let's see what they can come up with against Kunisports.
Yeah, obviously we don't have Kun with us today, but that you see is Joe, who's saying, let's see if we can have a bit of luck this Sunday. Just to let you know, Kunisports, as we say, they won that dramatic shootout after 2-2 draw against Uno Cano, the team who are on the rise. Rayo, they were so close to their first win last week. They lost 5-4 to PIO, but that double goal in the last 2 minutes absolutely overturning all of their hopes. There were big eruptions as well afterwards. Coach Eric Yorka made a few declarations which we're not going to repeat here for the sake of wanting to keep our futures. Enough to say that Eric has got a 2-game ban, a fine, and there's also a 2-minute sanction for a player. Words along the line of, it's a disgrace. And there's no Sporcito either. He also not very happy about the refereeing collective. But I think if you watch this tournament, Spence, the fact that the referees are all mic'd up and have all got the chest cameras, I think their performances are there completely on view, and we've got to be confident in their actions.
We are just diving into this competition as an English audience, right? And so we can begin to assess the things that we like, the things maybe that we don't like, but that is certainly one of them, being able to hear the referee. And we see it in other sports and other competitions. It's a luxury really to have that. Of course, we try to translate it for you as best as possible, but this is unlike any other competition, because these guys go out there and they emphasize play on. It's not about diving and rolling on the ground 5 times in a row. So that's what we expect to see more of today.
Yeah, exactly. Just to let you know, it's 2, if you haven't seen it before, it's 2 20-minute halves. With a difference, we'll explain that as it goes along if you haven't seen it before. If you have seen it before, then you know what's going on. Obviously, there is a little bit of injury time, but we're on a pretty tight schedule, so we don't want a lot of time wasting. And the referees are basically under instructions to see that there is no time wasted. By the way, our referee today, forget his name, but he does a lot of work at the Spanish media company Media Pro as a refereeing expert. So once again, you can have complete confidence in his good intentions. May make a couple of mistakes, don't we all? We've got a bar to correct that. Getting ready to go, and of course, as you know, or you should know by now, one player and the goalkeeper to get us underway. It builds up with a new player on the pitch every minute until it's 7 aside. And these minutes can very often be decisive. Looking for Rayo, it's David Lopez is going to be starting as their outfield player. As that ball drops on the sky. And as so often is the case, Jordi Gomez is the lead man for Kunisports. Former, well, Premier League player, and they're putting his chance wide. Played for Swansea, didn't he? Played for Wigan Athletic. Is he with Espanyol in Spain? Good chance there for Jordi.
One of those moments, the first minute of the game, where we see the 1v1, unlike anything that we've seen essentially in any other sport, because you've got to be able to take your man on without fear. Getting past him is one thing, and that's why they sent both of their 11th or 12th men out there. Here's a steal.
Great save for Lechuga in goal for Rayo. Man who's had plenty of work to do this season. Obviously, you can't go backwards either. The only way is attack. Good save though, as we get another player come onto the pitch.
And once we get that second man out there, yeah, it does bring on the keeper as an added element here.
Yeah, that's what should explain. The keeper can't come out of his area when it's 1 against 1. When it's another player, he can. By the way, it's Ivan Perez who has come on for Kunisports. 6 goals so far in this split for the number 9. It's Jordi. Got to line it up, hasn't he? But well blocked. You know that Jordi Gomez can hit the ball. If there's one thing Jordi can do, he's not the quickest, but my word, he can strike a football. Quite fancied Victor Cosera, the keeper, there to have a shot, and instead he passed it backwards.
I think that's something I'd like to see more of personally. I know that keepers are a little bit less inclined at times to let it rip, but hey, you've got very little to lose at this point.
As a keeper, I tell you what, there's nothing you like more than the last minute when they give you the okay to go forward to try and score from a corner. Obviously we're only in the 3rd minute at the moment, but I'm sure there's that instinct. Still no goal. We've got Carlos Val on for Kunisports. With Ivan Perez back to Cosera. Haven't got out of the half yet, really, Rayo. Well, they haven't conceded. Once again, there's Perez, a narrow angle, and that's just deflected. Thanks to the referee's signal for offside. Has he there? So his hand up?
I think so. Once we get to the second, this being the 3rd minute, now heading into the 4th, I really see the strategy change for both sides, because when you get that 3 or a 2-on-2 plus the keeper, there's a lot of space to operate. Now, as you can see, you just can't knock it around quick enough in order to find space, and there's always going to be somebody between the ball and the keeper.
Exactly, David Lopez, Dani Santiago, solid defender, the number 4 for Rayo. Says their main man at the back. Here he is, just bringing it out. And that's not a bad ball, and it's punched away by Cosera, doing his more, well, let's just say his 9-to-5 job between the posts. It was Hugo Fraile who clipped that ball in. And we've got David Lopez down, got caught there. And there you see the referee with his camera and his microphone.
Da igual que sea dentro del área, solo si el contacto es punible o no. Para mí no. Si es falta, sí, pero tiene derecho a saltar el delantero también, ¿no?
The Kunisports player saying, oh, it's a foul in the area from the forward, but the referee's completely right there. It's an accidental collision. Not really anything that David Lopez does, is there, to look for the contact with Cosera, and he's come off worse anyhow.
This
is one of the things I love to hear, is these, at this time, respectful conversations. They're not always in the case, but
Nico Pareja, obviously really experienced former pro, top flight player. It's Sevilla and Celta Vigo, if I remember correctly. He's sort of saying it's a foul on the keeper. I don't think there's a foul on the keeper there, even though I am normally a well fully paid member of the Goalkeepers Union. Okay, referee, there you go, saying there's nothing here, so play on.
This is a look at the chance early on for Jordi Gomez. He was able to take it away from Rayo. We have to capitalize on those. We see early goals come when it's 1-on-1, 2-on-2, but between 3-on-3 and 7-on-7, there's a lot less.
We've got to work it a lot more. And this is where Rayo, but neither team have actually been particularly prolific in front of goal, it has to be said. Rayo just 16 goals in this split, and Kunisports just 14, only 15 against though. Rayo, obviously that minus 12 goal difference not exactly favouring them. We're 6 against 6 now. Got Frankie on as well for Rayo Barcelona, number 30. A lot of these players coming through the draft. And there's Pareja. Obviously unfortunately no Nolito for Kunisports this week. 2 weeks ago he was a player nicknamed, or was named Enigma 70. Came on, played really well. So he's been enjoying his retirement. Visited a few decent restaurants over the last couple of years, Nolito, but he's still got his touch.
So you talked about that sanction, Paul, and this is where it comes into play. 2 minutes now with a man advantage for Kunisport.
Exactly. I was wondering when it would actually come in play, whether it would be a set moment, but as soon as it is going to be 7 against 7, that's when this 2-minute sanction comes into effect. Well spotted there. So bearing in mind, there's a little change to the rules. Obviously, these in the InfoJobs Kings League, Kings League InfoJobs, the rules are evolving as the competition develops, and they're worked out. You see what works, see what needs a little bit of tweaking. Hang on a second.
Nicely.
Chance, Jordi, out for a corner. There is a change to the rule for in the secret weapons. You can now ask for a player to be sanctioned for 4 minutes, even though they're on the bench, so you can make sure that a player can't come into the game. This is a bit of a development.
You know, normally I would say changing the rules in the middle of the season is a bit of a questionable decision, but I don't think that's the case with this, because we are so new into it, and there are obviously going to be things we need to correct, that being one of them.
Hey, if you see something, the logical thing is to correct. Keeps us on our toes as well. It means you've got to read the news every week just to see what has changed. Iñaki Villalba winning that one back in midfield. He's got Jordi outside him. There is Jordi. Passes inside to Joan Ines, and out it goes for another corner after taking that deflection. So doing most of the attacking Kunisports. Still far not opened the scoring though, Martin Pose's side.
And a change like that, for example, it doesn't benefit one team over the other. There's no inherent advantage to making a rule change like that. It's something just logical.
But once again, knock into attack, not completely right. It's just has to be something you adapt and adopt to in training. Not massive changes, just little tweaks here and there. There's the corner on that far side for Kunisports. Jordi Gomez plays it in short. Give a bullet back to him.
And you have to remember, Paul, we are in the infancy stages of this sport in general, this league.
Oh, hang on a second. And another great save from Paul Lechuga. 3 goals the Rayo keeper saved already. That time he's denying Ivan Perez his 7th goal of the split.
And one of the things that we're noticing from this league is that the keepers are our superstars. Paul Lechuga, which, you know, if you know your remedial Spanish, that means lettuce. He's certainly spreading himself right now with an excellent save that has, so far, kept Rayo in this contest. They need him if they want any shot at climbing up the ladder with these final 4 games.
Yeah, exactly. Just looking at the percentages, okay, there are some mathematical percentages that have been worked out. They've only got a 10.7% chance of making the playoffs now, Rayo. And when you think that 10 out of the 12 are going to go into the playoffs, that tells you their situation. And as for the World Cup, which we're talking about the development, that was the plans for that are developing and being released day by day almost. Well, they've got a 0.6% chance of the World Cup. I don't think we'll be seeing Rayo Barcelona in Mexico.
Well, and it's going to be difficult because they have 3 games left after this game. They'll face, as they are in 12th out of 12, they'll face the 11th place team El Barrio. They'll face the 1st place team Los Troncos, and they also finish up with 1K, the team of Iker Casillas. So easier said than done because they'll have to probably win 3 of their final 4 to even have a chance, this being one of them.
And there is the opening goal, an absolute screamer. Needed something special to beat Paul Lechuga, and there, rifled in, left-footed. Was it Jordi Gomez who finished it? Let's have another look.
Looks like it. It came out of nothing, didn't it?
1-0, Jordi Gomez scoring his 5th goal of the split. I'm going to say, are we having a little VAR check for anything here? Looks like we are.
I'd be surprised if that got chopped off. That came out of almost nothing. No question of offside or anything of that nature. I didn't see anything worthy of a foul, so to me it looks like a good goal.
Yeah, I must confess, let's have a look. Did the ball maybe go out of play? Can't see anything. I must confess, I can't see anything there.
Seguimos. Vale, seguimos. Está bien.
Off we go, says the referee, I'm sure. Bearing in mind that Rayo have their president and their coach suspended for complaining about the referees, I suspect that's not going to go down very well in the Rayo camp. But as you say, Spencer, neither you nor I saw anything wrong with that.
No, and if we try really hard, there's always going to be some kind of officiating controversy if you look for it. But the reality is, as you mentioned at the top of this broadcast, these referees in the VAR room and as well on the pitch are doing their best to get everything right, and in that case, I think they did.
Yep, it's not like in La Liga where they went back 45 seconds a few weeks ago to rule out a Girona goal.
How many times at the end of the game are we listening to the radio, not just in Spain, but in every country, and, well, this call in this minute, it could have been... No, let's just play the game and see what happens.
Hang on a second, there's another shot. Jordi asking for handball there. Referee had a very good view. Waves play on.
What I like about this setup too is we're going to have a look here.
Hang on a second, we're going to have a look here on the VAR by the looks of it.
But that's exactly what the referees are saying right now, is there wasn't enough space for that to be considered a true handball. It was seen by the referee within 3 meters of his own vision, and the VAR confirms that, and we play on.
I think what he's actually saying is that his arm's not occupying a different space away from his body, because it would probably hit his chest anyhow. So it's not occupying a sort of an unnatural space, but we're still waiting. I don't think. Well, it's away from his body, isn't it? There. Whether the shot would have gone into the body afterwards is the question. That's what he's saying. I don't think it's occupying an additional space. Oh, I tell you, if that was against Real Madrid, there'd be a video being prepared, wouldn't there?
Vamos a tener que revisar una posible mano dentro del área, ¿vale? Entonces valora.
I'll tell you what, the VAR's not so sure, is he?
All right, let's go to the big screen.
If you go and look at it, you tend to give it, don't you? Let's be honest.
But a little bit less in this league, no? Because the referee's got the vision, everybody else is seeing it. See if he sticks with his decision here. That's what I'd like to see, personally. What's he supposed to do in that situation, Fraile?
Put it a bit slower, says the ref.
Vuelve a poner esta, ¿vale?
I mean, it's certainly away from his body, but I wouldn't say that was unnatural, would you? As you're running, you're turning, you know, you're not a penguin. You have to have your arms out a wee bit. What's the referee going to say? Penalty.
Wow. All right.
Hugo saying, don't give me, it doesn't hit my arm, it gives me. Yeah, what he said there, look, if it doesn't hit my arm, it hits my body. Little bit unlucky, little bit. I can see why it wouldn't be given, and I can see why he's given it. You know, so chance, however, for Kunisports, for Ivan Perez to double their lead. Gonna have a bit of Hadi on time after this, aren't we? Ivan, they all count. 2-0 to Kunisports. Ivan Perez. We are, as you know, in this with the double goals in the last 2 minutes, 2-goal advantage. Goal dust. Wow. At the end of the day, that's a
brilliantly
great
placed.
Possible to get across to. So 2-0 to Kunisports. Although once again, Rayo find themselves with an uphill struggle. Plenty of time to go though, and as we know, 3 minutes from now we will get the roll of the dice, and that can change everything.
And 2-goal leads, we always say in 11-a-side that 2-goal leads are the most dangerous, I use with air quotes, leads in football. But hey, in the Kings League, 2-goal leads at times might as well be a 1-goal lead.
Well, exactly. Although it is, let's be honest, a good platform to build on, especially against the rival, as we say, Rayo, who've only scored 16 goals in 7 matches so far. Kunisports, I said, the good thing about them, they've got people who score goals. They've got Jordi, they've got Ivan Perez, both scored it again today. They've got Adrià Scrivano, who's an excellent creative player. And at the moment, they're dominating, they're bossing it, aren't they? They're a team who are on form, who've started to win after a slow start, and they are definitely going upwards. And you watch Jordi, and he's up for it, isn't he? Well, you know, people might think, oh, this is a bit of a gimmick sport. Absolutely not. You watch these players, and far from it. Nothing could be further from the truth.
Yeah, but it's not a gimmick sport, but it's new in the sense that a lot of these players are still trying to figure out exactly how to go about playing. Forget 7-a-side, they've done that before. But when we get down to the 3v3, or we have a sanctioned player for 2 or 4 minutes, or goals counting for double, or one player whose goals count for double. Those are all new elements, so think of this as like 1920s 11-a-side football, where the tactics haven't quite developed yet.
It reminds me when I was a kid and we played 2 against 2 or 3 against 3 in the park, to be honest. That would have been good practice. Long to hold. Trees for goalposts. Anyhow, free kick for Rayo.
What would you do in that situation? Would you try to shoot from distance?
Oh yeah, because I wouldn't have had to run so far. Hugo Fraile took that free kick. That's rattled against the ceiling, so it's a throw in for Rayo. Nice defending there. So just 30 seconds until we get our first roll of the dice. Hopefully we will get informed who it is going to be. I'll tell you who it is going to be. It is a member of the PIO team. Unfortunately, I don't know which member of the PIO team. One of our sponsors, Spence. One of our sponsors.
We'll stay alert. We always are.
We'll stay alert. And there goes the buzzer. So we'll get our dice rolled on. My favourite moment in every match, this, I think.
And we all know what we want to see. We want to see one of those first 3 at the top on the right-hand side of your screen. And we got it.
Yeah, you saw the look there from the Kunisports people. They weren't quite as happy, were they? Because that can put the cat among the pigeons. Yep. Who's it going to be? And just remember, we're going to have quite a lot of injury time here because we had the. What was it? It was David Lopez needed a bit of treatment. We had a couple of VAR checks. So I reckon we're on for 3-4 minutes of injury time here with 2 against 2. Could be absolutely decisive. And you'd fancy to be Jordi and Ivan, wouldn't you? Well, no, it's not. Famous last words. Pardon me. What you often do, though, is you put your fastest man on to win the ball. Then he goes off. You can do that. It's a great advantage with the rolling substitutions. So you put your sprinter on.
You get a false start.
Full start, and he runs straight off. See, there you go. They put the fast man on. That must have been the Rayo player who was quick off the mark.
And that's you know, we talk about reasons, Paul, why Rayo have not had an excellent season this year, and it's little mistakes like that. You need to get the ball, or at least give yourself a chance to get the ball in 2-on-2, because now you're defending for your life until, in theory, Kunisports get a good shot on the target.
Exactly.
That's too easy.
That's way too easy. Jordi, once again, he gets off. Another player on. The keeper, thank you very much. Take that for bread and butter.
It's poor defending. It's just a walk in the park for Kunisports. And this game could be over before halftime if Rayo don't score here.
Again, I think they've got a good chance though, Rayo, you'd think. It's Nico Pareja who's on for Kunisports, obviously an experienced player. And there you go, great goal, good finish there from Isaac Maldonado.
Big response.
Important. But I think we're going to see more
Had
goals
to have
before
it.
half-time here.
Just sneaks it into the far corner. If that hits the other side of the post and Kunisports get the ball back, could have been a long, long halftime, which is normally just a 3-minute halftime.
Once again, though, that disadvantage for the defending team. Here's Jordi. Once again, passing it around. Jordi and Ivan Perez. Just the defender. Oh, he's put it wide. Double substitution for Rayo as they look to get back into this. Oh, yeah, the goal gave
Rayo, they were caught out too. You could see the keeper made his commitment.
Oh, you've got to fancy them here, haven't they? It's Fraile and Maldonado for Rayo. Once again, Pareja. Referee waves play on. No goalkeeper. Referee saying, we'll have a look at it if you want, don't worry. We'll go Fraile. Once again, 2 against 1. Can he finish it? Oh, he can. That's a lovely finish. 2-3 or 3-2 even. Fraile gives Rayo a huge lifeline. It's for 2 minutes. Is that 2 minutes? It is indeed. I need to get my eyes checked.
Yeah,
2 minutes
and
of injury time.
Paul, this game is all about missed opportunity, and Kunisports have missed 2 chances now in this 2-on-2. The first one where the keeper came out of his post, the second one off the turnover. They need one back.
Once
Big
again,
stop.
Porcinos. Big foul there. A yellow card. Right, could it get any worse? Your referee saying you're complicating in clearing. The player says, I didn't touch him, says Ivan.
Pito directo porque es agarrón, ¿de acuerdo? De aquí, falta de aquí. Falta de aquí, sí, sí. Falta de aquí, saca falta de aquí. Vale. Falta normal.
Free kick here.
So that also means that Perez will be missing the first 2 minutes of the second half.
Oh, good defending. Oh,
look out.
This time it's Rayo's chance. And oh, that was so close. licking the post, as they'd say in Spanish. Lameando el palo. Ooh, it's a
One missed chance
now to
after
level it.
another.
Fraile, good defending again, this time by Carlos Val. Did he catch him?
Revisamos esto y se acaba.
We're going to have a look at this as the referee and then it's over.
Revisamos esto y se acaba.
Or not.
Sí, sí, aguanto.
Are we going to end up with a penalty?
Aguanta, Joan, por favor.
Sí.
Worth a look, no?
¿Quieres que entre Hugo? ¿Quieres que te atienda Hugo?
Just catches him as he follows through, doesn't he?
Vale.
Vale, Joan.
Sí.
No.
Sí.
Vas a ir a ver la imagen por un posible penalti. Después del chute, el jugador arrastra. Tienes que
He
valorar
does
la
catch him
intensidad.
afterwards, doesn't he? So they're calling the referee over, saying, go and have a look at that. Plus he does basically wipe him out after the shot.
Joan,
Sí.
¿estás ya en pantalla?
Estoy delante.
Vale, te voy a poner la imagen, ¿vale?
Vale.
Fíjate ahora, ponme otra vez.
It's a bit late, isn't it, Spence?
Está, vale.
Sí.
Fíjate cuando chuta.
Yeah, it's the follow-through after Fraile's shot. Carlitos came in, and that's part of why when you play 2-on-2, this kind of stuff is bound to happen. It's 50-50. The fact that he's looking at the monitor for me means that we're probably going to finish the half with a shot from the spot.
Yeah, I think so. I think if we bear in mind what happened with the first penalty, the match, I suspect when he get a penalty here. Genuine attempt to go for the ball, but he catches the man. The referee says, yeah, penalty for Rayo.
So all of that, the first half that was so well played by Kunisports, a 2-0 lead, and then, actually it was a 3-0 lead for just a moment, and then here we go, Rayo have a chance to get this level before halftime.
No rebounds, says the referee, so it's the penalty and that's it. And well finished, 3-all. So if you ever wanted an example of how things can change in the Kings League, I think you there have it. That is probably your textbook example. 3-0.
And does this save their season, Paul? It could.
That moment, isn't it, where you just need everything to go your way? And so it has. They were looking out for the count, weren't they? But nobody's ever out for the count in this. Let's see if we get a couple of interviews. First of all, there's the stats. There you go. 6 shots on
Expected
target
goals.
for expected goals. There. So
Oh, you're not an expected goals guy. That tells me a lot of the story.
I think it's a load of old tripe, to be honest. How could you have
get with the
how could you
times.
expect to score half a goal?
Arrancamos bastante bien. No, perdón por mi voz. Arrancamos.
What it tells you is that tells you how good your finishing is or isn't. I think it's a load of old
Arrancamos bastante bien.
Sorry.
Yo pensé que el 2 contra 2 nos iba a beneficiar para meter los goles y nos jugó un poco en contra. En lo que son los números y en la tabla, en la estadística, estamos mucho mejor en tiros a puerta.
Yeah, I think we're a lot better in terms of numbers.
Es difícil el partido, pero yo creo que vamos a tener un buen desempeño en el segundo tiempo y podemos ir por más.
I'm optimistic that we will get back in this. They weren't that keen on the 2 against 2, were they, even when the numbers came out?
Sí, había que alentar a Víctor, hay que ponerle un poquito de entusiasmo, hay que bancar al compañero, así que unas palabras de aliento, por lo menos en Argentina hay veces que funciona y sirve y está bueno, así que lo hicimos.
Poor Victor in goal, eh?
La gente del Cupra que me está escuchando, quiero que cuando los chicos estén en medio de la cancha empiecen a gritar: ponga huevo, Cunita, ponga huevo.
She wants the fans to ask the Kunisports team to give it a bit of oomph. Once again, I won't translate that directly.
No, esto no es el nuestro, ¿eh? Sí, hombre. Pero ¿dónde está nuestra gente de Kunisports? ¿Y nuestra gente? ¿Dónde está nuestra gente? Que no...
If you've paid your ticket, you can sing for who you want. Let's be honest. Let's be honest. You can enjoy yourself. So 3 minutes of half time.
I was just a little disappointed, Paul, that in that interview she was talking about how the stats pointed to their side, but she didn't mention expected goals.
Jolín, todo
Because
gente
they're not
del
worth
Rayo.
anything. If football was an exact science, expected goals to be fine, but it's not. That's what makes it so good. Right, off we go. Rayo getting themselves back from the dead. 3-0 down. 3-3 now, but they're without Ivan Perez for 2 minutes, as he was shown a yellow card for obstructing the keeper.
So they've already had to go through this once when we got to 7-on-7 after 5 minutes. Now they've got to do it again, and this is one of those things that we're still sort of figuring out what teams like to do when they're playing a man down. You can't really waste time.
No, a man down. I don't think a man down is such a huge disadvantage. Say it's not, at least when it's 7 against 7. It's obviously not helping you. By the way, let's not forget we have in the second half now, obviously. So our secret weapons will come into play. Let's see who has drawn what. Offside.
Offside.
Obviously, I would say that neither of them has the star player card, which you normally use right at the start of the half. So your star player, your nominated player, whose goal would be valued double, gets as long as possible to score it. But once again, it's not been used.
Yeah,
so
you just said it there, Paul. There are markers in the second half where we can begin to try and figure out what card they have.
Oh my word, he scored. Where did that come from? Well, I really wasn't expecting that. I don't think poor old Victor Cocero was there. It's Cristian Delgado. Does tremendously well. That header, it's not easy to score headers in 7-a-side, and they're using his strength, Cristian Delgado. All of a sudden, Kunisports are trailing.
Well, there you go. Talking about a man disadvantage, and
and all of a sudden, 4-4 as Juan Inés ropes that one home. Caresses that one into the back of the net there, Inés.
What a game.
Maybe there was a foul. Yeah, maybe a question whether there was a little foul in winning the ball there, but cracking finish.
This has been a game to start our day, the first of 6 that has delivered without a doubt. We've still got about half of it to play.
Yeah, we've got Porcinos El Barrio is our next match. Barrio, second from bottom at the start of the day. They could kick off bottom if Rayo get something from this game. So still a long way to go, though. Game absolutely in the balance. And you just wonder, it's one of these, isn't it? Will the secret weapons be the decisive factor here? You know, if one of these teams has a penalty, we'll see. Nice little run.
Yeah, no presidential penalty this time around, but we'll take it this way.
No presidents there, no president's presence, one suspended. And the other one, who knows, maybe he's in Argentina. It was Roman Alegre, by the way, with that run. Victor Cocero collects. Just plays it short to Nico Pareja, easily recognisable with that, what's it, a plaster or bandage around his right arm or right wrist. Carlos Val. Again, Cocero. Got a bit of route one there. And nicely falling for Frankie. Across the face of goal there. Maybe just snatched it a little bit there, Frankie. Had a bit more time perhaps than he thought. Good pressure there on the keeper. By the way, just looking at your screens, there are an ever-increasing range of Kings League products. We've got a fantasy league, Spanish. There's a novel. I don't know if it's a graphic novel or a novel has been produced for teenagers. Obviously, I think promoting the good sporting values. You can buy the shirts. And I say soon we've got the World Cup. Without even going into stuff like the playoffs, which the finals will be in the Wizink Centre in Madrid, and accompanied by a Kings League kart race as well. Motor carts, that is, not the ones you push. Go-karts. It's the word I was looking for. There's a chance here for the break from Kunisports once again. He's looking to run that one out, Ines, but ran out of space. It wasn't Ines, I'll correct myself. That's Ivan Perez back on after his suspension's finished. Questions asked there whether or not handball. Once again, play on. A little back heel doesn't work there. And Rayo didn't really make much of that.
It's a little discombobulated right now, Paul, and I think the team that can come away in front is likely the one to keep their composure over the last 15 minutes, because both sides have had and lost leads now, or have had and lost momentum.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I think for Rayo, this is very much they're having a drink in the last chance saloon, aren't they, for their season. Kunisports, they'll be thinking, look, wow, we're 92.5% certain of getting into the playoffs, but only 54% certain of the World Cup. So if they win today, that World Cup place becomes a whole lot easier for them.
Well, you also have to think not just of the playoffs, but at what stage do you enter in the playoffs? Because there are two separate opportunities to collect a bye. There's the bye and there's the double bye to the semifinal. What Kunisports would like to do, at least from the season standpoint, is get into the top four, which is still a possibility.
Tricky though, very tricky. I mean, the first, just to explain quickly, only the team that finishes top in the regular season, well, that will be Los Troncos, would get the bye to the semis. Then second, third and fourth will get a bye to the quarters, and the other teams, well, they have to play it out. Basically, what you say would normally be sort of round of 16, but obviously we've not got 16 teams. But that will be that stage. So you've got plenty more work to do. Those matches will be second week of April, with the final on the 20th.
Look out.
Rayo using their secret weapon. Let's see what it is. Free kick.
It's an interesting time to play it. It would signal that it's probably not a double goal scenario. They usually like to save that for the end of the game.
Let's see. It is
oh, well, all right. Fair enough.
No, there is. I mean, I can see what you mean. There's a lot of logic be saying if we've got a double goal, then it's worth using it maybe in the 33rd minute, so you have that long finish. But if you do it now, you're going to put a bit of clean air between you and your rivals. So
that's also surprising because they haven't been in the best form over the last 10 minutes or so. So you'd think that you'd want to save it until you can get your team back into it. Maybe this will wake them up.
And meanwhile, free kick for Kunisports. Rifled over the top, so 4 minutes for that double goal to count.
This is where you have to be very careful about time wasting. The referees have been really good about this lately, or really not lately, throughout this competition.
Using that long ball a lot, aren't they, Kunisports? I'm not sure if it's always the best tactic in this style of football. That's a good challenge.
Well, you make a good point, Paul, because in this competition, one thing defensively that we've seen is teams like to leave space in the midfield.
Yep, what happened there, Scrip? That's Adri Escribano, and the throw-in is for Rayo.
I mean, I use the term midfield lightly because there isn't a lot of space anywhere. It's a much smaller pitch, but the way that teams set up, it's defend and press at the front and make sure your back line, so to speak, is also set.
Much more fluid seven-a-side. If you've ever played it, you think, oh, it's only 40 minutes, but you come off the pitch absolutely. You've been doing a good job, but you're absolutely blasted at the end of it. Corner. Took a deflection, that shot there from Adri Escribano.
I believe the appropriate British term would be knackered.
Yeah, it would. Oh, hang on a second. Oh, there you go, 5-4. That's a big goal. That's a really big goal. Jordi Martinez in the right place. Just to hook that into the empty net. Great little pass there from Adria Escribano. I told you he's one of the men to watch out. Look out for Adri. Is there offside? No, he's probably
double goal.
Played.
And couldn't have been much easier either. He's not going to have an easier finish all season. Just one quick look at the potential offside. He does kind of look offside there.
I reckon that's just off. We've not got the greatest of angles, but it just looks just off, doesn't it?
Somebody draw a line.
Whoa, he's given it.
Oh, wow. All right. Well, there's a little bit of controversy there. It's a good job Spursito isn't there sat in his chair, because he'd be going absolutely, he'd be flipping out at that, I think. Doesn't take a lot to get him flipping out, and that probably is a good reason to go a bit unhappy. It's another chance. Good save once again from Paul Lechuga, who I think's making a decent claim, isn't he, along with Maldonado, to be man of the match. You can vote for that, by the way, on the app or the Twitch site. I think you can vote for that in a few minutes. There's Ivan Perez, free kick, says the referee. Well, looks like Rayo have at least extinguished what is the final 4 minutes, or the final 30 seconds of the 4 minutes here of the double goal, and getting away with giving up just one. That save from Lechuga is as good as a double save.
Absolutely, yeah. If that had gone in again, if there had been 8-4, that would have been it, basically, wouldn't it? Ooh, just across the face of goal. So it's interesting to think what Rayo's card might be. You've got to think it's going to be either a shootout or a penalty, don't you?
Yeah, to maybe try to get one back, and then if you can sneak one in the final 2 minutes of the game, plus stoppage time, anything's possible.
Well, I think if you get a penalty, you score it in the 37th minute, then all of a sudden you're a goal behind going into 2 minutes when it's double value for goals.
Right.
Texas one goal, and the same dog that bit them last week, well, they can have it in their favour this time around. They got done by a goal that valued double against PIO last week when they were seconds away from their first win, Rayo. They've got 7 minutes left to turn this around in.
The only team left without a victory.
Maldonado's had a good game, the number 77 for Rayo. Is that a second? Oh, it is indeed. Smashing far post finish.
I believe that was Jordi Gomez again, and that would give him a hat trick.
Again, Ivan Perez and Jordi. Simple finish. Just gets around the back of the defender. Lovely pass from Perez, isn't it? Keeper can't get there. Pick that one out. 7-4. And all of a sudden, well, I was going to say it's looking nailed on for Kunisports, but they were 3-0 up just before half-time and went in 3-all.
Yeah, and what are we waiting for if you're Eric Yorka? Play your secret weapon. I was going to say arma secreta. Play your secret weapon. See what you can do.
Yeah, obviously Eric's not there, is he? So he's got his assistant in charge today. He's in the naughty bin. Here's Eric today. And he will be next week as well, of course. It's got to be a penalty. I'm going to put my reputation, such as it is, on it being a penalty. Or perhaps a shootout, but I'm going to say penalty.
Since we're in the initial stages of doing these games, Paul, you and I and the rest of the English crew, your reputation has a chance to grow or diminish like mine did just a few minutes ago.
But yeah, they're... Again, I think those sort of balls at this stage are pretty straightforward to defend. At the stage now where another goal for Kunisports would be game over. Villalba looking to chase that one through. Be a throw-in for Kunisports. Referee saying there's not enough there. Very little on the shirt. Tug.
You don't get to take the secret weapon with you to the next game, so 2 minutes, it's got to get used.
Allí. ¿No es? Creo que sí, Frankie. Creo que sí. No me equivoqué, pero...
Oof, once again, good pressure though, but Costera sends it long, a little bit too high. So throw in for Rayo as they're their options. Time is running out.
Well, they'll play it, and then once we hit the 38-minute mark, they'll take what I think you're right, Paul, is going to be their penalty.
Exactly how it's got to be a penalty or a shootout, isn't it? Which would, and if they take that, penalty is a lot more, say, more trustworthy, more reliable goal than a shootout. Shootouts we get about 50%, if that. As
I thought you didn't like percentages of goals. That would be 0.5 expected goals.
No. But what I'm saying is, like, what we've had so far, about 50% of shootouts don't end up in the back of the net. Oh, that wasn't a bad effort. But just over the top. So we are going to get this secret weapon. A ver. Oscar, that was, by the way, Oscar Contreras.
Ya, me ocupo. Vamos, va, ayúdame un poco, va.
So we're obviously going to get the secret weapon the next time the ball goes out, or on the 38-minute mark. After which of those goals would count double, not if the penalty is taken right at the end. So let's see what this secret weapon is.
Acabamos aquí el partido, enseñamos arma y acabamos.
What have we got? Hey, it's a penalty, yeah, that's what we thought, isn't it? So penalty for Rayo.
The only thing that's going to give them a chance to keep them in it, they got to convert it and then come up with a double goal in the final minutes of the game to get us to what would be a penalty shootout.
Big minute for Maldonado, big moment here.
Looking for his hat-trick.
Rayo, yeah, if he scores this, then Rayo are just literally one goal, because obviously it would be worth double, from getting back on level terms. And he does, right down the middle. Costera dives. I was going to say the wrong way, but both boys would have been the wrong way there. So we go into the last 2 minutes. Double goal. 7-5 to Kunisports, but with goals worth double. This is the drama, isn't it? This is what this competition produces. These situations where you're very rarely out for the count.
Now this is why we're saying, I mean, what's a 2-goal lead worth to you in this competition? Right now, it's worth very little. You still have the lead, but let's see what they have to say over in Rayo's corner.
Que tenemos talla para poner balones al área. Si la tiene Hugo a pie natural. Yo me quedo más.
Clearly they want to use the likes of Oscar and I believe they said Hugo Fraile up front. First things first for them. They need to try to find a way to win this face-off.
So will the speedsters be up? Will they get it right this time, Rayo? Will they be too quick off the line? Maybe you got to play it backwards. That's more like it. Well played. Maldonado. Good turn of speed there. Needed that ball there, Rayo. And whoa, wow, painfully across the face of goal there. Nobody really attacked it.
A mí cuando se termine el partido me van a tener que levantar las piernas, ¿no? Estoy, vamos, la presión.
They're going to have to lift me up off here. The pressure. Delgado wasn't far away from that. Nicely played once again, though. So important, isn't he, Jordi Gomez?
Yeah, and he's been excellent today. More so than anything else, he's been precise.
I think that would probably describe his entire career. Really precise, careful player. He's a good hitter of the ball. Here they come. There's a chance. 3 against 3. There's your options to vote for man of the match. Well, Jordi, Ivan Perez, Maldonado. He's got his family voting. 97% for Maldonado at the moment.
Well, he must have just started. That's got to be. There we go. Now it's starting to change a little bit.
Oh, hang on a second. Here is that chance. No real angle. He didn't have anybody available there. Ivan, and 24% for Jordi. That's well harsh.
You score a hat trick, and you get 4%. That's not really fair.
No, it's a bit harsh, isn't it? I suppose. Oof. And again, winning possession. Here is the chance. Can this seal it once again? Paul Lechuga, who's not even on the candidates, is he? And I think he has been, once again, decisive, hasn't he?
No, Lechuga coming up big again.
Just as enough failure to help put him off there. So 3 minutes injury time, which we are into. So far dealt with is pretty well, Kunisports.
One might say he has iceberg in his veins.
Oh, thank you. Which way is that one
could be
going?
A foul.
It goes.
Offside.
It's a foul. I wasn't sure which way it was going. Offside, the referee's given. They've come back from an offside position. Back in that final section of the pitch. Or not. Foul in attack. 2 minutes left. Maldonado once again. That's a little bit dangerous, but I think it was much the striker going back. Here's Ivan again. And oh, inside of the post. That would have sealed it.
Ivan, querido. ¿Cómo está Ivan?
Oh, so unlucky.
Had Lechuga beaten for speed.
Maldonado as well keeps it in. Everyone back for Kunisports.
Have it.
Trying to work the shot. Still trying to work it. And in the end, doesn't quite get enough from behind it. Victor will be very happy to clutch onto that. Only for a couple of seconds, though.
This would put Kunisports in a much better position. They would be in a 3-way tie for 5th. Of course, everybody else still has to play today, but a good start. This should do it.
And that does it. 9-5, Ivan Perez steals the win. I think it's fair to say, don't you, for Kunisports. Turns his marker. And loses the position of the ball. And an instinctive forward like Ivan Perez latches onto it. And that is his 8th goal of the season, and that should give the 3 points to Kunisports. But once again, Rayo going close. You know, the game's a lot closer than that final score, or nearly final score, might indicate.
Well-deserved win, I would say, Paul, wouldn't you? I mean, they had to fight through it, but in the end, they got it done.
I think when we see the numbers afterwards, we'll see that they've had more shots and more shots on target than Rayo Barcelona, whose nightmare split continues. Another game in which they've got a stint of something, but in the end it's got run away from them. Kunisports, they continue with that excellent run of 9-3. There you get the rundown. 3 goals for Ivan Perez, 3 goals for Jordi Gomez. 2 hat-tricks, not something you see that often. And doing all the good work by Paul Lechuga and Isaac Maldonado. And what we're saying about the numbers, there you have it, Spence. 16 shots, 11 on target for Kunisports. Gosh, look at that. The expected goals was only 3.66 and they've got 9.
You know, I do have a question. I do have a question on the expected goals that I'm not going to get it answered right now, but I want to know, when goals count as double, how are we tallying that up? Because you never know, right? I mean, they're worth 2, so...
It still would have been 7.
No, good win.
Le trajimos suerte al equipo masculino. No, la
and there you go, the girls from the Kuni girls saying, yeah, we brought them a bit of luck.
Y en los últimos minutos dieron ese plus y gracias a Dios que se le pudo abrir el arco a Iván, que atajó mucho Lechuga, le quedó el palo y nada, la última pelota terrible.
In the last few minutes, and Iván really backing Lechuga.
Tiene que ser para Jordi,
Pues no.
And I think she thinks Jordi should be MVP.
Sí.
I don't know about you, Spence. I always think the MVP should be on the winning side, unless it's a very, very special circumstance.
Yes, I would agree with you, but we're just servants of passing forth the ultimate word of our people, and clearly the people have their own opinions, and we respect those.
The people have spoken.
Sí,
And there he is.
Prime MVP del
Plus, I
partido,
wouldn't want to have to do
hat-trick,
an interview if I just lost.
Bueno,
Yeah.
al final
Yeah.
se resumen
Do you
todo
want to
en
do
una
the
nota.
honors, Spence?
Muchas gracias por
Sure.
haber votado en el Prime MVP, pero
Thanks for
al
voting
final,
for me for
a
MVP.
nuestra afición no le podemos regalar la victoria que queríamos.
And in the
Y
end, we
bueno,
weren't able
en ese
to
aspecto dolido.
give
Y
it
decirle que
for our
seguimos trabajando.
fans.
El objetivo real
We're going to keep
es la vida o
working.
muerte que vamos a tener, el partido
We've
para meternos en el Mundial. Y es nuestra realidad.
got to
y a
try to
partir
get
de ahí
ourselves into the
tenemos
World
que
Cup.
trabajar sobre eso. Entonces,
We'll
darles
work
las
on
gracias
that.
a los que me han votado, obviamente, al Prime MVP.
Thanks
y a los
for
buenos,
those who
sobre todo,
voted for me.
Al Presi, que está sufriendo dentro, porque al final es una cosa que él se está esforzando
And
mucho.
Our
Y no le podemos
president
dar lo que
works
se
very
merece.
hard, but he's suffering for the
¿Crees
moment
que es lo que le acaba
since
de
he's not able to be
faltar
with
al
us.
equipo? Porque siempre parece que sí, pero al final nunca llega la victoria.
What's not
Bueno, al
working
final,
about this team?
Después de llevar una dinámica en la que no, la realidad es que no hemos ganado ningún partido. Pues
Well,
es complicado darle la
the
vuelta a
reality
eso
is we
y-
just haven't been able to
y
win.
coger esa inercia de equipo ganador que en los momentos
We have to
a lo mejor
find a
complicados
way
se juntan más
to come
y se
through.
pegan más y son más fuertes atrás. A lo mejor nos falta eso, desde el primero hasta el último, yo el primero, apretar más y estar más juntitos,
From
no sé, un poco
the
más de a lo mejor,
beginning
oficio defensivo.
moments, it's been
se
like
podría
that.
decir. Pero es cosa de todos. O sea,
It's
estamos
a
en
little
esta
bit of
situación
everything,
y,
though.
bueno, intentaremos darle la vuelta, pero la realidad
We'll
es,
try to make
es
our
que
way back.
estamos enfocados en el play-out, porque eso es lo que nos va a dar
We're
la
focused
gloria,
right now on
realmente,
just trying to get
o
into the
confirmar lo que hemos
playoffs.
hecho.
Que tengáis mucha suerte y enhorabuena por el Prime MVP.
Okay, a lot of luck for you. We'll leave you with our hat-trick, with our highlights, and we'll be back in a few minutes as there'll be the Malva, which is the Spanish people will discuss the next game. Our next match on this Sunday is Porcinos against El Barrio, the pigs against the neighbourhood. It's one to look forward to. Levi's team are on a bit of a roll. We'll be back 3 or 4 minutes. Okay.
partidazo se nos viene ahora, familia. Ya estamos por aquí por el bar de Mau.
Qué duro ha sido lo del Rayo, tío.
Ya, le deseamos toda la suerte a Spur, a los chicos.
Bueno, hay un par de jugadas ahí a revisar, yo creo, pero bueno, ha sido duro, ha sido duro.
Yo he visto que la vivió, desde ahí.
Sí, a ver, era un partido emocionante, ha sido intenso. Y no sé, tío, ahora matemáticamente no sé cómo quedan las cosas.
Tenemos que ver la clasificación ahora.
No sé si
estaremos pendientes.
No sé si hay.
Ahora se viene un partidazo. Porcinos, que para mí son como los galácticos contra el Barrio, el equipo del pueblo. ¿Tú crees que sigue siendo el equipo del pueblo, el Barrio, Adri?
Depende del día,
Depende del día.
Sí.
¿Ya no es humilde o qué?
Nah, el Barrio perdió la humildad hace tiempo desde que ganaron.
Desde que ganaron la primera Kingsley.
Sí,
ya,
desde que encontraron patrocinadores ya perdió la humildad, pero bueno, sí, partidazo, la verdad.
Bueno, vamos a ver, por cierto, el otro día estuve escuchando a Juvenal con Senen, amigo del bar de Mau, donde decía, bueno, le preguntaba a Senen a Juvenal que cómo vivió la Kingsley América, ¿no? Y Juvenal, entre risa y broma, dijo, ya tengo bastante con Porcino como para meterme también en otras ligas, ¿no? Yo te quería preguntar eso, tú que vives 24/7 la Kingsley, ¿tú cómo lo llevas? ¿Has soñado alguna vez durmiendo sobre algún directo o algo?
Yo estoy 24/7 Kings y bueno,
Joseando, ¿no?
Escucha, no me da la vida para verlo todo, pero bueno, poco a poco vamos a la semana recopilando cositas.
Bueno, te he visto por ahí en algún directo y te has quedado dormido,
son cosas, ya no pasa
yo me fijé.
Muchas horas. Escucha, ¿quién gana? ¿Quién se lo lleva? ¿Porcinos o el Barrio?
Sinceramente creo Porcinos.
El Barrio es última bala, situación similar como el Rayo de Barcelona. Yo creo que por sensaciones creo que se lo va a llevar el Porcinos, pero me gustaría que ganara el Barrio para apretar un poquito las cosas.
Yo te voy a decir 4-3 para Porcinos, les veo más favoritos.
Bueno, pues ojalá el Barrio lo pelee.
Vamos a ver, nosotros nos vemos en el bar de Mau después del partido. Chao.
Time for our second matchup of the day, featuring Porcinos and El Barrio. And for Porcinos, a team who have looked very good throughout the season thus far. It's matchup number 2 of 6. They come in 8th in the table, but the table is so scrunched between, I would say, about 5 or 6 different teams that they're always going to find themselves in with a chance. They've got 11 points through 7 games, and if they were to grab a victory today, they could jump up as high as a tie for second with Saiyans and Aniquiladores.
Con bastante normalidad.
Have a quick listen to Adri Contreras, president of El Barrio.
Hasta el final
up with a bit of junk food there, isn't he? He's going to keep himself and his companion busy. So big match, as you say, Spence. They're a little bit like Rayo in the last chance saloon.
Algunos vídeos para YouTube con youtubers, me vi bien y la cabeza, el cuerpo y es el momento de intentar ayudar a tu equipo dentro del campo.
Been doing a bit of YouTubing over the last few days, help clear my brain.
Meter ese penalti y darles un gol a mi equipo, lo quería intentar, me ha salido eso de intentar ayudar a mi equipo, así que bueno.
So I get the impression that Adri quite fancies a president penalty, don't you? Just listening to that. If I can take a penalty,
I mean,
I want to help my team.
Básicamente no quiero
I'm always happy to see those come up.
No se confirma al 100%, pero vamos,
Yeah, definitely. Another one of the little.
No quiero dar más detalles, pero bueno, os puedo decir también que tenemos ahí jugador 13, Fran Fuentes, un defensa ahí bastante veterano que nos va a aportar mucho seguro. Estaba yo en Cabezonán que no hace falta un jugador 13, pero bueno, mira, estamos en una situación que metemos jugador 13, penalti pressing, había que cambiar cosas, hay que intentar
We're just going to change things around and just see what happens.
Y ya por la victoria.
Try things new. 19 goals they've scored so far this season, El Barrio, but their big problem is defence. They've conceded 29. So will it be the day against Porcinos? We've got some decent players. Dalman, of course, Pablo Hernandez for Porcinos. Not sure if he's on the roster today.
Well, and how about in the chat, Paul? The voting has El Barrio winning this game by a pretty healthy margin, don't they?
Yeah, I'm not convinced by that one. I must confess, I'm more leaning towards the Porcinos. They're 8th in the table. 23 goals scored. They're more likely to hit the target.
¿Qué quieres?
Well, you there. Chance at the mute button before sneezing. You get the draw for the secret weapons. But who knows? We've had surprises. I think we saw just in the last game that you can get really close to surprises. Although we didn't get one in that last match, but for me, Porcinos are favourites. The Piggy Boys are my favourites today.
Last weekend, sorry, Paul, 3 of the 6 games ended 5-4, including Rayo's tough loss right at the end with the double goal. And both of these teams finished with 5-4 finals. Porcinos got the victory over Los Troncos, which was a bit of an upset. And El Barrio were outdone by Aniquiladores right at the end.
Exactly. Another big factor I've got in favour of the Porcinos. They have more shots than any team in the Kings League InfoJobs. Right, 157 shots, of which 95 have been on target. Obviously, not all of them have have ended up in goal or even produced saves. But that is a pretty good percentage.
It's immediately plucked out of the air by Guti, and we are underway 1v1 with a keeper for the first 60 seconds. It's Guti against Gerard Noya, and Guti's in a full sprint. One of the most difficult parts about getting beyond your 1v1 matchup is just getting around him.
Yeah, exactly. Obviously,
and I think he's hurt.
Goes out of play. Just tweaked a knee ligament there, or his hamstring by the looks of it.
I think he's able to continue. It might have been this long stretch run here.
It's there, isn't it? It's just there that he's felt it. That's a little muscle tweak. I think he's out there. He's not just. I don't think we'll see. Unfortunately, we won't see Guti again today, and I'd be very surprised if we saw him next week or the week afterward. You know what hamstrings are like, they take the time.
So our 1v1 lasted essentially 1 possession, and it was Guti getting himself hurt. So now, out comes Marc Briones, and a chance for what is more or less a 3-on-2. Nadir Lawa, Briones, he's going to take the shot. It comes from the left-hand side. Oscar Col wins a corner.
So keeping the pressure on here, the Porcinos. It is an advantage, isn't it? Because you've got, obviously, if you push the keeper forward, you do look to get that extra space.
And Lua across the way, and in comes the keeper intervention. The first time we've called Gerard Bacas' name. Makes himself big.
Great save, great save.
And to 4-on-4 we go.
As you said, you know, in the first game, Spence, it just gets that little bit more and more complicated to score, doesn't it, when you got more players on the pitch?
It's almost as if you'd prefer to have the ball to start the 2-on-2 rather than the 1v1. 1v1 is pretty difficult to score. Soriano drops it back. This is Briones again, who finds Soriano. He can slip it forward. Col, who's waiting for it. And we're hearing from Adri Contreras. I'm not exactly sure.
He's having a... No, I'm not sure. He's having a bit of a cow, though, isn't he, as you say? We're still attacking. Well, it's been
might have had something to do with the shot clock, because when you're in these positions, you do have to get a shot away.
Well, his side have been on the back foot, haven't they, really, for the last couple of minutes?
Now it's El Barrio's turn.
Marc Valiente.
Gabriel Vidal.
There is Marc Valiente, former... I remember him at Valladolid. Solid defender.
Chance for El Barrio to take an early lead. They're sitting on it with relative ease. They're not in any hurry at the moment.
was confident they've not really had a shot, have they, in that minute where they've had possession? 6 against 6.
We've just got another 50 seconds before we're at full strength. Yes, Vidal off to his left-hand side, but there's not a lot of support arriving inside the box, but from outside, Valiente has a go, and Briones is there to handle the pressure.
It just took a little deflection, that shot, I think, from Valiente, but well, it didn't really wrong foot the keepers. I think the deflection just took enough of the sting out of the ball. So again, that time counting down very quickly.
Mentioned Porcinos' defensive woes. El Barrio too would signal that perhaps we're in for some goal scoring today, but it also depends on how these attacks play out.
I think part of Porcinos' defensive numbers, I think they had, if I remember correct, they got absolutely stuffed by Ultimate Mostoles. I think they got 10 put past them. One of those, a couple of double goals at the end, and that did a lot of damage to their stats.
This is an effort in the middle that's taken away by Porcinos, and they wanted to run with it, but the referee has signaled and seen something wrong to send us back the other way.
I'm not sure if he gave maybe handball. By the way, Nadir, who's an excellent player number, yeah, I think it's handball, isn't it? One booking off a suspension, so he's got to be a little bit careful today. Otherwise he'd miss out next week.
Was set up on a platter, two bodies collide.
We once again playing on.
It's a painful one for Hulk.
Very appropriately named. You get nicknames for a reason, don't you?
Yeah, I was going to say, he's by far the meatiest of the bunch. And that's no pun intended. A little bit more chess than checkers in this second game compared to what we saw in the first game between Rayo and Kunisports. There's a lot of tactical wherewithal happening, and we're looking for one mistake to change the course of the game. Here is Hulk, weaving and dangling inside the box. Too many bodies around him, and now we come the other way.
Looking to batter his way through, wasn't he?
Just like this. Didn't quite reach Vidal.
Yeah, just looking at El Barrio there, I think they're focusing, aren't they, on just keeping it tight at the back, keeping bodies behind the ball. We just saw in that last attack, they didn't get many players forward.
Conventional wisdom, based on what we just saw from Guti in the 1v1, would say that Porcinos are going to be down a defender throughout this game. So who can step up in his absence? On the overlap. Seeing David Soriano and David Cárdenas.
Yeah, so definitely working on keeping it tight, El Barrio. Now, not just giving any angles of pass, are they? Really making it difficult for Porcinos to work an opportunity, closing down the man on the ball, 2-on-1. Oh, that's a corner.
Yeah, if you watch Fran Fuentes, number 5 in blue, not at this moment, not for the corner, but when Porcinos come forward, he fills the role as what would be a conventional number 6, trying to cut off the passing angles, and he just tries to make sure that he's on whatever side, whatever half of the pitch the ball is on. Header offline from Loa.
So not really had clear chances yet, have we? 8.5 minutes in, that's not normal in Kings League.
And when both teams have various objectives to meet, and only a few games left to do so. Can get a little cagier, I can understand that. Dangerous pass back to the keeper Briones. And it's given right back off the crossbar. It clangs from Alvaro Arce. The first real good chance of the game.
Really unlucky there, Arce. Angles it correctly, does everything right, and that's a typical thing. Just shows that the 7-a-side goals are considerably smaller than 11-a-side goals. That would have been an absolute screamer in 11-a-side, but as you know, this is Kings League InfoJobs. It's all a little bit different. Really good effort, though.
And you're right, Paul, that we've got the smaller frames. What we're seeing is that players more often miss high than wide for that reason.
Yep. So you say Porcinos, that's a great win against Los Troncos last week, 5-4, because obviously Los Troncos were threatening to run away with things. And
well, they look like the cream of the crop thus far.
Definitely. So to come back and win that, they've won 3 games, Los Porcinos. They've 2 defeats. Had a poor start, but they were another team a little bit like Kunisports, who started slowly and getting a grip on the competition. So does mean teams like xBuyer with a little bit of a drop in form, or at least a drop in results. I've got to start looking over their shoulders.
Porcinos grew into the game last weekend against Los Troncos, and at this point, right about now, this was when they got their first goal. They were up 3-0 at the half. They almost gave the game away, but they managed to score a double goal before Los Troncos came back with a double goal of their own. So it was 5-2 before it finished 5-4. Palfer across the way, thinking about a go from distance. Fran Fuentes is surrounded by pink shirts, and those pink shirts are flooding the other way, but it's a lot more difficult to get out on the break in 7-a-side football.
Especially against the rival that is keeping it tight. And so far, they're doing a good job, El Barrio. So well marshalled by Valiente.
They're keeping a hold of the ball nicely, El Barrio. This is much better football from them. Can it finish with an effort on target? That was a good idea on the lob from Iker Gonzalez, but didn't find the pot of gold at the end of the rainbow.
Oy. Nearly, but not quite again. Cleared straight upfield. Coach for Los Porcinos, you just saw him there, was Junival Jogo Owono, originally from Guinea, Equatorial Guinea. His brother, one of the best commentators in Spanish football, works here on national TV. Alberto.
Shout out Equatorial Guinea for what they've been able to accomplish as a nation. Trying to go far side, intended for Pau. They're coming up with ideas.
Interestingly, actually, just been given a bit of data. Both of these teams actually have really, really good pass numbers. Porcinos, 91% pass effectiveness. El Barrio, 88.16. So these are two teams that like to have the ball, and I think we're seeing that in the style of play, aren't they? It's not been particularly direct. It's been worked. It's been
like that. That's beautiful. And here comes the chance. Palfer's first effort was blocked, And the follow-up goes high and wide. 2 really good chances for El Barrio and a big save.
Yeah, once again, does really well there, Briones, because I think Pau there tries to keep the ball, definitely keep it low, thinking he's going to be jumping or diving wide. Does really, really well. That's almost like football Salah, isn't it? 5-a-side style save there. I'd say the follow-up was just like, let's hit it and see what happens.
It was Pau Fer on the first effort and Pau Zeta on the second. And now it's Porcinos with their chance in the box. Frantic defending, which is not quite cleared until now.
Iker Gonzalez doing a decent job there.
We haven't had a 1-0 since match day 6. That was Unoka against Ultimate Mostoles.
Yeah, I think I did that game and we got the stats. I think there've been, prior to that, there had been 3 in the whole history of the Kings League. So it's not a common result.
I mean, just in general, not being able to score. Oh, wow, easy now. The frustrated Oscar Cole.
Yeah, yellow card for Cole there. The referee, I think he's right, saying he's got there late and he's stopped the counter-attack. So off you go for a couple of minutes, cool down, Oscar. Let's have a look. The thing is, he's not playing the ball, is he? And he's looked to deliberately take out the man. So I don't think he can complain about that at all. Sorry, Oscar. And that's the way it goes. So a little chance now for El Barrio.
They'll look to take advantage off of this for this 2-minute stretch, which will essentially almost take us to the 18-minute mark, the 2-minute warning of the first half. They've got the man advantage. Alvaro Arce pulling the strings in the number 10 shirt. Iker Gonzalez, they're trying to work it around. It's almost as if Porcinos have built a wall of 5. This is left off nicely for Vidal, cuts it back. Arce's shot is deflected, another corner.
Difficult for the keeper in these sort of situations because there's so many bodies crammed in front of him. He doesn't get a good view of the shot, does he? Oh, good save. This time he did get a view of it.
How about that? A save that ends up touching the ceiling. As Michael Jordan once said, the ceiling is the roof.
He probably used to bump into the ceiling quite a bit, didn't he, Michael?
All right, and we have our first presidential penalty, which is agreed upon prior to the game. If you're not yet familiar with the rules, both sides have to agree that a presidential penalty can be taken. But we only have one of the 2 presidents in the building, and on the other side for Porcinos, who do not have Ibai Llanos here, it means they'll have to take
a shootout. A shootout from the middle of the park. It's a pity Ibai's actually, you look at him and you think, nah, he's actually not a bad hitter of the ball. If you've seen him take a penalty, he's not bad. I mean, you'd fancy your chances against him in a sprint, but he's not a bad penalty taker. So when it'll be, obviously, Adri will take his penalty for his side, he will get a shootout for Porcinos. It looks like it's going to be Nico Santos, is it?
Indeed. Clock stops, of course, so the yellow card for Cole still has a little over half a minute to go. But our first penalty shootout of the day.
5
Here
seconds.
it comes for Santos.
Nice.
He's got it. Works his way around Briones with, or rather Vacas with ease. And forget about that 0-0. Porcinos have won.
Good goal. Well finished. Just that little drop of the shoulder, doesn't he? And then goes the other way.
Second goal of the season for Santos. And that will not change much in terms of this game. It'll only force El Barrio And their man, Adri Contreras, to have to nail it down when he gets his chance, whenever he decides to take it, first half or second half.
Yeah, that's the thing. It does put a bit of pressure on Adri Contreras, though, doesn't it? Because obviously,
hold on.
Good defending.
And only 10 seconds left on the man advantage for El Barrio. So they're going to have to watch from behind here, but there will be a chance. And, well, Vidal wanted to curl it, and instead he shot it into the make-believe 20th row.
It's only the 7th row, don't exaggerate.
Sorry.
No, but it's bad news that for El Barrio, isn't it? Obviously, I think that's a really good use of the penalty from Porcinos, because they were a man down. And they've come out of that 2-minute spell a goal up. So you've got to be happy. You've got to be very happy about that. Now let's see who is going to throw the dice. Well, it's going to be her. But I'll try and tell you who she is. She is Ana Hernandez from the Rayo Barcelona women's team. We play in the Queen's League on Saturdays.
And she's rolled a 2, which for the second game in a row means we've got 2v2 for 2 minutes plus.
Yeah, I don't know how much extra time, injury time we'll have in this one. It's been pretty straight through, hasn't it? This first half. So maybe we'll just have the minute of injury time. Who knows? But yeah, once again, I don't think we'll get to the half time 1-0.
If you were a betting man, which Paul, I'm not sure if you are, but I would bet against it.
Yeah, I think I would trust the stats in this situation.
First things first, who gets to the ball first? It's a full-on sprint. First touch has to go into your own half. That didn't.
Has to go backwards, yeah. It's not easy, is it, that? To go absolutely flat out as powdered there. Get there and then knock it backwards without breaking your ankle or twisting your knee.
Well, that's part of it, right? I think the reason, and we've talked about this a couple of times already, the reason that the first touch has to go backwards is to avoid any potential extra exaggerated injury issues.
Otherwise, you'd just slide in for the ball, wouldn't you, basically? You know, there it is, 50-50 ball, you go low, and it would be, like, painful.
Really good defending we just saw from Pau Fer to win that ball back. He cut off the angle brilliantly. Now, there is a problem, a matter of having to put the ball in play with a throw-in.
And your player's marked, and your companion's marked. As it is now, here's a great chance for El Barrio, you'd think.
The chance is coming. Noya dishes it off. Vidal trying to return the favor, able to do so. Remember, there's no offside until that build-up line. And here comes the chance. It is Pau, and it's the denial by Briones.
Great save from Briones.
Beg your pardon, that is Yes Vidal. Now Vidal again turning the corner, trying to chop it back. That's very dangerous, but he's got it back and he misses his target.
Poor old Adli saying nothing is working out. He's going to keep it as well, though, to narrow that angle, doesn't he? And I think what this illustrates as well is the use of substitutes. You know, when you're attacking, take your keeper off, you bring on 2 attacking players. The start, you use your fast man. Hang on.
That's a big stop. It's got to be kept out. It is. Initially, Bacas got in to get a deflection on it. Porcinos come again. Oh, that's a brilliant little movement. And indeed, Pablo Hernandez makes it 2-0. He snuck in behind the back line.
Yeah, good work from Oscar Cole. Maybe his first touch in the first chance was a bit long, but keeps his cool, doesn't he? And someone like Pablo Hernandez, obviously, only hung up his professional boots at the end of last season. Isn't going to miss that.
They've got to come back with one, El Barrio. Can they get it done? Oh, it's a pass that leads Vidal just a bit astray. He comes back the other way. Here's the cutback, and this is a problem. It could be 3 if it's not given away, which it is.
I'm quite sure what he was doing.
10 seconds. Got to go quickly. It's got to be now or never. Noya. That should do it. That's it for the half, and El Barrio get nothing.
Well, just the one goal. Just the one goal. That goal from Pablo Hernandez. 2-0 for Porcinos. Good defending there from Nadir.
Perhaps he was trying to go for goal and just mishit it. But Porcinos will take that first half. We take a look at some of the statistics. For the sake of Paul Giblin, in this case, we'll skip over the expected goals and we'll move forward to the shots,
Right
which El Barrio seemed to dominate, didn't they?
Well, yeah, eight shots, 4 on target. Says Porcinos, the team that have the most shots in the tournament. I've only had 4, but I think importantly, 3 of them on target and 2 of them in the back of the net. So far, it's been pretty tactical. It's been really careful until those last 2 minutes, but looking pretty good.
Bueno, hemos tenido ahí un larguero, otra ocasión que hemos fallado que era bastante clara de Paufer, hemos tenido las ocasiones más claras, pero bueno, ellos han metido un shot-out, ha hecho muy bien Nico Santos y en el 2 para 2. No hemos estado acertados, ellos defensivamente han estado muy bien.
They've been very good defensively.
Clara la han metido, es una pena irnos 2-0 porque estaba viendo muy bien el equipo.
Real shame
bueno,
to go down 2-0 down because
voy a confiar en ellos hasta el final y
I'm not going to get depressed yet. We're going to keep confidence in them until the end and hopefully we can turn it around.
You can tell, Paul, that Adri is a little bit frustrated.
Con la imagen que está dando el equipo, me quedo con eso y con
I'm going to stick with the impression that the team is giving, and we'll see what happens in the second half. Keeping remarkably calm considering all the junk food he's got in front of him. I'd be climbing the walls by now.
Well, this is also a team, El Barrio, with some expectations. And I know we're very early in this competition as a whole, but as far as the splits go, only 2 teams have won or reached the final of more than one competition. And El Barrio, who were the winners of the 2023 winter split, will start with their secret weapon. And it'll be the number 10, Alvaro Arce, indeed, whose goals would count double for this second half should he find the back of the net.
I think that just shows, doesn't it, if you do have the secret weapon of the star player, you use it right at the start of the second half because it gives you as long as possible. But once again, something that can completely change the game, turn the game on its head. If Arce scores, then it's all square. Back to square one.
So, the ball will drop from the heavens in 6 seconds, and we've got 20 more minutes to see if El Barrio can make their run. Careful now. We have not yet gotten a clear look at God bless Eribo, number 15 in pink, who's making his way.
He's tended not to be a regular. He sort of comes on, plays a few minutes.
So, the one to keep your eye on for El Barrio is their number 10. That's a skimming worm burner of a shot by Gabriel Vidal.
It's a carpet. It's a carpet.
Sorry, there are no worms. That's true.
There aren't. Oh, you'd like to hope not. You'd like to hope not, Spence.
Took that one from my baseball days. There's the man to keep your eye on. Number 10. One goal from him would bring us level.
He's the top scorer this season with 4 goals. As we say, 19 goals they've scored, El Barrio, this season. They've gone close, haven't they? I mean, they lost 4-3 to xBuyer, they lost 6-4 to Troncos. It's just not quite fallen for them.
They are on the ball and in possession to start the second half. Remember, they are on the outside of just about everything looking in right now. 11th out of 12 in the table, just like we saw Rayo to start the day. This is almost a must-win for them. It's clipped over the top to the near side here, where it's chopped back by Paufer, and they're keeping the pressure on El Barrio.
Yeah, I think we were discussing in one of the last sessions I did a couple of weeks ago with Bruno. And we were talking about this, the star player. Obviously, it is an advantage. It can give you, 2 goals for the value of 1. But does it mean sometimes that a team become obsessed to set up their star player rather than just playing normally?
You can ask that question about both sides, right? The attacking team and the defensive approach to a guy who literally is worth more than everybody else out there. I mean, if you look to see where he's set up, right? It's always about trying to find him. Here he is on the ball.
Exactly. And at the end of the day, well, he's going to put in a shift in these 20 minutes, isn't he? Because you can't really tick your star player off. Although sometimes you might just need that little rest just to give his legs a couple of minutes to recover.
We mentioned Rayo in the first game. Here we are in game number 2, and as mentioned, if El Barrio do want a shot at the playoffs, they've got to get into the top 10. They're starting the day 5 points back of 10th place. They've got 3 points, and PIO have 8. They will play later today, PIO, in our final game of the day.
Yeah, I still think PIO have got a chance of dropping more points. I've not been that convinced by them, to be honest, although the game where they beat xBuyer was an absolute thriller, but once again it was partly due to that double value of goals. Quite happy, aren't they, sitting back at the moment, Porcinos, and just soaking up a bit of pressure, not really threatened Gerard Vacas's goal yet in the second half.
Well, they have to wait to see what happens with El Barrio's presidential penalty when Adri takes to the pitch.
Yep, I've forgotten about that. Do you take that? When do you take that?
That ball just trickles out of play.
As God bless trying to show Turner speed.
Now almost made his way through. What Porcinos are missing in the first 5 minutes of the second half, and it is certainly by design, is their lack of urgency. They're putting a 4-man back line essentially at that build-up line.
Yep.
And now there's another player down.
What happened there?
Fran Fuentes.
Did he get caught, or did he just go down on his own? Because I must confess I didn't really see anything there. Obviously one a key player. Fuentes. Oh, he just gets caught late, doesn't he? Just gets a little bit late by Hulk, I think. I don't think he'd want to get caught late by Hulk.
I was going to say, I mean, that goes pretty much without
saying, really.
If a guy named Hulk even grazes you, it's a good ball into the area, looking for the man of the hour. Trying to find Arce, who is now playing more as a traditional striker, if we can use the term, and Porcinos will come out on the break. That's Hulk!
Ooh. Good effort. I've got a save. I've got a deflection. I've got a touch. Because it's a corner.
Yeah, just the slightest.
Just gets enough on it, doesn't he, there? That's a great save, actually.
We ask the question so often, what happens when an unstoppable force meets an immovable object? Well, I would say Hulk is the unstoppable force, and Gerard Vacas, who, of course, we translated lechuga in the first game. Vaca in Spanish would be a cow. I guess that would be the immovable object. Porcinos have a corner.
Another one.
Lofted in.
I think corners are difficult to score from because you can't really get the velocity on it that you need to get a decent header on goal. Oh, that's a poor clearance.
God bless, lays it up, and it's put home by David Soriano, his first goal in the Kings League, and Porcinos take a 3-goal advantage.
Yeah, great stuff. I mean, a really howler from defence there, wasn't it? Just given away, but credit to God bless for not being selfish. I think he might have been tempted to have had a shot himself there, but look at this. He just opens it up for his companion, who then just wrong foots Vacas, doesn't he?
Vacas rooted to the spot.
He's expecting it to go to his right, isn't he, the keeper? And he just goes, I think, basically, Soriano just hits it. And he's just got his weight the wrong way, can't react. 3-0, but it's a really bad mistake. And we're going to get the penalty next time the ball goes out.
Yeah, well, that has forced the hand of El Barrio, because 2-0 down with a goal in hand, so to speak, with that penalty in hand, is at least something to stay positive about. 3-0 down, now you've got to at least give yourself something to be happy about, because they haven't scored yet today. And we're going to get that penalty now. Porcinos will take the ball back, but first.
There's Adri. I want to try and help my team.
Adri having a word with Briones, where gamesmanship is always encouraged rather than frowned upon.
Trying to put your money where your mouth is.
It has to be for Adri, and it's not. He's denied. Briones with a primal scream, and Porcinos may have just taken the advantage necessary to see this game out.
Well, not a great penalty, was it, there from Adri? I mean, to his credit, he got it on target, but it was... well, you can see there, he's just side-footed, pretty comfortable for the... If the keeper guesses, he's going to save that, isn't he? It's not a good penalty. And, well, he wanted to help his team, but in the end, you know, if we're going to be cruel...
Oh, that's a heck of a header from Nico Santos.
If we're going to be cruel, he's actually done his team a bit of a disservice, Adri, because he wanted the presidential penalty. He misses his, and the other team, well, they took the shootout and scored it. So, because of the presidential penalties, they're actually a goal worse off, if I wanted to be cruel.
And the only thing that has El Barrio saved at this point is the fact that Arce could still find the back of the net in the next 10 minutes and put El Barrio within a goal.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, there's still a lot to be said in this game. You know, we've got, say, 10 minutes or 9 minutes from which Arce can score, and then there's 2 minutes. Whoa!
Oh, and it's an intervention from Vacas.
It's again another great save from Vacas. That's a cracking save. I thought that was in there for a moment. He's a typical sort of 7-a-side keeper, isn't he, Vacas? He's too small probably for 11-a-side, but for this, he's quick, he's active, he's got great reflexes. I mean, look at this, he's always one of the smallest players on the pitch. Another corner.
Again, you ask the question, how do you make corners work? Well, that's how. What a goal, what a header from David Cardenas, his second of the year, and Porcinos are running away with it.
Yeah, that's a big goal, isn't it? That really is a big goal. It means even if Arce scores, they've still got that 2-goal advantage. Great attacking play. Not particularly strong defending, but there, he gets round the back of his marker, doesn't he? Just wanted that ball more, attacks it. Gets a lot of power on it as well. Great goal. Really well played there by Cardenas. And this is starting to be a really authoritative display from the Porcinos, isn't it?
And look at that live table too. A three-way tie for second.
Getting really, I tell you what, the big battle we're going to have in the next 3 weeks is going to be the the battle for those second, third and fourth, isn't it, I think? But a shootout now, this is the secret weapon for Porcinos. Chance to make it 5.
And
looks like it's going to be Nadir Loa.
If the game was not already in the history books, a 5-goal advantage would just add insult to injury.
Well, remember they scored a shootout in the first half, but as the part of the presidential.
You've got 5 seconds, and this one grazes the post. Porcinos do not get their 5th.
See what I mean? 50% effectiveness from shootouts. One went in, one didn't. That would have killed it. I think that would have killed it, though.
You can't say that El Barrio are fully out of it yet for that reason now, because it's still, technically speaking, a 2-goal game.
Oh my word!
But almost
Cardenas again.
Almost turned into 3 possessions.
Once again, he wanted that, didn't he, Cardenas? Good delivery from Pablo.
All Porcinos, though, they are rolling along. And we talked about, Paul, you mentioned when you get that star player secret weapon, Arce has barely had a touch on the ball in the second half. He's trying to run away with this one. Now they're caught out of position. And now Porcinos can have a go, and it's only Bacas to keep it from being 5-0. Arce wants just a chance to get a shot away. It's not happening.
That's lovely. That was great. That was just great football all the way around there from Nadir Loa, who checks, doesn't he? Just has a little pause, works himself to shooting opportunity in the space, and a great save from Bacas. Just another flying save from Gerard Bacas, who's basically, if they have a slight chance, El Barrio, in this game, it's thanks to him.
Look, Paul, every team plays every other team once over the course of the 11 match day season, which means we only get Porcinos against Bacas one time.
I know. The cows kept the pigs at bay. Well, he hasn't, because they're losing 4-0, but it could have been worse.
Arce almost got into the path of that cutback. Fuentes, that's an easy claim for Briones, who's been good in his own right today. A clean sheet is always a difficult task.
Made that penalty save as well. It wasn't a great penalty, but you still got to save him.
You still have to guess the right way.
Yeah, looking like a team that's starting to gel, aren't they? Just watching the way they've moved the ball around there at the back there, Porcinos, and played it out. That's a team that's gaining confidence in what they're doing in every match.
Plenty of it. Santos had his shot saved, but it could not be kept out for a second time. Bacas is beaten, this time by Nadir Loa, and it is a thin for Porcinos.
Yeah, I mean, for me, that's the goal of the game, because the way the whole thing started with Porcinos passing the ball around in their own area, Pablo involved, David Cardenas, and then they played it out quickly, didn't they? Okay, Bacas makes a great save on the first shot, can't do anything about the rebound, and that's just a really, really good goal in every aspect for me for Porcinos, and I think that's decisive, don't you? I mean, 5-0 now, it would take a disaster, and at the moment, I just can't see Porcinos letting this one slip. They're going to bring home the bacon.
Ah, you beat me to it, man. But I think
go.
that's a pretty self-explanatory one. How many pig jokes do you think the Spanish broadcast get per game?
I have no idea. I have no idea. Depends where they're broadcasting. Possibly not. I don't know. I don't know. See, given that they sort of one of the competition owners' team, probably not that many. We're going to get a penalty there. Referee has a decent view of it. He wasn't right on top of the move, but had a good view.
With a 5-0 scoreline, we've seen a 5-goal margin of victory on more than one occasion lately. Of course, we still have the final 2 minutes, which would be a double goal scenario, and I would imagine you might even get a few minutes added onto it afterwards, although considering the game is in the books, still something we're waiting to see about whether or not the referees are inclined to just say, you know what, let's just call this one.
There's not been a lot of stoppages, really, have there? We've played on pretty much start to finish.
Are we looking at a potential foul?
Oh, we're looking at the penalty, are we?
For me, no. But, well.
It's a second leg, though. Look at the second leg here. See here? Doesn't get the ball, does he? I'm going to give a penalty, he says.
Yeah.
It's very clear. Flip. I think he's sort of got that resigned face on. He does. I quite like Adri though, because whereas Esposito really loses his rag, and which is why we didn't see him in the first game. Adri is a bit more philosophical about things, isn't he?
Well, we're going to take this down to the 38th.
I'm not going to say a penalty against Vacas is absolutely a given, though. Oscar called to take it.
Can Cole make it 6? Oh yeah, he can.
Cracking penalty once again, in off the post. Impossible to get to. 6-0. That's quite painful, isn't it?
Snuck it inside that corner of the post. And this is a runaway.
Yeah, guesses correctly, but just can't get anywhere near it, so it would take something
We did have a 6-0, Paul, earlier in the season. Match day 5. It was Ultimate Móstoles defeating Porcinos by the same scoreline.
Yeah, but I think if I may be mistaken, but quite a lot of those goals, a couple of those goals came at the end.
Well, we could still get that here today. The largest margin of victory in any game this season was Móstoles beating Gigantes 10-2. Yeah. So 1 goal for Porcinos would match that with an 8-goal margin. That's brilliant.
Bit of a slip there. So they've just got to be intelligent here, Porcinos. Just keep moving the ball around as well as they have done. And it's all theirs. I think that is Iker Gonzalez who's down. Once again, you can vote for man of the match on the chat, which is on Twitch. Briones, Nico Santos.
This is the one thing you want to avoid at the end of a game that's essentially already over. Oy.
Ooh, it's his knee, isn't it? Just a knee against knee. That always hurts.
The trajectory of the game has determined who gets nominated for the Prime MVP. And
yeah, I think once again that's all. It's got to be. As I say, you've got to be for the winning team. It's got to be for the winning team. Plus, more than anything.
Normally, go on.
More than anything, if you've lost a game, do you want to do a post-match interview, really? And if you're the reporter, do you want to have to just interview somebody who's lost the game?
I mean, I'm with you, but normally with 4 options, they at least give you 1 from the losing side. Yeah. But El Barrio don't deserve it today.
No. It's been You know, it was reasonably even to get going. First half looked reasonably even, but as soon as they got their noses in front, their snouts in front, the Porcinos, hey, thank you, have basically just basically not given them a sniff, have they? They've really dominated it. The second half has been complete domination.
They've had their snouts in front and they've had their curly tails up this entire game. And fortunately, this game is coming to an end, and we can save the rest of the pig-related jokes that we have for next week.
It's probably no bad thing. Just 2 minutes of injury time. Again, we're into that. So another good week
we will get those extra
the Porcinos.
2 minutes. And by the way, coming up next is first place Los Troncos. Hold that thought. Here comes a potential 8th goal. It's not going to happen. Not in this case. Game's opening up a little bit. It's going to be Los Troncos taking on Ultimate Móstoles, which should be an excellent matchup. Probably, I don't know, would you say our best of the day?
Troncos, Ultimate Móstoles. I must confess, I'm looking forward to, I thought it was going to be first, xBuyer against 1K. I think, I think is the game afterwards. I think that's going to be a bit of a crack. xBuyer need to turn it around. 1K, obviously, on an upward trajectory.
Well, there you go. Look at the table with what's happening with these two teams. You see 5 and 6 is 1K and xBuyer. To start the day, it was Móstoles in 7th, although because of the results, they've dropped to 9th.
There you go. Last second, isn't it? Put it into Rosette. Well done there, David Soriano. So it's starting. The thing is, though, at the bottom, you know, we've seen Rayo Barcelona, or even Barcelona, lose today, and they were bottom, and we're seeing El Barrio, who was second from bottom, also lose. So the fact is, their possibilities of going to the World Cup are just getting, and to the playoffs, let's be honest, are getting slimmer and slimmer with every match.
God bless. Trying to add to the score sheet. And fortunately for El Barrio, perhaps mercifully, this game comes to an end, and Porcinos roll to the tune of a 6-0 clean sheet victory.
Yeah, Porcinos really, once they got in front, I think it says it all, doesn't it? The first goal didn't come until 16th minute, so pretty close to half time, and that was the goal from the presidential shootout. So until then, you know, it was pretty even, but after that, it really just went downhill for El Barrio. And Porcinos running out, I say, pretty comfortable winners.
Comfortable indeed, and by my count, I've got 6 different goal scorers on the sheet as well. 4 from open play, 1 from the shootout, and another one from the penalty spot.
And there you see the shots again, once again, 14 shots, 12 of them on target, which I think tells us that Vacas had actually a pretty good game. He often, you know, keeper, he conceded 6. Once again, the keeper stopped everything that he could stop, and as I say, Porcinos, more shots than anybody in the tournament. I think that takes their total to 171 for the whole split so far. Let's see what Adri has to say.
¿Escucháis? No, lo primero, felicitar a Porcinos, sobre todo por esa segunda parte que han hecho.
For the second half.
La victoria ha sido merecida para ellos y
por mi
parte, la verdad, duro. Creo que no recuerdo un partido en el que no hayamos marcado ningún gol, en el que nos hayamos
difficult game for us. Can't remember a game when we haven't scored or we've had such a heavy defeat.
Y más viendo la primera parte que habíamos hecho, que siempre nos costaba empezar los partidos, y esta vez hemos empezado muy metidos desde el principio y
this time we started off really in the game.
La segunda parte es verdad que
nothing worked out. In the second half we didn't do anything.
Pero es una pena, pero
first half we had a couple of chances.
La confianza, no me voy a desanimar. Quedan
I'm not going to lose confidence. I'm not going to let my head drop.
Tenemos nuestras opciones y mientras haya opciones vamos a creer y
vamos
a intentarlo hasta el final.
While there's life, there's hope, we'll keep on battling.
Que todavía quedan 3 partidos.
Nobody can give us up for dead yet. There's still 3 games to go.
No, el penalti, presidente, no me acordaba que Briones era tan grande, la verdad, cuando he bajado he hecho, uy. No, pero lo he chutado muy tranquilo.
I've forgotten how big Briones was and didn't remember until I sort of saw him up close again.
Pero bueno, yo estaba preparado para cuando fuera necesario. Yo creo que estaba intentando ahí la segunda parte a ver si metíamos el 2-1 para que yo también saliera más motivado.
We were hoping maybe to get into it 2-1, so the penalty would really be a bit more, little bit more decisive. But
chutar un penalti, presidente, con un 3-0 en contra es difícil. Pero bueno, yo quería llegar al equipo, lo he intentado, no ha podido ser, no nos ha salido nada, ni el penalti, presidente, no hemos metido ningún gol.
Really worked out today, not in the presidential penalty.
No puedo decir nada más, yo creo.
What can I say more? What more can I say?
Muchas gracias, muchas gracias.
Well, it's the first time in a while and just the second time all season that El Barrio have lost by more than 2 goals.
¿Es el mejor partido de Porcinos hasta la fecha?
Pues la verdad es que sí, yo creo que tanto nosotros como la afición ya necesitamos una victoria, ¿no? Con bastante margen, ¿no? Sí que los últimos partidos estamos sufriendo mucho. Pero yo creo que una victoria así nos da muchísima confianza y
a win like that, gives a lot of confidence, you know, to really face what's coming.
Esos playoffs para el Within Center, que no sé si sabes que estáis ya matemáticamente clasificados.
So now you're qualified at least for the playoffs.
I didn't know that. Bueno, es una alegría muy grande.
So that's good news, really happy good news.
Partido y yo creo que la semana que viene tenemos otra final contra xBuyer y vamos a empezar a trabajar desde
next
ya
week we'll have another final against xBuyer. So we have to keep on getting points. So there you go. I didn't know that either. So Porcinos also booking their place in the playoffs, at least in the first round of the playoffs. They're going to look in, obviously, to see if they can skip to the quarterfinals. We'll leave you with some highlights. We'll have a look at the Mau Bar, and then we'll be back for our next match, which, as Spencer just said, is a bit of a cracker. Los Troncos against Ultimate Móstoles. Can the Troncos get back after last week's defeat? We'll be with you again in 3 or 4 minutes.
Estamos por aquí, por el bar de Mau, familia, y ahora estamos con Juanma. ¿Qué tal, amigo? ¿Cuánto tiempo?
¿Me dejas hablar, porfa? Gracias. Muy bien, muy bien. ¿Vosotros qué tal?
Bien, bueno, aquí a punto de vivir un partidazo.
El partido de la jornada, 100%. Sí, Ultimate Troncos.
Le quería comentar cositas ahora en este Troncos Ultimate, pero antes quería ir con Troncos, porque está líder ahí en solitario, ¿no? Parece que nadie le alcanza. ¿Cómo veis la situación de Troncos? ¿Creéis que también el mejor Edgar Álvaro que haya vuelto también le ha podido influir a Troncos? Yo creo que sí, ¿no?
A ver, dime cositas, tú que eres el futbolista.
No, sí, por supuesto. Está claro que jugadores diferenciales en la liga como Edgar en su mejor versión aportan para cualquier equipo, y si está ahí a estas alturas de la competición, Troncos no es casualidad, está haciendo un split de locos. Hoy se viene partidazo contra Ultimate Móstoles, un partido que molará ver, dos equipos que juegan un fútbol que es atractivo, que gusta ver, que apetece, que celebro que haya equipos que jueguen a eso, y veremos a ver qué pasa.
Partido para disfrutar, pero en Ultimate Móstoles no solo futbolísticamente están juguetones, sino que últimamente el CM de Ultimate está muy juguetón, estuvo jugando a las adivinanzas, y tengo por ahí un post que puso hace poco,
a ver si lo podemos ver, pínchalo.
Que quiero hacer unas preguntas, ¿vale? Obviamente el de en medio yo creo que es Cristian Ubón, pero ¿quién creéis que es los otros dos personajes? A ver, Juanma.
Cristian Ubón con el pelo naranja.
Bueno, no sé, Cristian Ubón ha tenido muchos peinados. El primero es Mario 100% por el tatuaje del cuello. Sí. Y el último, Mase quizás, no sé.
Mase. Puede ser.
Podría ser, ¿no? Que por cierto, el libro de la Kings League es el primer libro llamado Jugador número 12, publicado por Montena. Sale en España el 11 de abril de 2024, en Latinoamérica, Chile, 11 de abril también. Para mi gente Argentina y México, el 1 de mayo de 2024 también lo tenéis. Cuentan 192 páginas, la ilusión de un joven de, bueno, convertirse algún día en jugador número 12 en alguno de estos equipos. ¿Cómo lo veis?
¿Te la sabes tú de esa de 11, 12? Yo más o menos.
¿Tú también te la sabes? Un poquito menos. Un poquito menos.
Yo me esperaría que salga la peli, te voy a decir.
Yo no me la sé, yo me lo tendré que leer, así que nada, el 11 de abril en España y en Latinoamérica 11 de abril Chile y 1 de mayo Argentina y México.
Por cierto, escúchame, mira el regalito que le tenemos aquí en el bar de Mao, la figurita oficial. Chavales, ¿se parece o no? Acércalo ahí, ¿se parece o no?
Sí, sí, barbita, tal, no sé me gusta.
Está guapo, ¿eh? ¿Has traído algo tú?
Os he traído una cosa a vosotros también.
A ver, ¿qué hay por ahí?
Como sabéis, llevo muchos años viviendo en Zaragoza, le tengo muchísimo amor a esa ciudad y os he traído pues el cachirulo, que es lo que nos ponemos para las fiestas del Pilar. Y así aprovecho y le mando a la liga un mensajito de que una Final Four en Zaragoza igual algún día pues no sería mala.
Me renta, ¿eh? ¿Cómo se pone?
Ha sonado, ¿eh? Pónselo. También os digo, chavales.
Aquí.
¿Con quién vais en el chat? Troncos o Ultimate, ¿quién se lo lleva, chavales? Obviamente, Juanma, sabemos con quién va.
Estamos homologados.
Se lo lleva Ultimate porque estos partidos los juega muy bien y ante partidos de presión se crece.
Yo estoy con Ultimate también hoy, ¿eh? Hoy pincha Troncos.
Voy con Troncos. 5-3.
A ver qué pasa.
Hazlo. Nos vemos en el Bar de Mau. Chao, familia.
Hello everyone, welcome back for our third game of match day 8 here in Kings League InfoJobs. And what a game we have now. Troncos against Ultima Móstoles. Los Troncos leaders 100% certain of qualifying for the playoffs. The question is going to be just about where they qualify. They lost last week, let's not forget. But they just look so far the best team in this tournament. Pechita and DJ Mario are two presidents there. Looking a bit nervous, eh? I think it's fair to say.
Muchas gracias. También pues eso, mandarle mucha ánimo y mucha fuerza a Violeta, que ya te digo, está desde casa viendo el partido.
Just to let you know that we will have a minute's silence before this game gets going. He's talking about someone called Violeta. Unfortunately, Violeta is the team manager of the Troncos and president of the Troncas, the Queens League team, and unfortunately her father passed away this week, so obviously a sad week for Los Troncos. And just before we get going, there will be a minute's silence for the memory of Violeta's father.
Violeta y familia, al final es un momento muy complicado para ellos.
Mario saying obviously it's a difficult moment.
Es que está el grupo está la liga muy complicada.
But the game, well, everything's just very complicated. If we lose, we're in trouble, and if we win, we're in a great position.
El otro día contra Saiyans, que iban segundos, dimos un nivelazo, marcamos muchos goles.
You know, we were great
hay partidos que se nos complican,
against
las cartas y tal, hemos tenido mala suerte y se nos han ido
Gigantes and Saiyans.
Pero bueno, tenemos un más 15 de diferencia de goles, creo que somos
But we got a great goal difference, plus 15.
A ver si
so we've seen that we can beat anyone. So we'll see what happens. Say last week, Los Troncos losing 5-4
bueno, yo el equipo lo
to
veo bien. Al final,
Porcinos.
la semana pasada perdimos contra Porcinos, que nunca les hemos ganado. También fue una derrota al final que creo que fue por un gol y la actitud fue muy buena, así que nada.
One goal, I thought we played really well.
Y ya os digo, es un partido muy importante.
I'm very confident.
Ganamos, pues, ¿por qué no soñar con llevarnos el split?
And if we win this, you know, well, yeah, maybe we can finish the split top of the table.
Sí, al final era tema de tortículo y no se podía mover del sofá ayer, estaba muy jodida, pero ella está un poquito mejor, lo está viendo con sus padres y con Kai y a ver si nos da suerte.
I'm not quite sure what he was talking about there. Just say last week they beat Saiyans 6-2. Ultima Móstoles with Robert Dallavella, the man of the match from Real Sociedad, and Espanyol left back. Our referee gets a break as well. He gets a little rest after 2 matches consecutively. Change of referee. For what I think is going to be a cracking match between two of the two good attacking teams who score a lot of goals.
And we like goals, Paul. We like when two teams who enjoy moving forward and going for it play. And let's first set that minute of silence.
Exactly. We'll completely respect this. very well respected. So, commiserations once again to everyone connected with Los Troncos. And now, let's get underway. Ultimate Mostel is currently 8th in the table, 3 wins, 3 defeats and 1 victory on after a shootout. Scored 28 goals though, so that is pretty impressive, and they've conceded just 13. Let's bring you the numbers for Los Troncos. What I like about the Troncos is every player's nickname is after a plant.
Where'd you pick up that one?
Who told me? I think Nick told me that in the second round of matches that we did. If you look at the back of the shirts, it's all nicknamed after plants or trees and things such like things. 5 wins, 1 win on penalties, 1 defeat, 27 goals, scored 17 against. It's about to get lively.
Here we go.
And Troncos getting the first possession there through Brian Quijada, who is a new player number 13, just joining them after last week.
Now that was an interesting approach right there.
I was just thinking, I've not seen that one. I'm just looking there for De La Bella to try and win that on speed. Here's Quijada again. Once again, that's just good defending from De La Bella, and once again over the top.
I like it. I like it a lot.
Why bother with dribbling when you can do that, eh?
That's absolutely the move. Look at that. Just toss it up ahead and then let De La Bella sprint ahead and score the goal.
Just caresses it into the net as well, doesn't he? There, the Ultimate Mostel is number 24.
I was thinking for a moment that was the type of strategy to say, you know what, we'll give it a go, and if we give the ball up like they did on the first throw, I'd rather have the ball for this 2-on-2 or 3v3.
Interesting. Now, I'm not quite sure if have they brought on Coro yet. Ultimate Mostel is, so. Wow, not a bad effort there from Ivan Fajardo. And blocked there from Quijada. Cursing, I think that was Fechita cursing De La Bella for getting the block in. Another thumping effort there from the keeper, but once again well responded to by Victor Vidal, who himself has only conceded 10 goals. Well, 2 minutes and 3 shots for Ivan Fajardo in goal. Is it Fajardo or Cardenas?
It is Corderas, I believe.
It's Corderas, yeah.
Look at the live table, Paul, with that goal from Mosteles. Immediately, this turns into a matchup between first and second place.
Feliu on as well. Nicely worked. Really nice little quick first touch pass there. Getting the bodies back though now. Los Troncos. Oof. And a great save from Cordenas. Wasn't sure for a second if he got a hand on it, but he does indeed. He gets both on it. That's a cracking save. Great start this from Ultimate Mosteles. They've come out like an absolute express train, haven't they?
And look at immediately some issues for those Troncos too.
Yeah, definitely. They're struggling. I think falling up that first goal, clearly surprising everybody, the tactic. And just good movement, Feliu once again. And looking for that run there from Quijada, but not finding him.
Yeah, that's a goal that I'd like to go back at some point and look at again, and even the failed attempt first to throw the ball forward and just try and beat your man in a sprint, because it's not just this league, it's every sport, it's every league. They're all copycat leagues. So if that worked, I wouldn't be surprised if maybe not today, but tomorrow and the next day, the next match day, just confident movement there from Vidal.
Sense, doesn't it? Just makes sense. Yeah. Once again, PIO. It's blocked this time by Vives. And Roble. Edgar Alvaro is his official name, but nicknamed Roble, who's a different hair color every week by the looks of it. Está la bella. Just taking a little bit of steam out of things there, Vidal. Coro. And Mario going, yeah, if we win, we finish we'll go second, man. Six against 6 now, so we're nearly up to full capacity. Atmosphere in the Cupra Arena here in Barcelona. Building. So yeah, it looks like a sellout. And 7 against 7 now. Ubon, keep an eye on Ubon, by the way. Christian Ubon, 8 goals, 3 assists, the number 10 for Ultimate Móstoles. And Joan Verdu, obviously, a bit of a classico, as they'd say, a classic player from the league, from La Liga.
Now, usually, when it comes to Los Troncos, Paul, everything moves through number 10, as we're seeing right now. He's always got the touch. Nice touch.
Boy, Verdu was such a good player in the league. Not the fastest, not the most mobile, but Betis, Espanyol, Deportivo La Coruña. Not sure if he got a Spain
especially call. With the colors that he's donning today. That Betis.
Back in his Betis days.
It does look like it, doesn't it?
I'm just trying to work. Just gonna have a look. I'm not sure if he got a Spain cap or not in his career. He might have done. And yeah, I've got a bit more control of matters, haven't they now, Los Troncos? There's Ian.
I think DJ Mario just saw for the first time there's an injured Móstoles player down on the touchline. Get a clear shot of who it was. Might have been right there, actually. Yeah, that's
Hello, yeah, he's an important player. Just busy all the time, isn't he? Quicksilver, moves really well on and off the ball. Difficult to pick up. Ubon looking to go through the middle. Goes down between 2 players, Carlos Planes. One of them, but no foul.
Sí. Allá, ya está bien. Perfecto. Ah, sí.
Well, that early goal, once again, possibly decisive, giving that lead to Ultimate Móstoles and giving them a massive lift up the table.
And how often were we saying that there are usually very few occasions that you can score in a 1v1. And in the first minute, that movement has changed the game because it's put Móstoles on the front foot.
Just given Troncos work to do. Oh, and they might have a bit more work to do if they're not. Oh, good defending there from Ian. To slip that one out wide. Decent challenge there. I think you felt that one, Ubon. This thing there is the league at the moment. Obviously, Aniquiladores, Saiyans all got to players, so as do xBuyer and Uno Cap. just slowed down a bit now, hasn't it, the game after that frantic start?
Yeah, and most of the are still trying to go over the top. Ubon looking for the header. They don't have to be in a rush anymore. Not that they were at the beginning, but this is Troncos after last week's performance. Now the first 10 minutes today. This league might have more parity than we thought.
I think there's a lot of teams are growing into it. Unocal weren't great to start with. Porcinos had a bad start. I mean, even PIO have won the last two matches, and you know, after looking absolutely out for the count, so teams slowly, maybe not who weren't at the best in the first 2 or 3 weeks, just getting there now. And maybe teams that maybe Troncos peaked a bit quickly. We'll find out. Here they come again. That was pretty easy though for Vidal.
It's not about how you start. It helps, but it's more about how you finish. And that top spot is important.
Now, the good news for Móstoles is, you know, they've only conceded 13 goals in this split in 7 matches so far. So, you know, they're not a team that concede a lot of goals. So if they're leading, we know that with players like De La Bella, they defend really well. We saw that, didn't we, when it was 1 against 1. Coro opts to leave that one.
And the way that this league has been set up with the 12 teams and all of the different places that you can aim for, it gives every team something to play for all 11 days, which is something that in other leagues we just don't say the same.
Hang on a second, here's Coro. No, it isn't. It's Joel Banyuls. Nothing Ebola, easy for Corderas. Offside anyhow. Referee could have just played on that. There's Verdu looking to pull the strings from the back. But not a lot of support there when Verdu's looking to play the ball out. He's not really got anyone close, has he can use. It's not making life much easier for him. Their Planas charges that one down, but Vidal clears, although it hits the ceiling.
Yeah, that's the problem when you hit that ceiling and you have to give the ball back. It acts is not as a clearance, but as a turnover. I think when you talk about Verdu, number 10 in green, it's important to understand that he's best with the ball at his feet, and he doesn't need a whole lot of space to operate. But what he needs is runners. He needs people to help him in order to make that pass. Exactly.
Yeah, exactly. He needs people to pick out. He needs a bit of movement. That's where they've been lacking a little bit so far, Los Troncos. Stan Vidal once again looking to go long, going a bit too long this time.
But keep in mind, Paul, we are at a point in this game where it seems like things have slowed down, and yet, in matchup number 2, we were 0-0 to the 18th minute.
Yeah.
And then Porcinos, as that shot is swept up by Vidal, they ultimately went on and grabbed a 6-0 victory.
Exactly, running riots. I mean, we just keep highlighting it, don't we? There's so much can happen in these matches. And still 5 minutes to go before we get the dice. But all a little bit tight, all a little bit cagey. I think Móstoles is defending really well. Closing down Los Troncos. That's a decent delivery, but once again, not easy to get a lot of power in that, and that's the second effort that's just gone comfortably into the arms of Vidal, and that's a great save. Still not clear. Great save there to deny Ubon. Well played, Corderas.
What a save.
Nowhere. That's what the ref says.
Wait, this is what we talk about with the keepers being the superstars. That is a big-time save to keep Los Troncos within a goal.
absolutely out really quickly to smother the chance. Hopefully we'll get a replay of it. Well, maybe not. Galabella plays it across the back.
I have faith in our production team that at some point we'll run that back.
A bit too much there on that one there, Victor Vidal.
This is what we're seeing. Here's Verdú on the ball. He's always got his head up.
They're quite happy to just to put one player on him, aren't they? And then just cover over the spaces. All he can do there is knock it back to Ian.
And you can also keep your eye on him without the ball. Watch number 10 in green when he doesn't have the ball, because he's always just slinking into spaces where defenders are not.
He's just such a clever player. Two Spain under-21 caps. He never played for the full team, Verdú. I thought he might have had a couple of matches. Here he is again. Once again, that defence from Mostel is excellent, and Ubon has a chance. Again, Ian has done well to push him wide. And that is aggressive defending to force him out there. Carlos Perez.
He has been excellent so far, not just in the stop that he made earlier, but making himself look big. He almost does a crab walk as the danger approaches.
Nicely worked, but not really. They get up to here, don't they? Los Troncos, but this is where it starts to get a bit difficult. This time Ian opts to blaze one in from, what, 20 metres? And that's not going to trouble Vidal. It might trouble the expensive video screen, but it's not troubled the key. I'm quite impressed by the resilience of the video screen, aren't you? It's, you know.
There was one last week that I did see that it took out one of the tiny
took out one of the panels.
Squares.
Yeah, you're right.
But it's clearly fixed.
Oh, good effort from Vidal, but once again, by Vidal from Verdú, but well saved by Vidal.
That's the danger he brings.
A little bit there. Just opens up a little bit there for Joan. And there's Felio, good to see him back.
Just like the other game that we had, the most recent game with Porcinos and El Barrio, we need a roll of the dice. And in the first two games, we saw 2-on-2 for those final minutes of the first half. And it opened the game up greatly.
We've seen how it can change things so quickly. Free kick just outside the area there as Kylian Honorato gets caught.
Okay. Bien, Kylian.
You okay, Kylian? Yeah, he just steps on him there, doesn't he?
Distancia. Sí, espera que pite.
Felio will take the resulting free kick.
Good to see him back out there for sure.
Dale, va.
Okay, now the 18th minute. And a little bit optimistic there from Felio, but gives him and his teammates a chance to get back into position. Yeah, you see they're testing the video screen again. 30 seconds
panel of flicker
before the 18th minute. Romy battling away and can't force the corner. Vincent Romy, and again Vidal taking his time. I'm not sure who's going to throw the dice here. I'm waiting for the information. But obviously this is a big moment.
Are we greedy enough to ask for one of the top three again? 1v1 with the keeper,
yeah,
1v1
I think we
or
are.
2v2?
One against one. Oh,
yeah! Sure, why not? 3 for 3, Paul.
Pechita's not that impressed by that.
No, sí, venga.
Well, It's Alex Martí and Verdú. See, this is where Verdú is really important because he's such a good hitter of the ball. Remember, it's 1 against 1. You've got to shoot from inside that circle. And of course, the player can't use, the defending player can't use their hands. So what you need is someone like Verdú who can hit the ball hard without it flying wild all over the place. The question is, will he win this? In fact, it's not Verdú, is it, who's going to take the first sprint though? And I bet he will get on in a minute. First up is Quijada once again, who is... See, there's Verdú. If Quijada wins the ball, then Verdú will come on.
Yeah. Get your speedster out there.
Get your sprinter on. I reckon that is a Móstoles ball. Well run there by Alex Martí, who leaves it. Who's he left it for? Well, it's Ubon.
Put your body on the line.
Oh, I felt that myself. Quijada leaves that one for, I presume, for Joan Verdú. Indeed he does. So basically he has a free pop at goal, doesn't he?
He's got the precision.
Oi. Not great.
Well, nicely defended.
Thought about that,
too.
thought about that when he was just getting back, didn't he? Having a go. Oh, once again wide. This reminds me of like basically 1 against 1 in the back garden. Sort of. And then you ended up having to pay for the broken windows.
I don't think these guys have to pay for any broken panels.
Well defended again. You've got to put it closer to the corner, but he's given the ball back to Verdú. Gets another shot. In every sense of the word. And that was dipping, but didn't dip enough. One against 1, we've not had a goal yet. Move on again. Oh! That was hit hard, dry, wide. Did he save it? Did he save it? I think that's the question. Oof! Nah, it's not handball, is it? It's upper sort of shoulder, chest.
Oh, what a save!
Brilliant stuff from Ubon. As we go into half-time,
This is man of the match level stuff right now. I mean, the saves that both of these players made.
We talk about players scoring goals, but Ubon has saved 2 or 3 there, hasn't he? So, you know, chalk those up when it comes to the MVP points. You know, Troncos. I don't know about you, but I don't make 11 shots, 8 on target. I suppose 3 or 4 of them right at the end there, but Móstoles have looked pretty good value for this half-time lead.
They sure have.
Nuestro objetivo y sabemos que lo queremos llevar fuera. Que rueden nos da igual, pero lo que no puede ser es que...
Basically, I think if we want to take them out wide. Yeah, well, oof. Pecheta looking at it, or philosophical.
Sí, la escalera no se nos suele dar muy bien, no solemos sacar ventaja, la hemos sacado. Luego hemos tenido un par de paradas de Seba, a Feliu y sobre todo a Ubon delante de la portería que no hemos conseguido marcar el segundo. También han tenido bastante peligro, tiros de lejos y tal.
They had a couple of shots, a couple of good efforts.
Se veía venir con un equipazo como Troncos que va primero por algo. En el dado pues me he cagado bastante en Polotelli porque ha sacado el 1 y creo que Verdú...
I was terrified when I saw that it was a 1.
De lo mejorcito junto a Czech, junto al propio Ubon.
You know, and Verdú's one of the best players when it's in that.
1-0 y a ver si tenemos suerte con las cartas, que es lo que nos está faltando en la derrota.
If we're a little bit lucky with the secret weapons, that's been what's giving us a few problems.
Bueno, yo lo he visto bien. Al final vamos perdiendo al final por el inicio, ¿no? Del inicio escalonado, que tampoco es que seamos muy expertos en esa parte,
start.
pero contento pues al final de que el partido hoy está Raro lo que dice Mario, pues eso, que
reasonably content with the way we're playing.
Uno para uno, cuando suele ser experto. También, oye, Ubon creo que ha hecho 2 o 3 paradas con la cabeza buenas.
I think Ubon's made 3 really good saves with his head.
Y nada, ya tío, pues noto el equipo que con un poco de nervios, eso sí, noto a Troncos
yeah,
un poco nervioso, no sé si por empezar perdiendo, pero bueno, calmado porque queda la segunda parte, queda mucho y…
The second half is a long way to go. So let's carry on and try to enjoy ourselves. Mario looks as if enjoying himself, doesn't he?
This is a bit of a nervy game compared to some of the others because they've got both teams right now looking like they need to find the next level, and both sets of players are a little bit more cagey than we've seen.
Yeah, I've seen Troncos play a lot better than this, but I think part of the reason they're not playing at their very best is that they're not being allowed to play their very best football. They've worked this really well. Alex Martinez, the Ultimate Móstoles coach, obviously earning his corn this week. And let's see how this one goes. Obviously both got secret weapons to use. And then those last couple of minutes, and we've seen already that these things can turn in a minute, can't they? Or less than a minute. Seb, have you got that?
That's got to be out of the area.
That looked.
El balón va fuera. No. El balón va ahí. No corta nada. No corta. Puede salir con el pie y chutar. Puede salir con el pie y chutar. No, puede
it's out the area. I think the referee is saying that he's not stopped an attack or anything though. So.
Es torpeza que puede salir con el pie y echarla fuera. Ya está.
The referee saying it's clumsy, he's gone out, but he's not stopped an attack.
Sí, distancia. No.
I think it could be. I think yeah, but I think he could still be booking him, couldn't he? Though I think he could still think about booking him. Would be my opinion there.
Yeah, it's certainly up for debate, and this will then turn into an opportunity for a ball sent in with pace.
Wow, looking to set up the player in the middle of the area, but well blocked. So he's got away with that one there. Corderas. I think a yellow card wouldn't have. I say not a red card, but a yellow card wouldn't have been unjust there. And I think DJ Mario probably would agree with me. Alex Martí losing out, sent long, and it's back with Ultimate Móstoles. There's Aleix Laga. Goes down under that challenge, gets the free kick, even though Sergio Sanchez doesn't like it. Vidal, again, looking for that direct play, but once again, it's given straight to Corderas. Still amazed that Verdú didn't score at least one of those shots in that 1-against-1. There he is, trying to arrive into the area.
Well, it wasn't for a lack of precision. Both sets of players put the balls on target. It was the best 1v1 goalkeeping, I say with air quotes, that we've seen all season.
Oh, that's well won and well defended as well there from Feliu. So just showing his versatility, isn't he? The number 20 there for Móstoles. Active.
He's still going
back and going forward, and whoa, did that take a deflection? Must have done. Corderas makes a stunning reflex save.
It had to be.
Took a big deflection, and that is a hell of a save. Expensive a corner, but still a great save. Played in short, once again, doesn't get past that first defender to Verdú. Strokes it inside there to Ian. Again, easy though for Vidal. That's going to be a throw in, says the ref. Sanchez again with that challenge. Again, Verdú, man on the ball. Carles Planas. Not seen much of Planas in this game. He's usually a main man as well for Los Troncos.
Yeah, and with the plant name on the back of his shirt, Cactus, you would expect him to be a bit more of a thorn in Ultimate Móstoles' side.
Thank you. Play on. Once again, just good footwork though from Vidal, from Verdu. Can they open it up a little bit? Here's Planas, well defended. There's Feliu again getting across to make the block. I think at the moment he's my man of the match.
That's where the danger comes in on throw-ins like that. We see it so often in 11-a-side, but it's way easier. Look at that, just to get the ball in. It's almost better than a corner.
Yeah, because you can get the trajectory on it, the better trajectory on it. As the corner, you can't really get the corner in hard. You can with the throw-in.
You get the pace, you get the trajectory, you get the accuracy. It really is preferred.
Huffing and puffing us Troncos, but not creating anything yet. And at the other end, my word, that was so close, and the danger is still not cleared. And there it is, 2-0. Rifled in at the back post by Kylian Honorato.
Well, it was the first effort that created the second, but give Coro credit. That is not an easy take. He's got to snatch that out of thin air, and he's doubled Móstoles' lead.
Great finish. There you go. Well, they've withstood the pressure. Double the lead, that is. Well, I'm going to put that down as a minor surprise.
Well, this game so far has been as not just shocking, but I think really well deserved for Móstoles. They deserve their 2-0 lead, but again, it's not how you start. You've got 15 minutes plus stoppage time.
They're just defending so well. Obviously got the secret weapons which could change things. But Troncos need a goal. Once again, another effort. Claimed reasonably comfortably by Vidal. It was Roble with that effort. They've not really used the plan B, have they, Los Troncos? It's been, okay, let's give it to Joan Verdu. Let's hope that he can at least open something up. We need to see somebody like, I think, Quijada or Planes just start to stamp their quality on this. Oh, hang on a second, here's a chance. Roble. Still Roble. Once again, 4 players in front of him. Delabella once again puts his body on the line. Once again, Vidal makes a save. And once again, Móstoles clear.
Yeah, that's Vidal.
Advance. Getting closer. And again, Vidal. Brilliant save there to deny Soroche. And there, Delabella nips it away.
Coming to the rescue, Vidal. And again,
puts his body on the line, Victor Vidal, to deny Roble. He got pushed. Ball in there from Soroche, corner. Still having a complaint. Play on, says the ref. Straight into the arms of, guess who? Victor Vidal.
Victor Vidal. V squared. It's looking more like V-Day today. He is locked in, and we've already seen one clean sheet in the first 2 games. Could we be in store for a second? Long ways to go.
Challenge from behind there on Ubon. Referee said clear foul in midfield. That's it. You're always going to get penalised for that sort of challenge from behind, aren't you? Well, not that one, though, because that's not a foul. It's Roble again. Quijada. Planes. And it just will not go in for them, will it?
Oh!
Dear, oh dear. I don't know if that was a save or was at the post.
I think it might have been one of each.
Unbelievable. It's just not going in. Let's have a look again. And that's post, isn't it? Verdu gets a really good connection on that on his left foot against the upright.
We still have 2 secret weapons to be used in the next 8 minutes.
I think if I was...
Look out. Oh, it's foul.
He used just his arm there by Joan Banyuls. I think if I was the Mostas coach, Alex Martinez, if I had a shootout or a penalty, I'd be tempted to use it now, eh? They're under pressure. Oh, they're under pressure, and another goal. Yeah, he's listened to me, hasn't he? He's been listening to me.
Maybe.
Planes. Oh, drills that one high and wide.
Yeah, he hit that like he was playing 11-a-side on a much wider pitch. He just put everything into it. You got to take a little bit off there.
Let's see what this is then. Let's see what this secret weapon is for Ultimate Mostoles.
Vindicate Paul Giblin. Look at that.
Trust in me. Trust in me. You see, they've been under pressure, haven't they? They've been under pressure. They've been soaking up. They've ridden the luck in the last couple of minutes, and now all of a sudden they have a chance to go 3-0 up. Saying that,
it's like you're down on the touchline with them.
There you go. They've obviously, you know, they've got the connection. They've got the Wi-Fi. They've got the hands-on or whatever, cordless. Still got to beat Corderas, though, haven't you? Although you don't, because they're going to bring in on Fajardo to save the penalty. Penalty specialist. We've seen him come on before to stop a shootout. So you only have one job. You only have one job, Ivan, and it's to save this penalty. And back in the draft, 3-0. Not the greatest of penalties, but they all count.
Wow, that should have been saved too.
Look at it again, he hits it harder than I first thought, but it wasn't that far away, was it? Just at that place where your keeper can't quite get his arm down to it. 3-0. And Troncos going to use their secret weapon straight away, which I bet is going to be a shootout.
I mean, at this point, I wouldn't be surprised if you had a sneak peek before we got things going today.
Well, giving nothing away. I'm giving nothing away. So let's see what this is. My money's on a shootout. My money is on a shootout, but as you know, I'm not much of a betting man. If I was a successful... Ah, right. Double value for the goal. Once again, quite
out of necessity
smart.
At this point.
Well, you've got to use it, haven't you? Because you've got 4 minutes. If you don't use it now, you start losing it. So basically for the Troncos now, for nearly all of the remaining 7 minutes, every goal is worth double, of which they have to score twice.
They need to start by scoring once. And that's where the luck of the draw and the secret weapon comes into play, because you never know what you're going to get. But I would argue, with a 2-0 lead, having a straightaway penalty to make yourself to give yourself a 3-goal lead is far more valuable than doubling a potential goal that hasn't been scored yet.
Exactly. It's like, it's the same. You're in the same territory as your star player, aren't you? Yeah, it's a might be, but your penalty is a really, really good option. Danny Martí penalised for fouling Verdú there. I see more shots from Troncos, but not scored yet. Partly down to Victor Vidal. And the upright on a couple of occasions.
Okay, so as we watch Troncos move forward looking for the double goal. Hold that thought.
Hang on a second. I thought that was going to fall to Verdú as it is. Soroche. And need we say it? You've learned his name by now. Vidal. Ubon.
So we're constantly looking at the rules because it's a new sport and whatnot, and there's also room for opinion, and I want to get yours, Paul. We know that you cannot take your double goal into the final 2 minutes of the game, but would you approve of making a double goal in a double goal situation a quadruple goal?
No, because I think that would tip things too much. I think a double
so.
goal's
How about
enough.
A triple goal?
Nah. I think a double goal's okay. Oh, who knows? Maybe they might. No, I think a double goal is. The thing is, scoring a goal's difficult at the best of times, isn't it? So hang on a second, as Roble once again sees an effort denied by Vidal. Scoring a goal's difficult enough at the best of times. So I think to have just for a card having one worth 3 times the value is just a bit too much. Desequilibrante, as they would say in Spanish. Just a minute and a half left of that double goal.
Yeah, nobody seems to be getting past Victor Vidal today. It just doesn't look like a possibility.
And, since that double goal, that's a bit naughty by Felu, but referees played on. Don't know if there's much of an advantage. What Móstoles are doing, obviously, they're just getting men behind the ball, closing up every avenue for these 4 minutes, aren't they? There's nothing there, no way through there for Oromi. Verdú turning, getting his ankles bitten a little bit there. Great balance, hasn't he, Joan Verdú? Just really good footwork. Not advanced though, so we've got to say well defended as well. Still Verdú. Roble.
There it is.
There is a... Oh! Well, that was... that was the moment, wasn't it? They took so long building that one up. That's a great cross, and there... Edgar Álvaro Roble, you'd have fancied them to bury that one, but it glances off his head. And there goes that ex-secret weapon. A minute left before the 38th minute.
And that's the difference, because Móstoles had a penalty for their secret weapon. They scored it, and from their secret weapon, from Los Troncos' secret weapon, they get a bagel, nothing.
They're still keeping the pressure on. 12 seconds left before the last 2 minutes. Obviously in the last 2 minutes, goals worth double for both teams. Alex Martí takes that one out of play. A little bit of push and shove. And there, 38 minutes. 2 minutes left. Still 3-0 to Ultima Móstoles.
All right, Paul, I'm going to throw another one at you here. Another potential... we're just speculating here. You're down 3. Right, so you've got to come up with a way to score 2 goals in these 2 minutes. What if we made goals from outside the box, or even further, if we drew a line from the top of the D? What if we made those goals in the final 2 minutes worth 3? Are you on board?
I'll have to think about that one. But submit your proposals. Spence. I can see your gesture. Submit your proposals to the committee. The committee will decide.
Look, I'm just trying to put forth ideas, okay? There are no stupid ideas, just stupid people. We just got to keep rolling.
No. I like the idea about the line 25 yards out and a goal. Maybe you could do that for most of the game or for the last 10 minutes. Yeah, for double value. Who knows? Someone to try.
It's like when you play EAFC, you can score a goal in your house rules function. If you do it from outside the box, it's worth 2. I'm on board.
Well, let's see what happens now. 2 minutes plus injury time for Los Troncos to come back and to avoid their second consecutive defeat. For Ultimate Móstoles to move up momentarily into second place. That was full-blooded challenge, wasn't it?
Oh, wow. And an angry Aitor Vives.
Went in fully committed there on Coro. It's actually a free kick for Los Troncos. And once again, Vidal, as Roble was just getting ready to pull the trigger.
And he's got 83% of the Prime MVP voting, and 81 now. He deserves every bit of it. He is my MVP. Hopefully he is yours as well.
Oh, I think so, yeah. Yeah. Battling away there in that corner. And Kylian.
Well, if it was up to DJ Mario, he might make Coro the MVP. He's been good too today.
Oh, he was a quality player when he in his career. I remember him. He was a bit of a super sub when he was at Espanyol. He came on, scored a lot of important goals. Once again, here's Carlos Planas. And it's back to the script, isn't it? They've worked hard. They've tried to carve open the Móstoles defence. They've done it on occasions, but when they have, Victor Vidal has denied them time after time. And you said the commitment to the defending as well has been excellent.
Well, it's worth mentioning that we have not yet had a match day. This is match day 8 with more than one clean sheet over the course of the 6 games. We're on pace for it now, and Los Troncos, who have been the top team in the table most of the year, have not been shut out in a game yet. This is a big performance from Móstoles.
It's a team that scored 27 goals as well. You know, a team that's regularly scoring a lot of goals. And even last week when they lost, they scored 4. Which I think it says once again, Móstoles will go into the, if it stays like this, they'll go into match day 9 after only conceding 13 goals in 8 games. And you think about, what can happen, once again, putting bodies on the line there. I'll say, once again, you think about how easy it is to concede a goal, even if you're in a 1-against-1 or whatever. That's that's fantastic. And let's not forget, it was 1-against-1 for the last 2 minutes of the first half.
Yeah, this game all started, you talk about 1-against-1. This game started with 1v1, and that was really the story of the game, because Móstoles scored a brilliant goal to begin the game 1v1 with the keeper. Give credit to Vidal, because I think, if I'm not mistaken, he gets the assist on that initial throw that set up De La Bella.
Yeah.
And then, I don't remember who it was now off the top of my head. I think it was Ubon who was defending at the end of the first half when Verdun was just firing missiles.
Yeah, exactly. It was Ubon. Oh, he cleared 3 headers, didn't he? So, and here he is.
This is as well-deserved of a clean sheet as we've seen.
Just a minute left. Again, bodies in the way, and is there a chance here on the break? No, it was well read by, once again, great defending. We wouldn't fall. Oh, DJ Mario going absolutely spare as Killian does a good job there. 30 seconds left. Wins the throw-in. Trying to kill the game off down there.
It'll be interesting to hear what Perchita says at the end of this game, because his team just didn't show up today, and there might be one more.
I think they've had the chances, but it's just been one. I think it's one of those days where it's just not worked out for them. Móstoles have defended tremendously well, and deserved the win. But you think about those balls against the post, it could easily have been different. But that early goal really turning it Móstoles' way, and they've defended tremendously well. Really great commitment in every challenge. Let's have a look at the numbers. 14 shots on target for Troncos and not scoring, you know, what does that say about Vidal in goal for Móstoles? It tells us he's been absolutely outstanding today, you know. And
yeah, he's the man of the match. He might be the man of the hour. He might be the man of the week.
Exactly, so here's the goals came from De La Bella, Corro and Ubon. But as I said, that really for me is a massive team performance from Ultimate Móstoles. It was the ultimate team performance.
See, there you go. Now you're getting in on it.
See what the Prezzies have to say in a moment or two. Perchita.
Sí, bueno, después de alguna torpeza al arranque de la liga, nos hemos dejado puntos muy tontos. Hoy era un partido quizá para confirmar en mi ego que creo que somos el mejor equipo.
We had
con más 18
a game today
de goles.
where we really played as a team, and
3 puntos del primero, o sea que es una victoria.
Now only 3 points from the top.
Por 2 robos de carta, o sea que no sé muy bien la victoria.
We had to go through a couple of games where we had our secret weapons stolen.
Del partido, de que también Víctor Vidal nos ayuda siempre en la portería, que eso también es clave porque Troncos ha
excited for the game, or happy for the game that we played, and credit goes to Vidal as well for the game he had.
Y nada, pues otra portería cero, en verdad. La verdad es que eso también estaría muy
difícil. That's a true clean sheet for us. That is DJ Mario talking about his team's victory, and
hemos perdido contra el mejor equipo, como dice Mario, ¿no? Según él, no sé, gran equipo.
Lost to the better team today.
Han estado acertados, según él, pero yo creo que han estado acertados cuando han tenido que estarlo, en el inicio, en ese penalti de la carta, y nosotros pues no.
Didn't play the game that we wanted to play today.
Hemos intentado jugar nuestro partido. Es verdad que creo que hemos conectado un poco tarde, porque los primeros 10-15 minutos se nos han hecho largos, pero luego la segunda parte yo lo que he visto es un Móstoles encerrado, un Vidal pues, salvando a Móstoles, al menos meter un gol.
Play better in the second half, but Móstoles seemed to outplay us, and ultimately they were able to score.
Hemos a lo mejor reaccionado tarde, pues a seguir peleando.
We just didn't react enough today.
Una vez se gana, otra se pierde. A ver si ganamos a
Esto es fútbol, that's football.
As the saying goes, football is football. But I mean, the thing is, you say they set back and they say that they needed the keeper, but if you could defend well, then it's something you can do. And the keeper is a vital part of any team.
Víctor
See what Vidal says.
Marcar un partidazo para darle la victoria al equipo.
Sí, la verdad es que lo necesitamos porque los de abajo han ganado todos y nos han metido presión, así que haber ayudado al equipo
below us are winning and they're putting on the pressure.
Y jugándonos tantas cosas como nos jugamos, pues acercarnos al líder y al
playing the way that we played.
Eso te iba a decir,
against
a falta de
league
lo que hagan
leaders,
el resto de equipos,
very proud of what we did.
Segundos y ya estáis clasificados matemáticamente para los playoffs del Wizzing.
Pues ahora tocará primero ir a Wizzing,
mathematically qualified for the playoffs.
meternos directo en la Final Four, ganando los partidos que quedan, porque no va a ser
now we're looking for the Final Four.
Santos apretando mucho, Troncos va muy bien también, pero bueno, vamos a dar guerra hasta el final para estar allá arriba.
Pues
played well, but from our perspective, we certainly deserved it, and they really did. It's a victory for Ultimate Móstoles. Victor Vidal, the prime MVP, with that throw to begin things and a 1-0 victory, or a 3-0 victory, which means we're halfway through. We've got 3 games to play. xBuyer team and 1K FC coming up next. A big one on the horizon. We'll be back in a few minutes.
We will indeed.
Familia en el Bar de Mao. Ahora se viene un partidazo polo, xBuyer Team 1K. Y yo quería recordar una cosa, porque un 24 de abril de 2023, a ver si podemos ver el post, porque Don Marc Granero Parera fichaba de xBuyer Team a 1K.
Histórico.
Historia, ¿no? Para 1K.
Seguramente el fichaje más infravalorado y el más rentable de la historia de la Kings.
¿Crees que sería suplente en xBuyer Team ahora
Ni de
mismo?
coña. Ni de coña.
O sea, ¿tú crees, por ejemplo, el bife
De hecho, creo que jugaría por banda, la banda de Beguer, creo que se metería ahí.
Sí, ¿crees que Beguer no tendría posibilidad alguna ahora mismo?
Sí, no, se tendría que cambiar un poquito de banda el Beguer.
Bueno, ¿tú qué eres más, de Beguer o de Granero? Va. Son estilos diferentes, ¿no?
Siempre más Granero, siempre.
Sí.
Sí, no, pero la samba está bien, samba es divertido de ver, te lo digo. Samba
es divertido de ver, pero ¿tú crees
más
que
efectivo Granero.
La potencia de Granero te gusta más,
Más
¿no?
efectivo Granero.
Bueno, también hace poco Javi Buller puso un tuit de que no estaban del todo saliendo las cosas en xBuyer, pero también decirte, xBuyer Team no va tan mal, y yo creo que al final Javi lo que intenta reflejar es esa exigencia, ¿no?, que tienen. ¿Tú qué crees que hace falta en xBuyer para recuperar ese punch que tenían al principio?
Pues la verdad es que yo creo que es todo mental esto ya, es creérselo, tener un calendario complicado.
Lesiones también, ¿no?
Las lesiones le están afectando, pero bueno, encontrar un poquito más del ritmo que tenían antes e intentar creer y meterle caña, la verdad, es que no hay mucho más.
¿Hacemos una porrita rápida?
Sí, dale.
¿A quién le vas tú?
Yo creo que se lo lleva 1K. Es que xBuyer está muy tocado, tío.
Yo voy a hacer la mufa, por lo que sea voy con xBuyer Team. 5-4 para xBuyer Team.
Recordemos, mucha gente nueva en xBuyer, jugadores nuevos, y desde aquí fuerza a Violeta también y a toda la gente y la familia, ¿vale?
Nos vemos en el Bar de Mao. Chao,
Nos vemos, chavales.
So here comes matchup number 4 on the day. xBuyer Team taking on 1K, Iker Casillas' side, led by Juanjo Moreno. And we're looking at a couple of different players on 1K's side. Marc Granero with his 10 goals this year. Here we go. Got Iker in the house today.
Bueno, eso lo lleva mi CM, no sé lo que ha subido o ha dejado de subir, la verdad. No, el trabajo tiene el
Well, back we are again for our 4th match of the session, which I reckon might be the big one. xBuyer against 1K. Buyer brothers. Their team started the season like an absolute house on fire, but they've just run out of steam a little bit in recent weeks. 3 defeats. And
es que yo no sé si ha venido o es una foto, pero como es el primer partido que jugamos
climbing the table consistently.
No, yo nada. Luego,
this is going to be,
cuando quieren cambiar los horarios,
I think, another contest that we see, Paul, where it depends how both teams want to come out. Because, yeah, based on their recent performances, we would expect this one to end up close. We haven't really had a close down-to-the-wire game yet today. So I would say we're probably overdue.
Yeah. By the way, just let you know, we will have a presidential penalty in this game. Unfortunately, it's not going to be Ika to take it. It'll be the xBuyer boys. One of them will take it. And the big factor today, I think, is keep an eye on the Uno-K forward Mark Granero, top scorer at the start of the weekend in the tournament. 10 goals. He played previously for xBuyer, and guess what? Never scored once for them. So a little bit of piqué there, a little bit of something that's to dig away at xBuyer there. So going to be very interesting. 3 consecutive defeats. Still big scorers though, xBuyer. 28 goals in this split, 22 against, and Iker Casillas' side 28 goals for 18 against, and I would say they've got the best goalkeeper in the tournament. We've seen some good keeping already, but I'm a massive fan of Alberto Arnalot, who is just exceptionally good.
Well, that would seem to make sense that Iker Casillas' team has the keeper to beat, would it not?
No pressure, is there, you know?
Living up to it, to say the least.
Keep an eye on as well for Pablo Beguer for xBuyer, who is the main assist giver in this competition. 6 goals and 6 assists. So let's get ready to go.
All right, game time. Game number 4, halfway through. Ready for xBuyer and Uno-K, 2 teams who started the day in 4th and 5th, which makes this essentially a battle between one team who started the day inside the top 4, which is the bye to the quarterfinals, and xBuyer in 5th, who would be the first team to have to participate in the play-in round.
It's looking pretty good for them, and obviously once again that World Cup spot up for grabs as well, or those World Cups. World Cups, by the way, were played in Mexico in May, and they have decided who their main man, the King of Kings for the Kings League, will be. And you get the chance to see the advert, and I'm sure it's there. It's here on the Kings League website. It is Zlatan Ibrahimovic.
Of course it is. I mean, is there any other King of Kings out there besides Zlatan? At least in his mind.
In his mind, no.
All right, game time. Here we go. It is a one-on-one to begin things, and that's the man we're looking at as well. Number 1 for Uno-K, 1 for 1K, Alberto Arnalot. 4 MVPs so far through 7 match days, including 1 MVP of the week. And we are underway. Perhaps the matchup of the day. xBuyer in the, we'll call it Cádiz blue and yellow. And Uno-K supporting their side, and they'll go down right away. What a way to start. Juanma Gonzalez slots one in, and Uno-K trail early. xBuyer in front.
Lovely goal there, wasn't it, from Juanma Gonzalez. Just a little stumble there from the defender, and he gets half a hand on it there, Arnalot, but can't keep it out.
So this is Granero. That goes out of play, and immediately is returned to xBuyer with 15 seconds before we add a second player. This is actually they're going to give it back now.
I think it's a little bit naughty that, sending it to the other way, because it means he might not get another chance to go one-on-one, and he's so good at this. He cuts in, hits it so hard on his left foot.
And he had his chance, and he takes it, and this game is off to a flying start. Goal number 11 on the season for Marc Granero.
And just to remind people that there was a little bit of this and that before the game on social media. Nothing too nasty, just all quite light-hearted. You know, with xBuyer reminding people that Granero played for them has played for them and didn't score once. He's taken, well, less than a minute to score against them, which is always annoying.
All right, your move, xBuyer. And it's Gonzalez whose shot is blocked.
As Granero charged him down.
This is where we get into the proverbial 3-on-2 with the keeper getting involved. We're on the far side. Pushed off to Gonzalez again, who stayed onside, wants it on his left foot, has it on his left foot. Nice block from Granero.
Great block. Really good
tussle
block from
for
Granero.
possession. Brought back in by xBuyer. And they're on the run. Nicely defended, though, by Marc Pulvins.
By the way, just going to give people a little bit of football news from La Liga. Not at the top of the table. After 28 matches without a win, Almeria
Did they do it?
Today. They won at Las Palmas, yeah. Feel really sorry for Gaisca.
A win?
For Gaisca, who got
yeah.
sacked a couple of... But yeah, they won. They won. Almeria were on track to be the worst team ever. I think some Almeria fans actually wanted to go to the end of the season without the win, but nope, they've won. They beat Las Palmas away from home. Las Palmas in a bit of free fall at the moment.
Finally take the brown paper bag off their head.
Oh,
what a flip that is. And Pulvins was legally dispossessed.
To be fair to him as well, he's picked himself up really quickly, hasn't he? He hasn't moaned, he hasn't looked or asked for anything. So
no, that's why we love the Kings League. That's what this league is all about. Get up and play. And that effort from Abraham Gonzalez. Shift just wide. But that's what this league is about, Paul. That's what we know. It's if you are legitimately hurt, which does happen, it's football, then by all means take a moment to recover. But you go down, and if you don't like what you see, just get back up. So 1-1, both goals scored in the 1v1. But now it's Unoka who have come back with a brilliant counter. Luis Alsina makes it 2-1 to Casillas' side.
Great run, great finish, wasn't it? It was a good job as well there, Marc Pulvins, to win possession, but that is a quality finish, isn't it? It really is a good finish to beat Alex Romero. It was at full stretch. Might just get the tiniest of touches on it, but not enough.
We've said it so often, you cannot get into a position for a counterattack and take your time. You have to just go, and that's what they did.
Game already living up to expectations.
Just 20 seconds left before we are at full strength.
And once again, these opening 5 minutes proving to be very significant in the match.
So look at the live table.
Unoka up to second. Long way to go in this game, I get the feeling.
These are two attack-oriented sides, and obviously nobody's sitting back. And Unoka stole the ball again. A lot of turnovers for xBuyer. To the middle it goes. Alsina lays it off, and the shot from Albert Ruiz. I think it was, no, it wasn't deflected. It was just pushed over.
It was just over. A little bit leaning back there, Albert. But compare this match, for example, to what we saw just before between Móstoles and Los Troncos. You know, completely different style of football, isn't it? You know, Móstoles taking full advantage, playing their, you know, their card, you know, their defensive strength, but both of these teams going all out.
They all have intentions of flying downhill, which they've done again, trying to flick it up for Iker Alcarazo. To the rescue is Arnalot.
Now just a little bit more pause in Uno Kai's Granero, number 23.
And when you wear yellow, you can support a couple of teams in this competition. Rayo as well, sporting
Rayo
yellow.
have so many. I think they have several shirt colours, don't they? They sort of chop and change. That just goes backwards. Unlucky.
Nicely moved once again. I believe that was Pluvins on the far side.
Do leave themselves open, don't they? The commit plays a long way forward, xBuyer, and that's why you just get the feeling that anyone who plays against them will always think that they are going to get a chance sooner or later if they've got the right players, if they've got that pace up front. And, you know, we just saw there with Granero, with Alcina, Uno Ka have got that bit of speed.
And they're winning the midfield battle at the moment too. Here's Pluvins. To the near side it goes. Marc Granero on his left foot where he likes it. Looked to get the cross in, but was chopped out in the end.
Oh, nicely played.
Nicely played, but no support.
See, you saw the gesture there saying, come on, I need somebody.
Uno Ka on the break. Oh, there was a runner here on the near side. That was Alcina again. If we had gone the other way, perhaps he would have had his moment. And now we're seeing Pau Yastari, who is in some considerable pain after this movement here.
What happens there? Is that looks like he's pulled something, doesn't it?
Okay. Sí, lo sé.
Yep.
Doctor, el deixem aquí, eh? El deixem aquí, vale?
We're looking at his left lower leg, and he's in.
Did he tweak a calf muscle there, by the looks of it?
Yeah, it could be a number of things. Calf, Achilles, ankle.
No, it looks higher up. Looks a bit higher up for Achilles. Anyhow, they made a substitution. I don't think, unfortunately, we'll be seeing Pau again today. Second muscular injury we've seen, isn't it? I mean, just shows how intense these games can be. It is end to end, and no recovery time.
It's also the injuries that we've seen have come at the very beginning of the games, at least in this small sample size today.
There's Pere Martinez on now, but they need a little bit more presence in attack, and oh, that was nearly it.
Nicely done.
Arnaldo.
Dionisio was almost in behind. Look at this, just needed a little flick. It's actually well done by Arnaldo.
I'm not sure if it actually hits the striker's own foot actually, rather than Arnaldo sticking a hand in there, but as it is, the chance goes begging.
Uno Ka in control, and a save from Alex Romero to keep this a one-goal game. A heck of a shot from distance. That was Albert Dalmau.
Great save. Sort of a classic sort of shot save scenario, that, wasn't it? Sort of thing you like to see. You like to see as a keeper.
And don't be fooled. Even though the size of the goal frames are smaller, you still see on a consistent basis keepers at full stretch.
It's not quite working out for xBuyer in attack, is it, just yet? This might be a moment, though.
Dionisio lets it go. Is it a corner? Yes, it is.
Poquito, ¿no? Poquito. No sé. Necesito un poco más.
And the man who started the scoring today, Juanma Gonzalez, trying to take it in low. That's just a good idea to show you that there aren't many options from the corner. Dionisio trying to turn that corner, and they'll head right back there.
They'll take the corner.
This time they'll try it with Fernando Velillas into the area, put away by Pluvins. Again, you've got this throw right here. Just take the throw in as if it were a corner. There you go. Try to put it into the area.
Dionisio, by the way, making his first appearance so after being called in from the draft. So far looking quite impressive too. xBuyer players down.
¿Estás bien, Luis? ¿Estás bien?
Luis Alcina, ¿no?
Yeah, oh.
No corta nada, no corta nada.
And into a brick wall. He didn't see it.
No.
That is...
I reckon that's deliberate as well. Not easy to say, but I reckon he just cuts across him there. See, Abraham, you played in the Primera Liga, you know what it's like. The referee's saying it's a normal challenge, but...
Arnalot is doing everything he can to plead his case, but once the referee makes his decision like that, you're not going to change it.
No, go back to your area or you'll get booked.
Arnalot, he's got the right mindset of a superstar. He's just always constantly thinking, sometimes a little too much. 12 minutes down in the first half, and the 3 goals came within the first 4 minutes. Nothing at full strength yet.
Now once again, that opening period threatening to be decisive, isn't it?
Dalmau. It's given away cheaply. Dionisio somehow works his way out of a cul-de-sac. Most of the chances, Paul, that we've seen created thus far did come when we weren't at full strength. So now you got to find a way, perhaps like that. Decent effort from Velillas.
Yeah, just sliding away though. A combative player, Fernando Velillas. It's not working out. I mean, they're certainly trying to give everything in attack, xBuyer, and so far not really testing Arnalot. The thing is, they've got to beat him as well, you know, once they actually get into good positions. Before today, he had made 61 saves, Alberto Arnalot. I'm quite sure Unoca quite happy just to keep this game close and tight without, you know, too many open spaces.
One thing I like is listening to the presidents try and make their political case for why every foul against them should be a yellow card and every foul that they commit is not much of anything. I mean, that was a rather innocuous foul at the end. I'm sorry, yeah, no, go on, make your point there, Paul. What did you say?
I think they're Barca fans, the Buyer brothers, aren't they? I'm just going to leave it at that. Saying that, DJ Mario's a Real Madrid fan, so I'll leave it at that as well.
I think just about every football fan does that for their team. Except you.
Oh, I'm absolutely, completely rigorous in my judgments. Don't jump around quite as much as DJ Mario, to be honest. I do sit occasionally with my head in my hands.
Don't we all? Pere Martinez. Right back into the mix, and that's not a bad idea there. Ledo just trying to get it away from trouble, and here we go again from the corner. We've had 1 goal from a corner today. We're in the 4th game.
They're missing Pablo Beguer today. He's their main, creative player. I'm not sure. I think he might be injured. I haven't seen him on the pitch today, the number 10, and he's someone who you would have him on if he was available. I'm not really seeing anything to say he's out.
Elias tried to slip it through, and xBuyer were asking for a handball. By the way, I think it's just worth mentioning. We try to go as much based on the appropriate pronunciations of everything as possible. Now, if you're reading xBuyer, you will see it as xBuyer. But I've been told by several trustworthy sources that anybody who says xBuyer is on the outside looking in. And obviously that's how in English you would see it, but we're going with xBuyer.
Yeah, as opposed to, and also uno-K as opposed to 1K.
Exactly.
Let's be honest. I was thinking about that when I started. I was like, is that 1K uno-K? Uno-K. Oh, I was so close to. That was close to setting up Pere Martinez, but once again, well defended.
Gotta get the ball out of your feet, but Mateo was unable to do it, and now it's xBuyer's chance, and the shot dragged wide away from an unconcerned Arnalot.
Danny Perez with that effort. Starting to get worked up.
So the roll of the die shall be cast.
The die will be cast soon. I still don't know who by. And we do have, by the way, a presidential penalty to be taken sooner or later in this match. As you can see by those little blue signals, you see. So they're going to come soon. Oh, if it's going to be in this half. Good movement.
Have to be. Uno-K's effort by John de la Cruz. And now xBuyer the other way. Again, well defended, intercepted by Ledo, who comes back. And xBuyer do a good job of getting back.
That's well stretched out, defended by Danny Perez, doing a good job there.
And we are hearing a sound which signals a presidential penalty. It'll be for Uno-K.
Now they'll take a shootout. They will have a shootout, whereas one of the Buyer brothers will take the penalty for their side. So Uno-K have got a shootout. Now that I suspect this is going to be the boy Mark Granero, you'd be putting your money on, wouldn't you? The boy Mark.
It would make enough sense that Granero is the guy. Let's see.
And after the shootout, there's 10 seconds left.
We won't go to the roll of the die yet until we finish this and then resume play for those 10 seconds. It is not Granero.
It's
Albert Dalmau.
Did I change a keeper as well?
If it's not Romero, it would be Capi.
Capi, yep. 5 seconds.
Got to take it within 5 seconds, and that is a big stop. And it does come from Romero, who was the man to deny him. It's a big stop for xBuyer, who now have their own presidential penalty that at some point they can take. And we did resume play immediately following that miss. Play comes right back into action. We've reached the 18-minute mark. We will get the roll of the die, and it stays 2-1 to 1K.
Okay, it's the mother of 3 players, his sisters who play for Aniquiladores, who will throw the dice.
Tranqui. Que no podía dejar seguir.
Presume the mother being the one on the left.
See?
Let's see what
most
they're
of
going to give
these
us this time.
efforts for both teams have not been playing in the 1v1 or 2v2s. That's all we've done so far today. And we're going to get, for the 4th time, either a 1v1, a 2v2, or in this case, 1v1 with a keeper.
With the keeper,
which is always
exactly.
fun.
So, bit of a, I'm going to say once again, a bit of a chance for xBuyer to get back into this. Although, once again, maybe a chance for Marc Granero to add to his tally. Once again, let's see if that tactic of playing your fastest player at the very start, then taking them off when they win the ball.
Dani Perez is out for xBuyer. Try and get there first. And it will be Marc Granero making the run. Remember, first touch has to go backwards.
Fran Rodriguez, one of the players ready to come on for 1K.
This is right down the middle, and boy, nobody has any clue who touched that first. Well, the referees make a decision.
I think it's Dani Perez who gets it, but he sends it out. Look, he sends it out, which means it's a goal kick for xBuyer. But I think the Buyer boys might have a case that it possibly went off Granero's foot, but really hard to see.
No, they have no case. No way. That one was pretty clear.
His foot, but I can fully see how a referee would not have seen that. Oh, hang on.
What are we ruling now? Is this a sanción de cambio? It is an illegal substitution.
Bit of frustration.
Es uno
so hang on, so for that,
es infracción de cambio, todas las infracciones son shot out.
So they made a mistake.
So this is going to result in a penalty shootout.
No, es amarilla cuando la... No, te lo digo, se me es el reglamento de verdad. Es amarilla cuando la...
The referee saying, I know the rules. They're saying it should be a yellow card.
Infracción de cambio, shot out. Balón va.
So it is going to be a penalty shootout for xBuyer, which is going to give them the opportunity to tie this game up. Now the clock also should be stopping at this point. Or this will at least be added on afterwards.
Saying it's like
just like that, Juanma Gonzalez has the chance to make it 2-2.
Did you see what they actually did that was wrong? Was it, did they have an extra player on the pitch at the wrong moment before somebody had left it?
Well, let's get to that in a moment. First things first, Juanma Gonzalez!
Oh, he puts it wide.
So now, 1v1 with a keeper. That's where the sanction comes in, and 1K might just have their chance, but it's saved off the line by Gonzalez. The chance from Granero is missed. And xBuyer come back now with their chance. The reason is because you could not take the keeper out. Gonzalez's shot is blocked, and here we go.
That quick delivery. Granero, you're going to fancy him.
Granero will not miss this. He puts it home comfortably, doubling the lead for 1K. Despite their misdeeds prior, they have taken advantage of this extra time in the first half.
Once again, Marc Granero is an absolute guarantee in this sort of situation. Just glides past the keeper, doesn't he?
So that, I believe, if I've got it right, hold that thought, because this is happening very fast, and this time Perez can't get around the keeper. And
Arnalot, once again, enormous.
Yeah, but however, they could not get the head start that they wanted. Luvins takes his turn And he's gotten past Perez, but he cannot get around Romero, and we release the other way. Perez dispossessed. Remember, the keeper cannot leave the area, so he can't go get that ball. He's got to wait for it to come to him.
Wow, that's a big challenge, isn't it?
The only place he can get that ball would have been in the corner, but he couldn't catch up to it, so xBuyer to get another chance. Not going to have too much time to go through this.
Whoa.
Oh, we've got another chance. It is xBuyer, and again it is Arnalot denying Velillas.
He's an absolute goal-stopping machine, is Alberto Arnalot. He's highlighted him before the game, and he does it again.
So just a little bit of housekeeping. The reason Uno-K were penalized was because in a 1v1 with the keeper, uno contra uno con portero, you cannot substitute the keeper out. It has to be 1v1 with the keeper, and that's why it was an illegal substitution that resulted in the penalty shootout, but it doesn't matter because Arnalot is a machine.
Yeah, it's a basic error, really, isn't it, from Juanjo Moreno, that. Boys saying, well, you know, but at the same time, there looks as if there were 3 players on the pitch. But it's not fair because at the moment they're not going to come out and play with a player less. There's no sense in that.
Have to look at the replay, perhaps
again,
to see.
They've had a few chances.
To see why.
Exactly how it happens.
Yeah.
Pero es verdad que tanto Granero como Arnalot te está dando un plus, ¿no? Te está manteniendo más seguro el equipo.
And Ike saying, well, once again, Granero and Arnalot are just giving us something a little bit extra.
Alto rendimiento.
Indeed, I think he's absolutely right. Arnalot's just fantastic. And Granero just looks to me the biggest guarantee to score goals in the tournament. Back in a moment or two.
Carta de ellos tendrán.
Y muy contenta por ellos, están jugando muy bien, muy orgullosa.
Muy los quiero.
Y yo te quiero, Iker. Te quiero, Mayichi.
Amo.
Iker sitting back there like the absolute cat that's got the cream, isn't he? Oh,
so
weapon star player.
So Granero clearly is going to be Uno-K's secret weapon star player, which means any of his goals will count as double for the entirety of the second half. And just a couple of other things to pack up here. xBuyer, of course, coming off of a pretty frustrating loss a week ago to Gigantes. Granero is the star player. Now, it's important to note that despite the fact that they're trailing in this game, xBuyer still have their presidential penalty, which we'll touch on in just a moment. Second half at the drop of a hat.
Exactly. I just think the presidential penalties, depending on the president, it's not exactly a guarantee of goal. I don't think I've seen a president. I've only seen one president actually score a penalty so far. Can't remember what it was.
The pressure will be
seen
on.
One. Seen 3 miss.
That shot sails wide. It could be xBuyer or Mini Buyer, Javier Ruiz or Eric Ruiz, to take the penalty. Now, if you're new to this competition, the presidential penalty is something that both teams have to agree upon before the game. If they're both not in agreement, then there is no presidential penalty. That blue arrow at the top of your screen, which is next to the XBU, is the signal that xBuyer, in this case, still has their presidential penalty. Of course, Uno-K took theirs in the first half. You have the option, if both teams agree, to either have your team president take the penalty from the penalty spot, which, as we've discussed, is a higher percentage, or if your president is not in attendance, which was the case for Uno-K, then one of your players has to take the penalty shootout from the center circle, which in this case was not converted.
There will be an exam on this later at the end of the program, by the way, so keep on taking your notes.
Exactly.
Okay, it's 3-1 though to Uno-K. got Granero as their star player. If he scores, it's worth double.
That's a decent entry feed, looking for a little back heel from Iker Alcarazo. Out comes Romero to punch it away. So Granero for this entire second half, his goals would count double. A goal from him wouldn't put the game away, but it would make it very difficult for xBuyer. We still don't know exactly, of course, what their secret weapon is.
Yeah, I mean, it could be a penalty, a shootout, suspension, you know, for obviously for a player of the opposition. Obviously, you'd think it would be Granero. If you were going to get players in the sin bin for 4 minutes, you'd have the star player, wouldn't you?
There's an effort from distance, and there's a follow-up, but it's cleared away off the roof.
Off the roof. Ceiling.
Sorry, the ceiling is the roof. No. You're right.
Nah, see, the ceiling's inside, the roof's outside. There you go.
I'm just quoting MJ again. That's all I'm doing.
Yeah, well, there you go.
Being from Chicago, I sort of have no choice in that matter.
He may know his basketball, but he's clearly not much on interior design. There's Granero with a throw-in.
That's a pretty nasty challenge put in by Ledo, and he's lucky.
He's caught Torres on the top of his foot, hasn't he?
It's all right. Oh, no!
Impressive. We've got more than one ball, fortunately. It's not, you don't have to sort of say, can we have our ball back, please? They need something xBuyer, don't they? Otherwise, this could turn really ugly.
Velillas able to give it up. Dionisio take the throw. Again, Velillas trying to create. That'll do. 2-on-1 brewing here. The shot from Alcarazo. And it's another paradón from Arnalot.
That is an absolutely fantastic save, because he does everything right there, Iker, doesn't he? Gets his body shape right. He hits it pretty hard. Brilliant save.
He is.
It's like having the top scorer in the tournament in your side as well, isn't it? He just makes such a difference.
Fran Rodriguez, who comes in as the 13th man. They're breaking through the pressure, xBuyer. Another decent effort.
That's a nice little bit of movement there, and
that is a nice movement, but there's just no getting past Arnalot. A brick wall. I think xBuyer and Mini Buyer saw that they were put on the big screen and decided, this is my moment to animate. Well, 4 saves for Romero. 3, based on what we're seeing here, I don't believe that. I feel like Arnalot's been way more involved.
Get the feeling, don't you? Yeah, I'm with you absolutely 100% there.
And now they can make this a 3-goal game if they can finish. Romero comes out of his post, does a decent job, and here we go the other way. Velillas. One thing Uno can't do is there's always somebody trying to pressure the ball. They rarely let the other team just sit back.
It's another one of those. It must be frustrating being an xBuyer player, because you know you're working hard. It's hard enough to create chances, isn't it? But then, not only do you have to create the chance, you've got to beat Arnalot to just an extra difficulty. I'm just looking at the stats to see how many shots on goal. I'm not sure if that's completely up to date. No, it's not up to date. Only 1 shot on goal, the stats page says at the moment, but that is clearly not right.
Lofted over the top and well kept by Alcarazo. And, well, I mean, what else would you expect?
Another great save. Chance on the break, perhaps?
How frustrating is this when you face something that you just can't beat? Here we go again. Another chance. Although the whistle goes, and even still...
Handball, says the ref. Handball in attack. Yeah, this time he actually does beat the keeper, but hits the post, which is not surprising because if you've got to put it wide of the keeper and he covers so much ground, then obviously post could come into play. Yeah, clear handball there.
Abraham forward, that's an enticing ball for Alsina. Made the best of it.
Not a bad effort. Forced wide.
xBuyer still have their presidential penalty and their secret weapon available. It's going to keep them in this game. They'd like to get a goal, though, before they do anything else. Can they get one here? Gonzalez. Nearly got a second chance.
You want to try and obviously try and get level or even try and take the lead. But what you want to do, isn't it? You want to get into those last 2 minutes where the goal is worth double. Just one goal behind your rivals. So if you do score in those 2 minutes plus injury time, that you can turn the game around. That's what you need to do. You need to be just that 1 goal behind. But oof, that's not helping.
That's a poor giveaway and a decent recovery, but the shot hits Juanma, and we hear a sound which signals either a presidential penalty or a secret weapon.
That's the penalty one.
It's going to be Mini Buyer. Eric Ruiz. He's asking for
I think
his
it's quite
support.
right there, Eric. It's not easy, you know, that Arnolot's the keeper. A valid point.
Well, if anybody has a sweet strike, we've seen it this season. Eric Ruiz can make it happen. He comes out with the cleats, the uniform, the kit in total. He's ready to go, but this is not an easy task.
Yeah, I think someone like Arnolot almost intimidates you before you've even taken your penalty.
Wouldn't even look at him.
Picture spot on the goal. Think where you're going to put it and don't change your opinion.
Here we go. Oh, he puts it home! Eric beats Arnalat. His team can't do it, but he can. And it's 3-2.
Wow, that is a really, really big goal.
And it's time now for the secret weapon. One after another. Now that won't come into effect until the ball goes out of play again. In the meantime, they're going to try to use this momentum. Dionisio has a go. That's deflected. I thought it was deflected. It's going to be a goal kick. But first, it's a really well-taken penalty.
Yeah.
Do you sanction Arnaut? Take him out of the game, no?
I don't know. Do you take Arnaut off or do you take Granero off? Granero goal's worth double, isn't it?
Well, I mean, I guess.
It's Granero. Yeah, you take Granero off because if he scores, it's worth 2. And so he's got 4 minutes in which that goal wouldn't count.
I don't know. I don't like that at all because you're giving him 4. Obviously, he'd rather be out there, but now he has 4 minutes to catch his breath. He looked gassed. I mean, take off Arnaut, make somebody else come in, you know, fresh, cold.
There is that argument, I mean, as well, but I think I think the double goal thing is the factor. The double goal is the factor there for Granero. If it wasn't, you know, if they had another, tell you what, if they had a different secret weapon rather than the star player, it's a bit naughty. Definitely take Arnalot off, just for the morale for your team and everything, you know. But I think with a double goal, it's just a big factor. Relax, relax.
No se para. ¿Necesitas asistencia?
Do you want any help?
It seems perhaps like there's a little bit of gamesmanship going on here. That's rather innocuous.
Pardon me, but it's a bit unnecessary though, isn't it, from Iker Alcarazo there? I don't think he hits him quite that hard, but
this does stop the clock.
I think it's certainly want to think about whether or not that should have been a yellow card.
No, I don't think so. Just going back to the point about who you choose to sanction, who you choose to take off the pitch. Understanding that Granedo's goals would be worth 2. How many times have we seen the star player come through, forget with a goal? We're talking about even a shot on target.
But Granero is the top scorer in the whole tournament. It's not like a player who scored 4 goals. It's someone who's scored twice today, hasn't he? You know, I just think he's pretty much a guarantee of a goal, not like other people who have been named as star players.
Well, with that one-man advantage, it's put xBuyer on the front foot and nearly onto the score sheet, but the chance goes begging.
That was so close. Oh, he gets a touch on it as well, doesn't he?
2 different players went after it, Alcarazo and I think Juanma Gonzalez. They're utilizing the man advantage, though, fairly well. They've got 2 more minutes to make it happen. Dani Perez. To the far side, now whipped in across the face of goal, and those are the types of crosses they need to take a little off.
It's not easy to score from across in this. I still think
no.
Most of the goals do come through low balls through the middle, don't they? Or diagonal passes, or penalties.
I mean, a conventional footballing mind would say, yeah, get the ball from the outside edge into the danger area, like this. Let's see if that can happen. No, not this time. It will be a corner.
It's very hard to make a pullback count because all you need is, because there's less space, all you need is a couple of bodies there and your angles just don't exist. Let's see what happens. They're really keeping the pressure on though, aren't they?
Velillas, shot blocked. It hits the upholstery.
Roof,
we can come up with a few synonyms. The scaffolding, I suppose. Into the area. There was only a Nuno Camp player there.
Ceiling. Yeah, it's got too
you
much.
You just said the roof a moment ago.
A ceiling. See, no, but it was a mistake. The roof's the outside. The roof's the outside.
Just 20 seconds left of this sanction. Granedo comes on, and his goals would still be worth double. Pere Martinez, Dani Perez. Near side, Victor Torres. Perez wants to go from distance. Cooler heads prevail, knocked into the area. Gonzalez on the pullback, another corner.
And Granero's back on.
Lofted into the area, and that's it for their chance with an extra man. Velillas. Unokar defending very well.
Yep, really, really well. Because xBuyer are playing moving it around well, but they just can't find those spaces, can they? Just like that little, what can I say? If they had Granero in the Granero this year, not the Granero of the last split when he didn't score, that would be the big difference. Maybe. just lack that extra bit of punch up front, don't they?
Flicked on. Gonzalez didn't get enough of a touch, and now it's Unoka on the break. It's 3-on-1. You gotta score here, and they do.
Offside? I just wondering if that was offside or not. Have another look. I may be completely wrong. But
Luis Alcina for now has the goal. Now that makes it 4-2 to this stand. We'll have a quick look at it. I think it was fine. It's very close, you know what? You're right.
I'm not sure about that.
Very close. This will tell us, I think. Well, no, maybe not.
Give us a better angle.
No, I think we need that.
That's not a great deal of help.
We need the official angle.
VAR check, though. I think we're getting a check, aren't we?
This would be a monumental opportunity wasted if you go 3 against the keeper and don't score.
Nope.
Goal.
Well, it says it's okay. I wouldn't have minded another angle at that. None of those angles that we saw were really decisive. There was one of them where it just looks if it could be, though, isn't it?
So it doesn't put the game away, but it would mean that xBuyer at this point for the final 2 minutes plus stoppage time need a goal to tie it.
Yeah, and it means, you know, if Gonero does score, then it is going to kill it off. Yeah, that's.
Well, I hold that thought because xBuyer come the other way. They need to continue creating like they have, and that's not good enough. To your point, during that breakaway, I was looking for number 23 because if it's a 3-on-0 break, then in theory you want to find the guy whose goal is worth more, but he wasn't up there with the rest.
I think in that sort of situation, you just got to play it naturally, you know, because if you are looking for the bloke whose goal is worth double, if he's not the best placed, then it's what we're saying about how sometimes it can just maybe influence the way teams play.
Sting got taken out of the shot from Velillas, and Arnalot will only be disappointed by allowing a goal to the team president.
I think he looked for that one there. By the way, yeah, what I'm looking on the live sort of stats now, 15 shots, 8 on target for xBuyer, but just those 2 goals, one of them which was a penalty, and the other which came in the first minute.
I have to say, a goal now would help xBuyer, but it doesn't do as much for them as it would in 50 seconds.
Well, goal now, what it means is if they scored in the last 2 minutes, that will be enough to win it. But there's lots of ifs there, aren't there?
I have never questioned your maths before.
There you go. Should do, because I failed when I was at school, actually. Could do numbers, but when letters got involved, and surely that is that goal.
Well, there you go. Do the math.
Well, there you see, a goal now. But a goal now doesn't just draw it for them, it wins it for them.
That changes the complexion of the final 2 minutes.
Absolutely.
The goal is
on the far post.
The 3rd of the year for Iker Alcarazo, and we have hit the 38-minute mark, which will send us to the final 2, and a goal for xBuyer would be a lead-changing goal.
Well, once again, Kingsley InfoJobs is providing us with some real drama at the end of every game, isn't it? I mean, when it went 4-2, you thought, yeah, that's just about it. But they need a goal. Victor Gonzalez saying, you know, believe that we're worth it, believe that we deserve it. And so there is Granero, I say, who is a bit of a guarantee for goal, but once again, we see how that star player like it doesn't work out. It's nowhere near as valuable a card, is it, as some of the secret weapons, like a shootout or a penalty.
All
Very
to play for
in the hand.
Our Formula One starting line. And they're off. Do we have a false start? It is going to go to xBuyer first.
This is what you need.
Here we go. You can vote for your Prime MVP through the chat. Do so on Twitch. Looking for that go-ahead goal. xBuyer have been the team on the front foot. They've got 2 minutes plus stoppage time to do it. This would be a fantastic comeback for them. Dani Perez. Juanma Gonzalez. Looking for the cross. And Alcarazo, who scored the goal that has given us this position. Gonzalez lofted in. Ooh, Alcarazo was close.
There goes a minute though. They're huffing and puffing, but not blowing the Unoka house in yet.
They're just looking for one chance.
See how much injury time we get.
Slipped through. That's a good ball. Is there a second ball in there? Is that a penalty?
I got my first impression is no, but the VAR might change it. I didn't think it was.
Let's take a second look, and well, there is a very clear. Let's see.
Does he go over that defender's right foot?
They're going to play on, which means that whatever happens now is what counts.
I mean, the VAR, there's still time for the VAR to call the referee, but I don't think it will now.
And if xBuyer and Mini Buyer were not going to be talking about the calls and the officiating, they sure will be now. 3 added minutes. That's plenty of time to add to the drama.
Oh, yes.
It's poor, though, given away cheaply.
Defended, well defended, and they said they're just looking then for that break, aren't they? That was well cut out. Yep.
Elias, did he keep that in? No.
No.
Almost. Oy. Yeah, well, when you're frustrated, you're frustrated. This result would put Unoca in second place behind Los Troncos, but they need Alberto Arnalot to make it happen.
What a save again from Arnalot.
He looks like a prime level keeper. He is a machine. Lofted in and flicked on. Who got the last touch? Who's going to take the throw? It belongs to Unoca with 90 seconds left.
I think that save's just been enough to get Arnalot the man of the MVP as well.
Yeah, it's between him and Granedo for now. What have you done for me lately? That's a foul, and this is the final minute, the final chance.
The ball was moving.
Here we go. To the middle. Oh, we're just not on the same page.
You see that one out, don't you? You don't keep that one in. You take the extra 5 or 6 seconds for the goal kick. Referee probably telling us to have a little bit of hurry up now.
Got to get after the ball now. It's all defending for Unoca. This result would put them 1 point back of Los Troncos, and for xBuyer, it would mean 7th place.
After being leaders, eh? Let's not forget, after being leaders 4 weeks ago.
But a goal would win it and completely turn the table on its head. Perez was making a run. Now he receives the ball. Dani Perez looking for the cross to the back post, and he overcooked it, and that's going to do it for Unoca, who very much deserve a victory. Thanks to their prime MVP, Alberto Arnalot, they win it 4-3.
Yeah, great defending from Unoca. They were under pressure in those last 2 or 3 minutes, and they just kept calm. They've got that special keeper, haven't they, in Arnalot, who is just an absolute class above. I mean, we've seen some great keeping already today, but Arnalot, week after week after week, produces the goods. He's an absolute star.
It's his 5th prime MVP of the game in what is now 8 match days. As we get a look at the finals.
5 out of 8, it's not bad, is it? And there you go, 11 shots on target for xBuyer. What can you say? He produced some absolutely stunning saves once again.
Well, it's a victory for Unoca.
And he wants to see the 4th goal, see if it was offside. You can see Ika's reaction.
He wants
I
that.
must confess, I have a few doubts about that. It is offside. That's definitely offside. That's definitely offside. Well, I think he's got a reason to be unhappy there as well. Why didn't we get that though when the goal was given? I can understand that. I can understand the slight frustration. Why didn't they give us it? Why don't you see it? Why on earth don't you see it?
I don't think you're translating every word there, Paul.
I'm not translating every word now. I like my job. But then it's like lack of concentration. I mean, I concentrate all game, but you know, I should see it.
¿Por qué no han valorado ni un puto segundo en ver que fuera de juego?
Why? I just don't.
Se veía kilómetros, tío.
You can see it miles away, or kilometers away.
Es que robo. Yo me estoy jugando meterme en el puto mundial. Tengo 6 tíos lesionados. Se me ha lesionado Dorca.
We've got 6 players injured. I want to get to the World Cup.
Tengo a Carbó. O sea, tengo a Beguer.
We've got no Carbó. We've got no Beguer.
Y encima me roban.
Antonio Bueno, and you know, we get decisions like that. It's really clear.
Falta de concentración, ya estás. Yo ya no sé qué más se puede hacer, pero
what more can we do?
Porque eso lo ve, vamos. Lo ve hasta el más tonto lo ve. Es que yo en el momento cada del pase he dicho aquí a la gente de abajo, es fuera de juego, no os preocupéis. Digo, lo está revisando y va y lo da, y te lo juro que hasta yo he dudado de mí mismo, he dicho, joder, pues. Pero es que lo que no puede ser es que ahora que pido la imagen me la ponen y lo veo. ¿Por qué no la han puesto en el partido?
I can't understand how now I asked for the image and they don't give it before, but now I asked for it when it's too late and we can see that it's right. It's clearly offside.
Es lamentable, es lamentable.
It's terrible, it's terrible.
Le pasa un día al Rayo,
But,
you know, no, ya, pero es que yo he
same thing, it happened to Rayo.
Sí,
you know.
Es que yo he perdido por esto.
But we've lost because of that.
Yeah, because otherwise it's a one-goal game that becomes a tie game.
Yeah, they've been a shootout. They stopped to look at it, to check it, and yet they've missed it. Meanwhile, Ika goes for biscuit.
Casillas is just going to eat some snacks.
I think so, yeah. It's not a debate, it's clearly offside.
I
don't know what's happening, man. Do they do it on purpose?
Is Iker going to talk?
I don't know. It's rude to speak with your mouth full.
A ver, para empezar, entiendo la frustración que tienen los Buyer.
I can understand the frustration.
Es verdad que nosotros también hemos pasado. Magichi se quedó
But it's happened to us as well.
De una final de los playoffs por un fuera de juego que no fue.
In a playoff, for an offside that wasn't.
Ya viendo la jugada, honestamente, es verdad que nuestro jugador puede estar en claro fuera.
Being honest, yeah, it does look as if our player could be.
Les entiendo, no le puedo decir nada, porque a veces hablar de broma está muy bien, pero ahora mismo entiendo su frustración, o sea que no voy a hacer ninguna broma.
But I'm not going to say any real jokes about it.
Nosotros contentos, evidentemente.
What it means, obviously we're happy, we're 3 points.
Sigue mostrándose sólido, sigue mostrándose fuerte, y después de haber perdido un poco los troncos, pues era importante ganar para seguir ahí arriba, ¿no? Y el equipo ha hecho una labor tremenda. Estamos muy contentos y que esperemos seguir así.
So we're happy, want to carry on like that.
El ánimo me recupera a Veguera, a Carbó, a Anthony, a Jimeno y encima hay un buen arbitraje.
It'll be good for me if I get all my injured players back.
And on top of that, a good referee, he says.
Yeah. Not so much the ref, it's the VAR there, isn't it? I mean, we did think at the time it looked a bit offside, didn't we?
Yeah.
Obviamente no es una cosa que os beneficia a vosotros.
Okay, lads, yeah, we've had enough of that. Fair enough.
Simplemente es el hecho de decir, es el no entender. O sea, que si hubiese sido al revés, tampoco lo entendería. Y si lo veo en otro partido, tampoco lo entendería. Es el no entender como algo que simplemente verlo no lo ve.
No, es que es algo objetivo, que no es una falta, es algo objetivo. Pero bueno, igual agradezco las palabras de Iker porque la verdad que es bien. O sea, cuando le ha pasado a él, pues una putada. Cuando le pasa a
Iker, but you know.
Y nada, a seguir. Nada, yo me quedan 2
But
finales.
carry on.
No sé, llevamos ya 1 año y medio sin mejorar en el aspecto arbitral. No sé, yo no sé qué más tiene que pasar.
But we need things to improve refereeing, referee-wise.
No creo que haya nada que hacer ya, básicamente.
There's not a lot we can do. Oh, he's right, he's better look. Anyhow, back to talk to Ana Lot.
Uno de los protagonistas del encuentro, con tus paradas le has dado la victoria a 1K.
Bueno, entre todos hemos sufrido, hemos sabido sufrir y cumpliendo el objetivo que era conseguir el 100% de probabilidades de estar en el playoff.
Ha habido un poquito de polémica con esa acción en el dado, no sé tú cómo la has vivido desde dentro.
Pues igual, con caos. O sea, desde aquí me dicen que tengo que salir. Yo, claro, como desconozco un poco todo y estoy centrado, no pienso. Y ya pienso un poco de por sí. Pero me han dicho sal, yo he salido y entonces no se puede. Y menos mal que cambiaron la norma de que si salías del área no es tarjeta, solo si tocas balón, porque si no, la que se hubiese liado.
It's only a booking now if you go out the area and you touch the ball.
Bueno, pues a disfrutar ese segundo puesto y a disfrutar también la clasificación para los playoffs del Within Center.
So congratulations for the playoffs. So there you go, we'll leave you with the highlights. We'll be back for our 5th match of the afternoon. In a few moments, it's Aniquiladores against Gigantes. 2 more teams knocking on the door of the playoffs. We'll be back in a couple of minutes.
Por el bar de Mau, familia. Estamos con Carlitos, con Nico. ¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo estáis?
¿Qué dice mi queridísimo bar de Mau?
Aquí estamos, tranquilitos. ¿Cómo es la vuelta a los terrenos de juego, Caligol?
¿Qué te parece? 2 partidos, 2 victorias, aseguramos playoff, increíble. Oye, mi bar de Mau, por eso mi bar de Mau, que siempre me estáis apoyando, he traído mi regalito, aporto mi grano de arena. Mis fundas de las espinilleras usadas, señores, Bar de Mau, os lo merecéis.
¿La has lavado?
No la he lavado ni nada, para que lo tengáis aquí bien fresquito.
Bueno, ya la lavaremos nosotros, ¿no?
No están muy sudadas,
Ponla
la
por ahí,
verdad,
ponla por
Calibol.
ahí. Ahí, bien.
¡Qué bonito mi Bar de Mau!
Bueno, ahora se viene un partidazo, Aniquiladores Gigantes. Y yo os quería hacer una pregunta, vosotros como futbolistas, Polo, tú también, para mí sigue siendo un gran futbolista, ¿vale? Aunque, bueno, ya sabemos.
Tírale, no te enrolles.
Bueno, ¿cómo se para un equipo con Espinosa, con Gale Ortega? Decidme un poquito.
Bueno, a ver, es complicado, pero este partido Gigantes yo creo que le va a poner las cosas en su sitio.
Nada, déjate, a base de palos, si no, no los paras. Así es.
O pasa el balón o el jugador.
Eso es, a mí me gusta así.
Bueno, las cosas serias, ¿no? Polo, ¿hacemos una porrita?
Sí, dime.
¿A quién le vas? ¿Aniquiladores o Gigantes?
Yo es que el pibe es mucho pibe, tío. El pibe es mucho pibe.
Te he visto animado, ¿eh? Antes estaba ahí con él
el pibe
hablando.
lo trabaja muy bien y creo que se lo va a llevar
Lo
el
tiene
pibe.
claro.
Sí.
Yo creo que ya esta le toca a Gigantes, tío. Yo creo que sí, tío.
Dice, esta le toca a Gigante. Y hace un momento me decía, imposible que Aniquiladores gane. Un porcino no puede decir que Aniquiladores gane. ¡Gana Gigantes, cojones!
Lo tengo muy claro. Derrota absoluta de Aniquiladores. 3-5. Anulo Mufa.
Pero tú no eres de Aniquiladores,
bueno,
tío.
yo hago la contra Mufa, ya lo sabes. Si
Vale,
todo el mundo me conoce
vale.
que soy un Mufa.
Vale.
Tengo que hacer la contra Mufa.
Pues va, todos contra el pibe.
A ver
menos
qué
yo.
pasa, a ver qué pasa en el partido. Nos vemos en el Bar de Mau después.
Se nos presenta la oportunidad de estar ahí arriba. Vamos a ir a por todas, tío. Vamos a confiar en que tenemos que al lado y sobre todo, uno por uno. Somos mejores. Vamos a creerlo, ¿eh? ¡Ani! ¡Aniquiladores! ¡Vamos!
¿Vale? Ahora vamos fuera y a nosotros no hace falta decirnos que jugamos aquí, vamos a llevarnos, ¿eh? Hace falta en la Florida y tal, no sé qué, aquí a muerte. ¿Vale? Nos podemos mirar a la cara cuando salimos y cuando entramos, ¿eh? ¡Vamos! ¡Exacto! ¡1, 2, 3! ¡Dale, va!
La hermandad, la hermandad.
Muy emocionado.
El partido de la
Hello, we're
hermandad.
back again. We've had our break. Time for making a cup of tea. Not much else.
Todo muy bien, todo muy bien. No tan contento como Juanito, que está allí tomando medidas ya del campo de la Kings League América, que ya veo que está en la cabina metido. Pero bien, también nos hemos quedado en casa porque tenemos un pequeño partido ahí a las 9. Y como iba a ir muy justito y como veo la cosa como va, pues bien. Primero de todo, mucha fuerza a la gente de Troncos, en especial evidentemente a Perchita y a toda la familia y a Violeta, evidentemente, que ha perdido el Madrid. Y desde Gigantes le mandamos muchísima fuerza. Imagino que Juan también, y de parte de todos los presidentes, mandarle mucha fuerza porque son momentos delicados. Y también fuerza a los Buyer porque la tarde anda un poco calentita y creo que también merecen ahí un poquito de apoyo a él, a Martí, a toda la gente que lo está pasando un poco mal.
So far taken down to the wire. Just to let you know, Aniquiladores, their president, Juan. Yeah, sorry, Gigantes. I'm thinking Gerard Romero there with the Barca colour shirt. He's a bit of a Barca fan.
Lo necesitamos.
Just a little bit in the press there, just a little bit, yeah. And Aniquiladores, well, their president Juan Garnizo.
Entonces, pero sabemos que estos puntos son
week
indispensables
they
para seguir
beat
batallando
El
ahí
Barrio
por las
5
primeras
goals
posiciones de la
to
tabla.
4.
A ver qué tal.
Whereas Gigantes last week they beat xBuyer 3 goals to 2. So both of them coming into this on after victories. Maybe a little slight issue for Gigantes is scoring goals. They've just scored 16.
Es una locura.
They've got a goal difference of
porque ahora lo decíamos, estamos comentando, pasar de los novenos a los terceros o cuartos,
particularly
puedes dar un
helpful for
salto,
them.
ganas uno, te vas arriba, pierdes otro,
25,
te vas abajo. Por desgracia, pues tenemos ahí clavados al Barrio y a Rayo, que no les acaban de salir las cosas, pero el resto está todo ahí muy juntito y va a ser un partido fantástico. Yo creo que lo mejor es podemos empatar, Juan, después que
Romero
los shootouts, se lo lleve quien sea, nos repartimos unos puntitos y seguimos, ¿vale? Yo hablé ayer con el pibe y ya le dije un poquito las cosas y a ver si se puede dar,
The relationship between the two presidents. I wonder if Gerard will be so happy. He'll be that happy at 11 o'clock tonight.
Yeah, I was gonna say he's fortunate to get the 5th game on the slate and not the 6th, huh? Because
yeah. We'll be getting a bit of a hurry up, I think now, because you know, we're not going to tell people things.
We've never been known to be punctual in this country.
No, it tends to drag over a little bit. Anyhow, just very quickly, Gigantes, I'll just give you some numbers as the teams come out. 9th in the table at the moment after obviously what's happened early today. 4 wins, 3 defeats. 16 goals in their favour, 22 against. So, you know, there's no half measures with Gigantes. They either win or they lose. Aniquiladores, well, so they're currently 5th, 4 wins, 2 defeats and 1 win after a penalty shootout. They got 25 goals in favour, 21 against, 1 yellow card and 1 red card so far this season. Obviously, player to keep an eye out for in the Aniquiladores, David Alba, Jordi's big brother, well, certainly in terms of height. And Paul Zapata, another excellent goalkeeper. Zapata, by the way, the keeper for Aniquiladores, used to play for Gigantes. Obviously, you do get lots of players up against their former teams in a tournament where you get the draft to see who plays whom. Going to be Alex Ortega to get us going for Aniquiladores, the outfield player. That's the ball. Prepares to drop from the cage. Our 5th match of the session. And there he does it. He wins it again, Ortega. Marc Pelaz on for Gigantes. That's good work, and having got into a position there, Ortega drags it wide.
Good control, good effort.
Yep. 6 goals, 2 assists, Alex Ortega so far. The other man to keep a big eye out for in Aniquiladores is Javi Espinosa. 8 goals this season. Main man Jose Segovia, by the way, Gigantes keeper, 2nd most saves in this tournament, 55, beaten only by, well, the man Arnalot, who you just saw on fire in our last match. Another player onto the pitch. Marc Pelaz and Segovia. Wow, that's a good save. Gets down really well, doesn't he there, Paul?
It's a heck of a double save.
Yeah, that first one, he gets down so well. However, he may have just undone a little bit of his good work. Oh! Gets away. Oh, he does, or does he?
Now, what are you waiting for? Just have a go, Marc Pelaz.
Well, he'd fancied Marc Pelaz, 6 goals this season, to have put that one away. Bit of a let-off. Another wild start to a match. It's against Segovia. Opens up for him, doesn't it? It opens up all the way. Hey, that's what you want to see as a keeper. Jose Segovia opens the scoring for Gigantes. Just opened up for him, didn't they? It opened up for him like...
Oh, when you see your moment, just take it, man.
They just said, you know, walk on through there, and he did. I said, thank you very much.
How about some vindication? Oh, shoot it! Another! Give him another!
Well, well, well. This is the goalkeeper's dream, isn't it?
Prime Luis Suarez.
Incredible. But at the end of the day, reasonably straightforward, I'm going to say. You know, all you do is hit, you've got a big target, 40 yards away, 50 yards away. Thank you very much. 2-0, Jose Segovia. Living the dream.
He wants his hat trick.
I don't think he'll be getting forward quite as much now, obviously now that we're 5 against 5, but incredible stuff there, brilliant. And a flying start for Gigantes. And really giving themselves an uphill task right from the start, Aniquiladores. Drilled wide.
Yeah, well, it just complicates things a little bit now for Aniquiladores, because if this result were to hold, Gigantes would leap straight over them and several other teams. They could go from 9th in the table to 3rd with 3 points.
Just shows how it's getting closer and closer in the, apart from at the bottom.
There you go. There's your proof.
Look at that, so close, isn't it?
Look at the 6 red down arrows because of the lead.
Just because of the results that are happening.
Yeah.
So, can they build on the lead, Gigantes? Fantastic start for them. Here is Pelaz. Adrian Frutos. And again, woof! Rifled in there from Pelaz. Great save.
Hits his Paul Venom,
doesn't he?
Who is another one of those keepers that we really enjoy spotlighting the keepers in these games, because they're just so involved.
Yeah, as I said, playing against his former team, used to play for Gigantes. Meanwhile, here come the Aniquiladores. Great save from Segovia, gets down well.
I mean, have we had an MVP of a game, a prime MVP, before we've hit full strength? Because if so, I think today's the day.
Long way to go, though. A long way to go.
My vote's already in.
Well, if it continues like this, but as any member of the goalkeeping union will tell you, Spence, you can be the hero 5 times. All it needs is one mistake, and all of a sudden, you're the villain.
Thankless job.
Oh, keeper makes 4 saves. You don't remember them if he drops across. Frutos. Hits it hard, but it goes high.
As long as we're continuing to find new and ridiculous rules to implement, like the shooting from behind the D to make it count for double or triple or whatever you want to have, I think we need to set up some sort of target. I haven't quite figured this one out yet, Paul, but we need to set up some scoreboard. Exactly. Because you can see it's kind of like a Frank Lloyd Wright window, if you're following me there. It starts with the big scoreboard in the middle, and then they get progressively smaller until they're those, see on the left side there, those narrow slatches. I think if you hit every single one during the game, you should get an extra goal. And they light up green when you hit it. Look out.
And a second looped around and just wide by... What was that by? Ooh, it's plenty of space there, didn't he, Guillem? Couldn't get his shot on target, and so far Gigantes obviously very much one of the home teams here in the Cupra Arena. There you see the name in the background. Cupra mark of car. Adverts done by the Catalan singer Rosalia. You may have seen it. I find it absolutely unfathomable. Even though it's one of those adverts you understand every word, but don't understand anything.
Which I have to say, as far as advertisements in Spain goes, that you get that less often, right? The sheer creativity. You're obviously, you know, UK born. I'm American born. The advertising agencies that come from those two countries tend to provide some wackier, more creative options.
Oh.
And here in Spain, they're coming around to it.
There was one I saw. Sorry, just to quickly take the attention away from this. I was watching the Women's League F, Women's Football League match last Sunday, and they've got a you know, a video version of it. Great, just because as you do with the men's league, which is the league EA Sports, and the advertising logo for the women's video. For the women's football video was, "Are you in the club?"
In the club?
I'll leave that one. In the club, I kid you not.
Okay.
Hang on a second. Do you don't know what that means? The euphemism in English. Well, I'll let you look it up. It's not a good choice for women's football. We're going to have a yellow card here. We are indeed. Shirt pull.
So this is a penalty then. Yeah.
Looks, yeah. There goes Carlos Contreras. It's a yellow card as well. Not a lot, but there's enough, isn't there? And it's very visible.
That's my favorite player. You wanted to have you little gamesmanship, like, here's the ball, sir, go ahead, take your penalty, and then he just drops it and kicks it to the side.
Then he has a little, yeah, you're really my mate. So it's Javi Espinosa to get his side right back into this.
I'm backing Segovia. It's his game. Got him!
Whoa, and you were right. Great save. Great save for Segovia. Not only has he scored twice, pushes that penalty onto the bar. And it wasn't a bad penalty either.
MVP.
Great save. Anyhow, Aniquiladores. What is that going to do to their morale? They're 2-0 down already. 2 goals scored by the opposition keeper, who has just saved a penalty. Let's have another look at this.
Oh,
great save. Because he hits it really hard. It's maybe at a decent height, but that is a fantastic stop.
He's also feeling himself too. He's in one of those grooves. You know, sometimes you're just on one. He is currently on one.
Look at Aniquiladores again. Guillem, number 19. It's inside to Espinosa. It's a bit of nothing to the ball and nodded back for the Gigantes keeper. You get the adverts. You can buy these shirts online. And if you live in the UK,
which one would you get? Not in terms of which team you might support the most, but talking about just design, what you like.
Quite like the Rayo one. Quite like the Rayo one. I also like the Rayo Vallecano shirt in La Liga, so I'd go for the Rayo. I think I'd go for Rayo. Obviously, the red and white of Aniquiladores is always impeccable taste.
I don't know. It's a little too.
Oh.
It has nothing to do with Aniquiladores themselves, but it's a little too much of an Almeria vibe for me this year.
Yeah, maybe a bit too much white, yeah.
I think I would probably go with El Barrio. They have such sleek colors. Which means that you and I have chosen the teams in 11th and 12th place, which is fine. That means we're not fair weather fans.
There you go.
We just like good fashion.
Design.
Yeah.
Right, free kick for Gigantes. Been on the back foot a little bit, but I think that's credit to Aniquiladores looking to try and get back into this match. Gigantes just quite happy to play it across and back. Get a bit tight in the middle there. Looking to turn. There was Mark Jimenez, but couldn't. And is there a chance here for Gigantes on the break?
Oh, yeah.
It might well be. That was drilled across by Jimenez and just a bit ahead. I think was it Espinosa or Ortega there? Let's have a look. Sorry,
yeah. If Adrian Espinar, if he sticks his leg out, he's got a shot there.
Espinar doesn't. Just went across a bit quickly for him. Mario Reyes. Jordi Ross. And went for space that wasn't there, didn't he, Guillaume? And anywhere will do. Yeah, keeping the pressure on. It's against Zapata.
I've seen this a number of times now. It's not something new. If you get that 1 or even 2 goal advantage in the first 5 minutes of the game, you then take control of the game even in the moments when you're not creating problems, because Gigantes have this 2-goal lead. It was obviously a big confidence boost coming from Segovia. He's locked into the game, and that's the difference.
Ooh, which is why Aniquiladores will be wondering what happens once we get the dice again. He's right there, Gerard. It wasn't very far away. Oof. So other things that we can keep an eye on in the Kings League. There's the fantasy, there's the book that's been published. That's a block and a half, isn't it, as well? That was going into the back of the net. It's given away, though.
Got numbers. Oof.
Oh, he snatched at it. Could have done a bit better there, David Alba.
Not Inter Miami quality.
Nope. Quick exchange of passes there. Can Espinar get there? No, he can't. To answer my own question. Minute and a half before we get the dice. Still Aniquiladores controlling the ball. Once again, comes out wide to Rovira. Alba in the middle, Rovira at the far post. Going to get there. Oi! Just as he was thinking about the overhead kick, it was nodded away. And I think there's an offside there.
David Alba, that one hit the ceiling. Hit the ceiling. We almost had David Alba making up for any doubts that anybody had about him with what would have been a pretty sweet bicycle or a half bicycle effort.
And now 10 seconds until 18 minutes and our throw of the dice. And that'll just... It's going to be thrown by... Sorry, the dice, just to let you know, will be thrown by Olga Gomez and Chris Campos. Olga plays for Gigantes and Chris plays for Aniquiladores.
We haven't had anything more than 2v2 today. Do we stay that way? No.
Nope, we've got 4. Yeah, Gerard Romero's quite happy with that. He doesn't want anything that's going to upset his side too much, does he? And I can see the common sense in that. So, 4 against 4 for these last 2 minutes of the first half. And I don't think we're going to have much injury time. We've whipped through it, no real stoppages. Apart for the penalty. Even that wasn't really controversial. Another one of those rapid sprints, and it was won by Ortega.
So 4v4 is where Gigantes picked up their second goal because Aniquiladores brought their keeper forward.
It's just too many, isn't it, to risk taking the keeper off when you have the attack. It's just that you do that when it's 2 against 2 or 3 against 3 perhaps. Ortega thought about that one. Espinosa.
They're not bringing the keeper forward right now. They're not risking it, so it's really just 3v3.
Well intercepted. It's Pelath. Back it goes to Segovia. They'll be quite happy to get through this unscathed, I think. Gigantes here. Just keep the status quo until half-time.
Oh yeah!
Oh
yeah!
Oh,
yeah!
Oh! Great play by Nando Quesada there. Did nearly everything right. Worked the space, got himself the shooting chance, and then just dragged it wide.
Big chance.
Really nicely worked there by Quesada. 30 seconds left of normal time in this first half. Obviously, we'll need to see how much is added on as then Marc Jimenez drags it wide. Diego Romero just saying calm, stay calm. And 7 seconds left. Let's see how much injury time there is. Just the 1 minute. Seems about right. Once again, Quesada. I tell you what, that wasn't far away from Juste, was it? Curled it just over the bar.
It's
that
really
would have been
difficult.
in a full. I know if ifs and ands, but if that had been a full-sized goal, that would have been in. It isn't, however, so it wasn't.
Would have been a postage stamp, but the problem is it's really difficult with the size of the goal and the alertness of the keeper.
Oh, that is a big, big goal for Aniquiladores. Javi Espinosa gives his side a lifeline on the stroke of half-time. Nicely worked. A little pass there from Jimenez. We're going to have a little look at it, though, for offside by the but no. Nope, well, if it was a look for offside, it was a very brief look for offside. We got a half-time with Aniquiladores giving themselves a lifeline. That's the numbers, very tight. Look at that, 9-4, 9-5. Very, very closely fought match.
I have to say, it's a pretty even first half, all things considered. And the only difference, at least on the score sheet, is Gigantes' keeper Segovia.
Yeah, those 2 goals, obviously. Both goals scored by the goalkeeper.
Don't forget about the penalty stop either. And am I hearing the sound correctly?
One's saying, yeah, you're hearing a buzzing.
We've got to have the comodín. We've got to have a joker because they're both playing it.
Darnos contexto, Joan, que no estamos allí.
We'll see what happens.
We're going to have a stolen secret weapon.
We'll go back one way.
Jugador estrella y ahora para ellos. Ni Pichu. A ver, o a lo mejor tienes un penalti, ¿no? Ya veremos, ya veremos. La última repe del gol de Espinosa no la veremos, ¿no? No vaya a ser que queden con el culo al aire, ¿no? ¡Ah, 2 jugadores estrella! Grande, Estrella Dan patrocina este momento. Grande. Grande. Cling, cling. Grande, grande, grande.
Well done, Gerard.
No, pero digo que de verdad, yo creo que no es fuera de juego porque Espi nos come la tostada por atrás, pero no hemos visto repe del gol. Yo sé que el VAR la habrá revisado seguro, pero no estaría mal verlo en algún momento.
Of that last goal, without quite going into Bouye, brother, territory of sheer anger. There you go, and there's no offside there, is there?
Perfecto, perfecto, perfecto.
That's a deep run from very deep, isn't it?
Gracias, realización. Bravo la realización, bravo. Chuparrifles, bravo.
Oh, I tell you what, the Buyers will be watching that and thinking, yeah, why didn't you do that with us?
A ver, por cierto, voy a chupar un poco más el rifle. Me gusta este live review, no sé qué, me gusta esto que han estrenado hoy, que a veces el overlay este nuevo, esta historia, bravo también, enhorabuena, Joan.
Yeah, well done there, clears everything up.
Felicidades a todos.
Grandes.
Todos están trabajando mucho.
Good relationship here between Juan and Gerard by the looks of it.
Yeah, and Gerard Romero was just praising the live replays because sometimes, especially if you're not in the vicinity and you're not there, then you're stuck watching the screen and feed that they're giving you. So if they're showing a full screen replay and something else happens, you miss it. But now they're putting the picture in picture and it's working very well.
Okay, so there you go, 2 star players, Pelaz.
Well, that's easy.
And Espinosa, 2 number 8s.
Just look for number 8.
So obviously if either of those score, then it's double value for the goal. And a game that's been really close. Wow, it's the base of the post.
Los 2 ochos. Me ha dado un besito,
Vamos a get Aniquiladores looking to control the play, but chance on the break. Good challenge though to deny Carlos Contreras. And that's a lovely run into space. And how did that not end up in the back of the net there from Guillem? Wow. Just runs onto it, hits it first time. Just wide.
Hay que seguir, they're saying. Just gotta keep going.
Long way to go. At least 18 minutes. It's a corner. Well, one at the far side. Not quite sure what the ref's wanting to see. Possible handball? Nope, off we go. That's Pelaz. That's good pressure. couple of meaty challenges in there. Throw-in goes to Aniquiladores. Open it out to Espinosa again. It's a nice angle pass from Espinosa. Doesn't get the return though.
Might be a claim of a potential foul in the area. I don't know. I didn't see it too well, but I don't think so.
Not appealed for it, so that's always a good sign.
Here's a look at our MVP. Win or lose, Doesn't matter.
So far, you've got to say it.
You said earlier today that if the MVP comes from the losing team, they have to come up with an otherworldly experience.
Oh, hang on a second. Oh, my word. Great ball across the area there. Just fired over the top. Maybe we'll have to have a little look and see if there was offside. Yeah, I think so. It's got to be really, really something special, hasn't it? Like a hat-trick in a 4-3 defeat or something like that.
So far, it fits the bill for me. Uh-oh, oof, almost.
Once again, good turn, but well defended by Sergio Juste. And here come Gigantes. And here come Aniquiladores. End-to-end stuff, I think you might gather from this, just listening to this. Look at that high-octane start to the second half. Espinosa, let's remember, Espinosa sitting deep is the star player for Aniquiladores. There's Alba. Monjil. Once again, Gigantes get it long, get it out, send it long and look to chase it down, but straight through to Paul Zapata. Alba spreads that one out, and there is the equaliser. For a minute it might have hit the post, but it's hit the back of the net. 2-all. Aniquiladores right back into this tie, drilled home by Jose Gassi Ruiz. I say more than almost, that most definitely is. 2-2.
Segovia is going to be disappointed by that one too. It just snuck under his leg. He stuck his leg out in the right spot.
Exposed though, and you know, well worked chance for Aniquiladores. And
this is the game we were promised.
Sort of game that you look at it and you think, yeah, this could well go either to a golden goal or a shootout, or both. Maka. Maka. Espinosa. And there he is again, Maka.
Yeah, I don't like that pass at all. And I know what Aniquiladores are trying to do. They want to spread the space given to them on the pitch, but putting in a cross from midfield onto the other side, there's very little good that can come from that in these confines.
It's a percentage ball at best, isn't it? Even in 11-a-side.
Very hopeful.
Sort of thing you do in the 85th minute when you're losing 1-0. Oof, a little bit of a mix-up there, but Zapata more or less gets away with it at the expense of a throw-in. Nice footwork there by Espinar. Just looking to open it out. Looks like, for a second I thought we're going to see another diagonal there from Juste. And in the end, just a lack of patience there, wasn't there? All the build-up, didn't see much on. And Quesada just went for the glory. Here they come again, though.
Para mí no hay nada. Para mí no hay nada.
Here the referee saying that there's nothing there. A couple of players, they both stayed down. One of them has.
I'm going to say we haven't heard much from the referees lately, just because there hasn't been much to speak of.
That's Adrián Frutos, who's down.
No hay nada. Pero ni para un lado ni para otro, de nada. Le da balón, es que no hay nada. De verdad.
He gets the ball, there's nothing there.
De verdad, es que no hay nada de nada. Sí, sí, de verdad, de verdad.
Just nips the ball away from him, doesn't he?
Sí, sí, buen mirar.
And now drop ball, off we go again. Finely balanced game. Started off the second half really end-to-end. Gigantes have been playing a little bit more in the Aniquiladores half, but
side netting.
Into the side netting this time from... This time he does live up to his nickname of Casi Ruiz, almost. So Gigantes have maybe had the weight of the last 4 or 5 minutes, but now you saw the chance there for Ruiz. Segovia scored off his side's 2 goals. Given straight back. That's going to go back to the keeper. And once again, just punched it forward. Not a lot that Espinar could do. As we approach the half-hour match in this game.
I mean, we're getting back to this again. The guy with the ball, in this case Espinosa, or the man on the other side, Marc Pelaz, as that shot sails high and wide. Look, we haven't seen a single shot, forget on target, shot. We haven't seen a shot from either number 8. They're both, in theory, the star player with, and I say star player in terms of the secret weapon, they're the player that needs to be taking the shots that could get the double goal. It hasn't happened.
Two top scorers for their teams as well. Yeah, but not really had a sniff. Espinosa playing quite deep, has to be said.
It's almost like if you want to keep your star player from scoring goals and getting chances, then you give them that armband.
There's Alba. That's not a bad ball, actually, even though we're not a big fan of diagonal crosses, but there you found the overlap. Ortega just losing out. Now it's Aniquiladores' side to turn to get a little bit more control. Was that saved by Segovia, or was it the post? It's Ortega who got
either way.
Shot in. No, yeah. Espinar.
A lot of pressure.
That pass. That's well played by Aniquiladores to force
feed him.
Error. There you go. Feed the beast and he will score. Espinosa brought down. Edge of the area. I've never touched him, ref. Yeah, you did. You took his legs away from him. You definitely touched him. Definitely a free kick. And while we're arguing, we've missed the goal.
What?
I deeply apologise. I think they just took a quick free kick. They took a quick free kick, didn't they? And I think it's Mario Reyes who's made it 3-2. So let's see what's happening here. Well,
No, it can't be.
If they've not asked for distance, you can take it when you want to. Keeper's off his line. Thank you very much. Fortune favours the brave.
Wow.
if you, I think there's a moral there that if you know, let your teammates argue, but if you're the keeper, stay on your line.
Oh my!
Pick that one out. That is an absolute cruise missile rifled in there.
Take that with you. Have one back. Sergio Juste.
The adjuster. Absolute screamer. Well, frustrating there for Aniquiladores after taking the lead in a very intelligent, clever way. It's a bit of, well, I tell you what, do you know what that is? That's smash and grab, isn't it? Smash from Juste, grab from Reyes. But the long and the short of it is that rather than being 2-all as we were a minute ago, it's 3-all. And we have 7 minutes left.
Wow.
Goes out for a throw in for Gigantes. Little breather. There's Javi, still not really had a chance, even though he's the star player.
It's gotta be hard to play with that sign just hovering over your face the whole time.
It makes a buzzing noise like a mosquito or something.
Just swat it away.
Four minutes before, obviously, we get... Well, it would be golden goal if we get to the 38-minute mark. It will be next goal wins. Which is great, but at the same time, it's sometimes slightly anticlimactic because you always think the other team, you just want to have that chance, don't you? You know, it's taken away from you. There's Mark Pelath.
Look out.
Whoa.
Oh, big stop.
Well blocked, well blocked. Great effort from Ayats with the shot. Defender gets his body in the way after that. Bit of an error there. And at the other end, Segovia redeems himself for that. What I'm going to say was a slight error in that third goal from Aniquiladores. Might have been going over there from Jordi Ross, but I think he just instincts as a keeper. Cut in there.
Oh, well done. Oh, really well done by Pelath.
Yeah.
Contreras needed to do better.
Yeah, but the thing is, as you're saying about, you know, the star player there is Pelath.
I'm sorry, that's actually, I saw an 8.
It's Nacho. No, it's Nacho, so I mean, but yeah, I know what you, but we've not really seen Pelath pop up in scoring positions, have we? Not Espinosa. We might do now. Oh! It's not Espinosa, it's Cassie Ruiz who scored. No Cassie about that one. Now they're going to deny us that chance of a golden goal. Great work here from Alex Ortega.
Yeah, it's a clean finish too. I mean, really well done in the end by Ruiz. Just to stick his leg out, get anything on it, put it on towards frame, let the ball do the rest of the work. And now here we go.
It's a real striker's goal. And just a lovely little outside of his foot there from Ortega as well to put it across hard. So they were 2-0 down, Aniquiladores. 4-3 their lead. Can they get back into it? Thought about it there again, didn't he, Juste, for a fraction of a second? Ooh, given away by Quesada. He goes down. And the referee goes, yeah, we'll look at it again on the VAR.
Fruto, escúchame. Fruto, necesito que te calmes. Fruto, escúchame a mí. Necesito que te calmes, ¿ok? Vale, ya está.
Frutos, I need you to calm down. Is there much contact there?
Lo que es.
I don't think the VAR will overturn that.
Penalti, Fruto. Dime. Ok, Fruto, está bien.
It's good. It's a penalty. Frutos going, is it a joke?
Que no puedes aparecer. ¿Qué penalti has pitado? José, ¿qué penalti? No te voy a aguantar más. No, pero ¿qué penalti has pitado? Ya está.
I'm not going to put up any more, says the ref. It's a penalty and it'll be Espinosa to take it.
And this will count double, and this would essentially put the game away. Can he come
Once
up
again,
big again, Segovia?
Well, this is a massive save he needs to make here.
I backed him last time. You know what? The heck with it. I'm backing him again. Let's go.
You're backing him again. I'm gonna go
Keep it
on the
interesting.
contrary. I'm gonna say Espinosa is gonna put this one to bed. Oh, you were right.
Did he stay on his line? Did he stay on his line?
It would be well harsh if he was repeated noises off his line. That's really unlucky. Do you know why I think that's unlucky? Double unlucky. Because he's made the save, and the possible reason he's come off his line is because in that penalty, he's just made that little judder, his little stop in his run, hasn't he, Espinosa? And the keeper reacts to that. Takes that little step. That's really unlucky on the keeper. I think that's really unlucky. He is off his line.
That's okay.
I think
That's all right. Take it again. That's fine. He'll stop another. Give me a hat trick.
Unfortunately, he didn't stop that one. Rifled home by Espinosa. The goal is worth double. That's a huge, huge goal. Really harsh, I think, on Segovia, but good penalty.
He almost got a touch too, I think.
But hit really hard.
I'm still voting for him for MVP. I don't care what anybody says.
Yeah, in this case, I'll give you that. 2 minutes plus a couple of minutes, 2 or 3 minutes injury time, you'd think, wouldn't you? Oh. Well, tell you what, how can a minute change a game, eh? Because that was looking set for a golden goal.
Oh, easy now, don't hurt yourself. You need that hand. I've seen athletes punch things, inanimate objects before, and then break their hand.
Well, Aniquiladores get the ball, which is very good news for them.
Got a pressure.
Well, there's only one thing that we have to bear in mind here. Gigantes need to score twice. Otherwise, it's going to be another win for Aniquiladores.
Yeah, from going from Gigantes with a 2-0 lead 3 minutes into the game, 2 keeper goals. They had climbed up the table. They were in 3rd place to now being in 9th. And Aniquiladores up to 2nd, thinking that we were going to go to a golden goal. That's a
We've got
big
Saiyans
swing.
up next. Last game, Saiyans against PIO. I'll be betting on Saiyans to win that. But yeah, 2nd at the moment in those playoffs that would take him directly into the quarter-finals. No wonder that Juan is looking very, very happy, their president. And here they come again. Nah. Ortega. Oh, great save from Segovia again. And nothing you could do about that one. This is one of these where the final score, looks far more cruel than what you've actually seen, isn't it? There's no
Yeah, that's a
foul
big
there,
finish.
played on.
And again, it's another save from Segovia, and he couldn't make all of them.
Goes through Cabre's legs as well, which doesn't make life easy for him. It was Casi Ruiz, who is actually looking nailed on to be MVP, and that's because he scored a hat-trick. So if you score a hat-trick and you're on the losing side and you've got a chance of being MVP, that's fair enough. Segovia's been given a yellow card as well. So obviously they've had to put Mario Leon in goal. Well, a frustrating end for the man who began in such unbelievable style. Scoring twice, ending up getting sin-binned.
Tough day for Gigantes, and a deserved win though for Aniquiladores. They really came out.
They've come back
in the second half much better.
So they're currently second. Oof, that's a free kick. Obviously, I say if Saiyans win, I think they'd leapfrog them. I quite fancy Saiyans to beat PIO. A bit quicker. They've got two really quick players, Saiyans, who Linares and Hero, and PIO, they've got experience, but they're not that quick. So 3 minutes of extra time, or injury time, of which we are 1 minute and 25 seconds through. But I think any doubt that we had about this result, which we had basically in the 35th minute, 36th minute, has evaporated. And could it be another? Not this time. Well done, Mario Leon. Sometimes being substitute keeper is one of the most thankless tasks in football, isn't it? Because you just got so much less chance of getting into the game than an outfield player.
Yeah, and by the looks of it, it's going to go down as a pretty rough loss, no matter who's in goal.
Won't do. I'll tell you one thing: it won't do Gigantes' goal difference any favours either. If they already had -6, it's going to go to -11, and obviously, when you're going to be level on points with teams, that isn't going to be a help when it comes to who qualifies for what. It's like having a point less almost, isn't it, that goal difference?
Absolutely.
Once again, Ortega goes all the way through. Once again, good save from Leon. He's come on and made 2 good saves. See, I am here for a purpose. Keeper, you always want to make a couple of saves in a match. Even if your team wins 3-0, you want to make a save. And there is the final whistle. Ended up Aniquiladores 8, Gigantes 3. Obviously double value goals, a big help, that penalty from Espinosa, and then that final goal from Casi Ruiz. The stats just about back up, don't they, their victory. Maybe not the margin of victory, but it backs up the win. See what the Prezis have to say.
Sí, a ver, creo que ocupamos que también PIO haga el milagro ahorita y le gane a Saiyans, que vienen en buena racha. Un partidazo,
yeah, well,
amigo,
we
creo que el
are trying to catch
es injusto para
Saiyans,
porque creo que fue mucho nivel de parte y parte. Me encantó.
It was a tough game for Gigantes because this was a game played at a high level.
A mejorar.
Gotta get
todos,
better.
El equipo,
Everybody.
Y
Team
todos
first.
mejorar algunas decisiones. Porque yo también me puedo poner delante del balón, como estaba Salva en esa jugada, y hablar con los jugadores, distraer a todos los jugadores, y que quiero ver si realmente mueve el balón o no mueve el balón el jugador, el capitán. Porque si no lo mueve, adelante. Y bravo por la astucia y fatal mi equipo con esa actitud. Pero si el árbitro, el señor Jim Carrey, está allí haciendo un monólogo con mis jugadores, ¿cómo coño queremos que los jugadores estén por la jugada? Pero, hey, no vamos a hablar del arbitraje porque no hace falta hablar del arbitraje porque no sirve de nada. Porque no se va a provocar nada.
Because we're not going to provoke anything. Talking about, of course, this play.
The ball's moving.
Bueno, ya te la ha movido lo suficiente. Te la va a mover un poquito. Ya te la ha movido un poquito. Ese balón, esa jugada no puede ser legal porque te ha movido el balón.
Cannot be legal.
Creo yo, pero como aquí hay otras normas, pues adelante.
If you want to play under other rules,
me alegro mucho
go
por
ahead.
ustedes, que disfruten mucho de la jornada. Vamos a seguir luchando.
Congratulations, Aniquiladores, on the victory.
Porque tenemos muy mala continuidad. Pero todo el mundo ha visto que esa jugada han movido el balón. Así que felices.
Everyone saw that the ball moved there and that goal cannot count.
Hasta luego.
I disagree there because the ball's not actually moving when he takes it. He gives it a little movement, but the ball's stopped when he actually hits it, isn't it? So
I think Gerard is out.
Yeah, Gerard's gone.
Now here's
Sí,
José Casi Ruiz.
Victoria y líderes.
Bueno, después de cómo se ha presentado el partido, íbamos empezando 0-2 y al final, pues mira, esto es Aniquilador que no nos rendimos nunca. Y bueno, contento de sumar puntos, de marcar gol, que estaba a tiempo sin sentirme una noche especial. Y bueno, hoy lo he conseguido y gracias a mis compañeros que bueno, que
to my teammates.
La verdad que cansadísimo y contento de, bueno, como tú has dicho,
we're extremely tired, but we're happy.
Decías que te habían dejado un recado desde el banquillo de Gigantes y les has devuelto un hat-trick.
Sí, ha sido en el calentamiento, entramos de portero, me dice casi, digo, bueno, pues casi que igual te meto 3. De broma, sí, de broma y mira, al final, bueno.
Talking earlier before the game, talking about me saying, yeah, I could score 3.
Al Gigante que es un club hermano y nada, a ver si gana la semana que viene y se metan ahí otra vez.
If they win again next week, or we're going to try to win again next week and see what we can do about it. Well, yeah, this game started with a couple of keeper goals, but it ended on the side of Aniquiladores. They got the job done. A couple of banger goals in this one too. Some controversies, some penalties. This game had just a little bit of everything, but in the end, Aniquiladores get the victory, 8-3, which leaves us with 1 game left. It's coming up next. PIO FC, Saiyans FC to close out your day.
Ya estamos en el bar de Mao, familia. Rápido voy. Quiero hacerte un juego, Polo. Vamos a ponerle motes a algunos jugadores de Saiyans y de PIO.
Dale.
Mini Bartu, ¿qué mote le pondrías?
Cruella de Vil.
Yo le pondría el quarterback. Míralo. Para mí el quarterback del equipo. Mírale qué figura. Lopo.
Lopo es no sé, el muro.
La muralla, le diría yo. Me la has copiado. Dani Liñares, para mí, el mago.
Bro, es 4 pelos, Dani Liñares.
¡Hala, venga!
4 pelos y Dani Pérez, 4 dedos.
Para mí, Dani Pérez, la araña.
Esos son los motes oficiales.
Oficiales, pero vamos, de primer nivel. Bueno, está bien, ¿no? El jueguito.
Sí, no, está bien.
¿Porrita rápida?
Sí, para mí se lo lleva Saiyans, tío. Aunque creo que Pío la va a pelear fuerte.
Yo confío en Pío, ¿eh?
Ojo,
confío bastante en Pío. Yo creo que 3-4, venga, va, para Pío. A ver lo que pasa.
Yo creo que se lo lleva Saiyans.
Nos vemos en el bar de Mao, familia. Abrazo.
Hola, ¿todo bien? ¿Todo bien? ¿Ustedes cómo están? ¿Ya cansados? ¿No? Pues mira, tenemos todos los partidos que nos quedan son como finales, tenemos que ir a ganar, sí. Obviamente ya depende de lo que pase en el partido, pero la intención es siempre ganar y siempre competir y creo que los chicos lo saben más que nadie y vamos a salir a hacer eso. Sí, sí. Sí, unas cosas se dieron, otras cosas no en cuanto a los resultados de los demás, pero ahorita lo bueno es que al final del día dependemos de nosotros mismos y tenemos que demostrar que merecemos clasificar directamente al Mundial y que merecemos estar ahí en los playoffs y arriba en la tabla. Muchas gracias.
One game left to go, and it's between PIO and Saiyans. And as you just heard the word from Rivers, Samantha Rivera, the president of PIO FC, their goal, get yourself into the playoffs. Get yourself a spot in the World Cup. And for now, they are close to achieving that objective, but they still have a ways to go. What is at stake for this final game? Well, PIO are in 10th place, and regardless of the result tonight, they will stay in 10th place. But on the other side, Saiyans, who started the day second in the table, can finish the day tied at the top of it with Aniquiladores and Los Troncos, both of whom have 17 points. Saiyans have 14. They've played 7 games so far, won 4 of them in standard time. And for them, the objective is quite clear. Get a victory and fight for the top 4 and top spot as well.
Yeah, obviously it's a big one for PIO, isn't it? Because Rivers is from Mexico, so and the World Cup is in Mexico, so I think she'd quite like her team to be in the World Cup.
We appreciate you joining us throughout this day. He's Paul Giblin. I'm Spencer Siegel. We've had some fun today. One more to go.
We have one more to go.
At least in this country. Got the Kings League AMÉRICAS as well.
All you night owls, depending where you are, obviously. If this is on YouTube, you could be anywhere.
So, we begin with PIO's Dani Ruiz in our one-on-one, our final one-on-one to start the game of the day. And Ruiz has dropped his man and sliced through the Saiyan defense. Good start, PIO.
Third goal of the season for Danny. Big lad. Started to do the job in recent weeks. Starting to look very useful. That's a very nice finish.
Opens up his body wonderfully and gets the goal. So now it's David Gallego's turn. And wow, that is a shielding and a half from Ruiz, who could get a second crack at it, or they could wait, as it appears they're going to do, 5 seconds to get a second player onto the pitch. Or will Ruiz go alone? He's going to go first. And he wants the shot. He takes the shot and he hits the post.
That is so unlucky. That was... We've seen that early goals don't always guarantee you're going to win, but that is... I mean, that takes a heck of an effect, doesn't it, that shot from Dani Ruiz?
Not a bad effort at all. And here we go with a 3v3, including the keeper, and that is Saiyans' keeper, who's at the top of the area. You know he wants the shot. Dani Perez. This is Gallego. Sets himself up nicely. Good stop, an easy stop to make in the end for Jorge Ibanez.
So
no presidential penalty for this one. Sorry, Paul, go ahead.
No, I just said PIO have started to have improved the last couple of matches. Had a really poor start to the season, but say beating xBuyer, using that thanks partly to the double goal, really just seems to have kick-started things for them. And last week they beat Rayo in a match that just gave them a little bit of breathing space over the side that's currently bottom of the table.
You can see that what a win would do for PIO. Why not? It's deflected away, and or is it?
Nope, straight out.
20 seconds of 4-on-4. Saiyans looking for their equalizer. Augusto Fernandez. Perez. Gallego. Given away. There's an open goal. Ruiz is going to go for it. It's stopped wonderfully by Perez, who could only use his legs to do it.
Yeah, acrobatic stuff there from the keeper, Wolf.
That was blocked away. There's a look at the effort. Yeah, you got to get your leg to it. He couldn't use his hands. He was out of the box.
Yeah, if he'd have used his hands, he'd have been off, wouldn't he?
Corner lofted in and met perfectly by ahead of Martin Mantovani. Second of the season, 1-1.
We've seen Mantovani do that in his days in the Liga Santander, oh, not Liga Santander, in La Liga, when he was the head, when he was the main man in the Leganés defence, and he also had a spell at Espanyol. So it's not easy to score from corners, but if you do it, if you are going to score, it's probably now when there's not many defenders.
There was one chance that was stopped by Perez. That's a good save. And we are 1 minute away from being at full strength.
See, I look at PIO right now. They've got obviously their star players, you know, their sort of 11s, 12. They've got two players who were big, solid defenders in their day, or defensive players. Albert Lopo, from remember him at Espanyol and Depor, and Marc Torrejón, I especially remember him at Espanyol. And you know, I compare them to, say, Verdú or a couple of other, former players who are in this competition. And I'm not sure if they're the sort of style of players I'd really want, because they're big, they're strong, but they're not maybe got the pace that you'd really want in seven-a-side.
What exactly then it prohibits them from being able to compete with the rest of them? Is it because they're not fast enough?
I just think I mean, look at them, the big strong lads. I mean, you know, they were really rock solid players in the day. I just think in this, you just need to be a little bit quicker than they are. That's my general thought. Because they were sort of more specialist defenders. You know, let's be honest here, Lopo would have headed a fridge, you know.
A couple of chances on the inner portions of the box, but a whistle will halt play and send us back the other way.
Just using his strength there, wasn't he, again, Dani Ruiz? And you look at Saiyans, you know, they've got some players such as Augusto Fernandez, Mantovani. Okay, Mantovani was also a central defender. But last week they had David Barral, a former nearly everybody striker, to be honest. And I just think maybe your star players, maybe it's a better idea to have more attacking style. For example, Augusto Fernandez there. Played for Atletico Madrid, Celta, number 24. He was basically a midfield, you know, busy, quite attacking. But here he can do the defensive job, and he's also got that creativity just to give him a little bit more.
They're working the ball around nicely, Saiyans. They're not in any hurry at the moment. We've had a goal from each side, coming with both teams less than full strength.
As so often happens.
It's tough to get an exact sense of how PIO are defending at the moment. It's a bit of zonal man marking, following the runs. They're trying to stay. Go on.
The two players have to be really careful of are Dani Linares, who was top scorer before this week, started with 11 goals, and Jero Martin, 7 goals, and quick. So they've got to really worry about the runs into space of number 10 and number 11, Dani Linares and Jero Martin. For me, they're the two real danger men for Saiyans.
This is slipped forward for Torrejon, who was trying to feed it into the area. Saiyans want to come the other way on the break. Gallego, and again, PIO are very quick to get back and set up defensively. They've only been bested by a header, which, as you talked about, some of the big bodies that they have, it's somewhat surprising that that's how they were beaten. Gallego does very well. Lashes it over and out.
Yeah, I mean, the fact is, for me it says quite a lot that despite having two big, experienced former central defenders from La Liga, PIO have conceded 32 goals, or 33 now, but 32 going into this. They've got a goal difference of -13. Which will be, once again, as we said about, Gigantes, that is going to be a little bit of a handicap when the final reckoning comes, after match day 11, to see who goes where.
That should be a foul. Linares was clattered and has stayed down along with, I believe, Torrejon. And this might end up being a yellow card. It will be. It's going to send PIO down to 6 men. It was not Torrejon, I beg your pardon. It's Alberto Lopo. And he knows it too.
Who doesn't complain, does he? He doesn't complain. Just sticks out that leg behind him, doesn't he?
Oh, so can Saiyans take advantage?
Well, I said the style of players they have, I wouldn't be surprised if they do, because they've got that pace. Ah, nice play from Mantovani.
It's a nifty turn. There's a break on. If they can find the back post, that's where they're looking. The little flick from Gio Ferinu. Tried to go with the outside of his boot. It actually turned into a save from Ibanez.
Good save as well at full stretch.
This is Sergi Gesti. Taken away, and despite being down a man, PIO have ambitions. That is Lasha. And instead it's going to go out for a corner, which PIO might be inclined to take an extra 5 seconds to take.
Oh, 27 seconds to take.
Flavio Ruggeri will say, yeah, let's take our time here. 10 seconds or so to see this out. And they're not going to get the benefit of a foul, so this is Saiyans' last chance before we'll see Lopo come back on.
Wouldn't mind another look at that challenge from Mantovani. Oh, another good save.
Save again. Comes the pressure. Well done to play out of the 2-minute sin bin created by Lopo. Little deflection. That was dangerous.
Shot from David Garcia. I tell you what, I don't know how the referee's played on with that challenge from Mantovani. I wanted to have a look at it, and he has gone right through him, hasn't he?
It was one of those that PIO were looking for the foul so as to take down the amount of time remaining on the sin bin. And I think maybe that played into the referee's decision-making to say, you're just looking for it.
I don't think he looked for it. I think he found it.
Sometimes that plays to your disadvantage when you're in that situation. Little back heel flick from Torrejon. Didn't come off the way he wanted it to. This is Gesti.
Once again, the roof comes, the ceiling comes into play. You got me at it now.
Don't put this on me. Depending on, see, this doesn't obviously come into play when we're playing at the Santiago Bernabeu or something of that nature, despite the fact that there is cover above. Ooh. That's a claim of a handball, and it's a legitimate claim, which is going to be heard by the referee.
I think that's a bit harsh. I mean, it probably hits his hand, but it's hit at him from about a yard away, isn't it?
Well, obviously look at it, and I agree with you. It seemed like it comes off of his body first.
Does it hit his knee first?
Absolutely it does. Pierna y mano, leg and then arm.
If it's his leg and then his arm, it shouldn't be a penalty. It's a rebound, he's saying. Yeah, and I agree. There's a few refereeing controversies today, aren't there? I don't think this is a particularly, gotta be honest, you know, you don't bite the hand that feeds, but I think that's a mistake.
Well, the pressure is then on Ibanez to stop this. Linares, free kick, and he does. Stops the penalty. Ibanez with a big denial to keep it 1-1.
Yeah, good save. And I think you got to say there's a bit of justice been done there. It did look as if that penalty was a rebound off the upper thigh onto his arm. So for me, it shouldn't have been given. So maybe Linares in his heart of hearts knew it. Oh, that wasn't bad. Was it from?
An effort though from Ferino. We would say ball don't lie. So it was a very harsh penalty given.
Yeah, I think so.
But the footballing gods have smiled upon us and given us perhaps what is just.
Mantovani's playing that one across the back.
Is that a foul? There was an assistant right there. And the center referee coming from the other side.
It's a foul. It's not that awful. Oh, he's given it. Yeah, Saiyans, isn't it? Surely.
Given it.
Yeah, I think so. I think there's enough there from Coquita. I don't think it's a particularly nasty foul.
It's a good restart. It's a good idea. Fernandinho couldn't do enough with it. There's another claim of a handball. This one's heard with an ignoring tone. We've had 5 games played so far. It's a foul going the other way. Of the 5 games so far, we've had 4 different results of the die. All that are left, I believe we are
the ones that don't change things much. I think we like the changes though, don't we? We like the changes. Sure, if I was a coach or a president, I wouldn't want things to be changed too much, but
Well, 5-on-5 we're definitely missing, and then I want to say the other one that we haven't had yet is 3-on-3, because we had a 4v4.
Mm-hmm. You want things that would take
3-on-3. Final 10 seconds before the 2-minute warning. Got to get a shot off. Got to do it now.
But no.
Very difficult for those to go in.
So let's see. First of all, let's see who's throwing the dice. 1 second. Hang on a second. Ari Saith and Alex Giro from the women's team of Saiyans and xBuyer. And it is 3 against 3.
There it is.
3-on-3.
So we had everything except 5-on-5, which that seems like
a we don't want that anyhow, do we? It doesn't change things around as much. 3-on-3 is what you want to see, like a Dutch movie. So once again, coaches have to quickly decide.
Were scored inside of 5 minutes when we were at 1v1 and then 3v3. Will we get a few more with what is left of the first half? Here we go. Oof. This is a dangerous coming together.
You do expect to see sparks fly, don't you, when that happens? So once again, the 2 sprinters off and the 2 more constructive players on. One of them being Danny Ruiz.
If you want to leave Jorge Ibanez, then they can try to find him.
Tell you one thing, there's a bit of a kick clash there, isn't there, between Jorge Ibanez and the Saiyans players?
One could argue. Ibanez is unmarked. He's going to load up and fire, and he's denied by Perez.
Great save because he's going for the near post there. Trying to wrong foot Danny Perez.
Set it up nicely with his first touch. Taking corners in 3-on-3 is a little bit more difficult.
Especially with the offside, because obviously the player who gives it to you is straight away going to be offside. So you've only got one option, haven't you?
It's true indeed. Ruiz looking for the pullback. He's got it in the form of Garcia, and there again is Ibanez to be denied by Perez for the second time.
Well played by Danny Perez.
Is this going to be an all PIO final 2 minutes? They have not ceded possession yet.
They've done well, haven't they?
They've got to get a shot away soon. The clock is ticking. Ruiz has his shot denied. 3 for 3.
That's 3 saves from Danny Perez in 2 or 3 minutes, isn't it?
They're starting to run out of patience. It's good defending from Saiyans. Can they keep it up? Only 1 added minute. Ruiz is backing himself into a cul-de-sac. We come the other way. David Garcia goes for goal. It's picked up dangerously by Perez! And he drills it from distance. Triple, 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 2-1 Saiyans.
Well, that's been a couple of good minutes for Danny Perez, hasn't it? He's made 3 good saves, that routine save, and then he scored with that, which doesn't even bounce, I don't think. Goal to goal. Brilliant stuff from Danny Perez.
They've only got 10 seconds to come back and get another one. Can they do it? Do they get it right back? No.
Offside.
And we have perhaps, yeah, an offside. That's going to take us to the end of the half. Well, I'll tell you what, that is a very telling story at the end of the half. PIO had all of the possession in the 3-on-3. Saiyans had possession for 5 seconds, and they scored a goal and they lead 2-1.
Yeah, but look at that. If in the overall 20 minutes, Saiyans had 59%, and that just shaded it on shots and shots on target. And so when PIO had their chances, it was in the last couple of minutes. So I think if I was Saiyans player, I'd be confident of being able to bring it home in the second half.
Sí, creo que sí, un partido reñido. Ambos equipos hemos tenido oportunidades. Ahí que lástima con el dado que estuvimos casi los 3 minutos encima y no pudimos meter ninguno.
Yeah, it's frustrating. We were on top of them for 3 minutes and we couldn't score.
Como suele hacer y metió el gol, pero bueno, creo que estamos acostumbrados a ir a luchar y es lo que van a hacer.
But we're used to having to battle, and I'm sure about that.
Estoy tranquila, creo que nos puede ir bien.
I'm relaxed, she says. She's not sounding particularly relaxed when she says it. Thank you very much. I'm relaxed. Don't need coffee. Relaxed. But I think if you look at the numbers for the first 18 minutes, they are more favourable for Saiyans. But let's see. Let's just hear what Diego now is saying.
Con contrario, ¿vale? Me transformo. Par. ¿Lo vemos? Esto, si tengo que saltar alguna, pues salto. Salto y no pasa nada, ¿vale? Por favor.
De adentro hacia afuera, vamos.
Eso es. Por favor, eso es, tal cual, por favor. Primera altura, Augusto. Mantovani. Punta y medio centro, ¿vale? Extremos. No os metáis, por favor. Y Gio, si estás...
Don't go too narrow.
La traiem... Escolta'm una cosa. La traiem si el partit es posa molt lleig o si hi ha groga.
Well, the pressure is all on PIO at this point, Paul.
It certainly is. Saiyans could go second, which is fantastic for them. A Gref theme. So it's been reasonably tight, but I said just for me, Saiyans are just a slightly better team.
We have had an influx of the jugador estrellas.
Yep.
We've got another.
Dani Linieres is the star player, that's no surprise. Top scorer before today.
10 goals to his name. And he would be looking for what would be the 11th, which would only count as 1 on his stats, but it would count as a double goal in the game.
But I remember it was 11 on my stats. I may have misread. I had him down as 11 goals so far. Give me a moment while I check. Statistics. Obviously, there's a Kings League website which you can check all the details and look at the numbers.
I'll trust your word.
Trust me on it. There is a Spanish. It's in Spanish at the moment, but there is an English version being worked. And you're not. And you see, you're right. It was 10. I'd written down 11. Dope.
At least I'm right once today. All right, here's Saiyans coming the other way. I'll tell you what. I've had the die. I've been on the game, on our game with the die, and our keeper Segovia for Gigantes saving the penalties. Those are my 2 claims to fame. Saiyans have the lead, and they've used their secret weapon, which will take effect for the entirety of the second half. Linieres, number 10, as that shot, which came in with some firepower behind it from Gallego, is sent away by Ibanez. Off of the corner, back post bound. Not a bad idea. As we move forward, Paul, we have, of course, the 6 games that have taken place this week. We will start to peak our eyes on next week's fixtures. Because
it's funny, you know, I was just doing that at the moment. I was flicking through my laptop. Next week, PIO play Gigantes. Saiyans.
Yeah, they play
this
first.
is a cracker of a. Well, we'll see. No, I guess next absolute cracking game here. Saiyans against Troncos. Ooh, battle at the bottom. Barrio against Rayo Barcelona. Kunisports against Ultimate Móstoles, which could be fun. 1K against Aniquiladores. And the Porcinos against xBuyer. So some fascinating games there, especially because we've got form teams like Porcinos against teams who were just slipping, like xBuyer. Kunisports against Móstoles, that's going to be a storming game. 1K against Aniquiladores after their performances today. You know, that's already something to look forward to. And saying Saiyans against Troncos, what more can you really want?
Well, this is what I was going to ask you, and we'll obviously keep our eyes on what happens over the next 20 minutes here as well. But best performance of the day?
Oh, blimey, I'd have to think. A brain of 6 hours.
We started the day, Kunisports scored 9.
Yep, I think Ultimate Móstoles were very good, weren't they? Even though it was a completely different style of play, I thought they played really well organised, solid. 1K were excellent. And
then you had Porcinos putting up the clean sheet, 6-0.
And destroying El Barrio. Absolutely wiping the floor with them. You know, let's think of the results we've had today. We'll go over all these results. Kunisports 9-6 against Rayo is pretty impressive, isn't it? But Porcinos, I think it was what got me about that. It was 6-0, but the goals, none of them were double value. That for me says a lot.
I think we could both agree that xBuyer probably, of all of the controversial decisions, because you're going to have controversial decisions every week. It's just the nature of the game. Probably the one that we'd look back on with the most regret.
I think it's a really bad mistake. Oh, yeah, I mean, it's just like and tell you what, it's telling that since then, when there's been offsides, we've had them replayed with a still very quickly afterwards, and we never got that in that case. I mean, I can understand why they were not happy. I really can.
And you and I were talking about it too in the moment. We were like, let's get the good angle, and we never got it.
Yeah, exactly. So, and it was such a woof. Bounces up nastily there from Lopo. Yeah, it was such a decisive moment, wasn't it? So, yeah, they've got every reason to have been distinctly unhappy about that. As indeed they were, let's be honest.
Yeah,
not lads to hold back their emotions.
They were these words were they're allowable on YouTube. We accept them, but we don't quite condone them.
We've all said them. But it will improve your colloquial Spanish. That's all I'm saying.
True.
Definitely improve your colloquial Spanish.
You don't learn those in your
you learn them in the street. You learn them well. That's true. You don't learn them in the classroom.
No. 1-goal lead for Saiyans. And so far, they have taken this second half with a more defensive-minded approach, seeing that a goal for now is good enough.
Yeah, the thing is, they've got Linares there, hasn't he, as their star player. So they're going to, as we've discussed this time and time again. I mean, not just today, but we've discussed it in other matches. You name your star player. You've got to either use him or use him as a distraction. But I say Linares, top scorer before today. One of the joint top scorer. Are you going to use Linares to maybe open up a bit more space for Hero? Or Augusto, who might make a run from deep? Because you don't want to go. You can't go into the last minutes, the last couple of minutes, with just a 1-goal lead. Because we've seen time after time what can happen. PIO did it against Los Troncos a couple of weeks ago. So, was it Troncos xBuyer they did it against?
The man that we spoke of, Linares, was fouled trying to turn towards goal. And you can tell that Rivers is frustrated.
There you see, if you are a midnight owl, or depending where you are, 5th week of the Kings League Americas. There'll be English commentary on that as well on YouTube.
Yeah, maybe you're watching us from the UK, maybe you're watching us from Spain, maybe you're watching from the US, maybe you're watching from Mexico, you know, wherever you are, on behalf of Paul and myself, we just want to say thanks. This whole English broadcast on the Kings League is essentially brand new, and we're just happy that you've chosen us to join along for the ride.
Indeed. And long may it continue. Oui. Especially as we've got the playoffs coming up in, well, we've got 3 more rounds of this, and then we'll have the playoffs. This is when it'll get really exciting. And then the finals in the Wizink Center in Madrid, which is a sports arena which holds about 5,000 or 6,000. And there'll be, I don't know if we'll do the karting, the go-karting. I'm quite excited about that.
You want to be in the go-karts?
Not bloody likely. If you forgive me. I failed my driving test several times for a reason.
Lopo has gone down. I think right now he's having a moment after going down here against a much younger Luca Ribeiro, and I think he probably just uttered something along the lines of, "I'm too old for this stuff." I wouldn't have used the word stuff.
Well, they're probing away, aren't they, PIO? But they haven't quite got that little extra bit of pace to break down their rivals. You know, the big weapon in front is Danny Ruiz, isn't it? Be honest.
They're going to have at some point in the next 10 minutes, 9 minutes, a secret weapon to use. We would guess that it's either got to be a sanction or eliminating a player. Maybe a penalty. Yeah, if they get that, that's their ticket back into the game.
No, without a doubt. There's Carlos Omabego on now for them as well, number 14, who I like. He's aggressive, he's strong. We've got to be a bit careful because he's also a booking off suspension. The number 14, just there on the left of your screens. Free kick for Saiyans.
Ruiz got the worst of it. Ow.
Balón.
There's a shot from distance, and that was the man we were talking about. I believe Linares was left alone. Yeah, indeed it was. Nobody stepped up on him, and if not for a save from Ibanez, that's a potential double goal.
Yeah, exactly. Dipping as well, the shot. There is Ibanez. Linares taking the corner. Looking for Mantovani again.
It in. That is a goal kick.
I once had a chat with Mantovani, by the way. I was on the train back on a Sunday after commentating La Liga in Barcelona, and felt the need for refreshment.
Oh, look out. Here's a chance and a big stop. It was Lasha who got in, and I think he just missed it.
Good ball from Torrejon, and Lasha lashes at it and slices it away. Yeah, quickly, so I felt the need for refreshment, went to the refreshment car, the cafeteria, and the Leganés squad were in there. And they'd just played earlier in the day. It was the early kickoff. They played Espanyol, and they'd beaten Espanyol in Cornellà. And they were all in the cafeteria drinking cans of Mao, which is quite impressive. I think Mantovani scored in the game, okay. And the coach was asleep.
That's a great ball in behind. What a wonderful pass, and an even better settle. Now the question is, was there a handball or an offside? Pablo Fernandez got the goal. He's saying that I've given for the handball, not for the offside. Let's see. It's hard to tell from that angle.
Woof.
But I
it's really quick, really quick.
Off his chest.
We've given him ball.
He celebrated it like he scored it legally.
Yeah, they tend to do that.
but I mean, sometimes usually you can tell.
We're looking at it. I think we need a really slow, from an earlier shot, we need a slower replay.
Salva, deberías ir a revisar porque no hay fuera de juego y no hay mano para mí. Vale, vamos a revisar.
Well, the VAR is saying, yeah, you should go and have a look at that because there's no offside. And as far as I'm concerned, there's no handball. This is the image that I've got.
Vale, no hay fuera de juego.
No offside. That's not the greatest
angle,
in the chest. But that's not a great angle. This is the angle you need. It looks more chest, doesn't it? But unfortunately, Lopo's great big body is in the way, doesn't it?
You can't see it, unfortunately.
You can't see it. Lopo's in the way.
Comes off his chest. Yeah, it's going to be a goal. Comes off his chest. And there you have it. It's a big goal for Saiyans, and it's going to make the end of the game very complicated. Secret weapon.
So next time the ball goes out, we'll see what that is. Yeah,
exactly. Takes effect after the ball goes out of play. Depends. If it's a 4-minute secret weapon, they're actually losing time right now. This is the man you were talking about. It's Omabego, who is denied with a wonderful stop from Perez. That will trigger the secret weapon, but boy, a big save.
Yeah. Let's see what it is.
Yeah, I mean, that will. It's just, to me, that's just very poor decision making and poor coaching. You have 4 minutes, you need to use all 4.
They're saying, look, we asked for this a lot earlier in the 30th minute. But I mean,
doesn't matter.
No, I think they've just taken too long, haven't they? You don't leave, you play in the 30th, and okay, you don't. Nah, that's oops territory.
It's poor decision making. You're going to lose 30 to 40 seconds minimum.
I mean, okay, if it had been given straight away, yeah, but it's never going to go. The ball doesn't go straight out, does it? So, loops over the crossbar.
They've got 3 minutes. It's going to be a 30-second leftover on the double goal.
Yeah, Rivers has got dark glasses on. She doesn't look happy. When she puts her baseball hat and her glasses on, it's because she's not happy.
It's the equivalent of the Almeria fans putting a brown paper bag over their heads.
One today.
Is there a double goal in it? Ruiz goes down, and the referees say, no, nothing wrong with that, but it's robbed away. There's an opportunity. It's just a little bit too slow from Torrejon. Ruiz. Corner.
So yeah, they've only got 2 minutes and 44 seconds left of that double goal.
Ruiz is there again. Oh, great touch from him. Able to keep it alive. Omabego. Oh, nice find. And again,
but that's what do you remember?
Yeah,
do you remember what I was saying earlier on, Spence, about players like Lopo and Torrejon? They're good players, but see, he's a veteran central defender, not a veteran striker, is he?
Just going to give you the credit for that too, to say those 2 plays there from Torrejon and Lopo are the prime examples of why they've got to be a little quicker. Remember, goals count double if Linares gets one.
By the way, at the moment, Saiyans are second by virtue of 1 goal in the goal difference.
Ruiz falls kindly back to him. He loves his left foot. Omabego. Lopo. They've got about a minute to find a double goal. Ruiz looking for the cross, blocked away, and Saiyans are defending admirably.
Yeah, but of course then it'll be double goal. Let's not forget that if Linares had scores in these closing seconds, it's also worth double. And then of course the last couple of minutes, everything's worth double.
Final 40 seconds. Thrown in. It's never going to be given. Saiyans can put the game away if they can find one.
This is the quietest game I've seen Dani Linares, their top scorer.
And we are going to head to the double goal period with a 3-1 Saiyans lead.
Beep, beep. Quite like that beep, beep, beep sound.
You like the beep?
Or are we? I do. Ooh. Tells me we've got 2 minutes plus injury time left.
You know, I'm with you on that. The sound effects that we have, not just for the final 10 seconds, but the secret weapons, the presidential penalties.
Oh, yeah.
Do you ever have a TiVo?
Oh, I have no idea what one of those is.
Oh, I don't know. Maybe that was just an American thing. It was the original DVR recording device for shows on TV. I call it mid-2000s. Those sound effects that they had there made it all worthwhile. That's why they've got to be good. And in this league, they win.
Let's see what he's saying. Torrejón up forward. This is important. Carlos is open. It's important that. So obviously they're going to go give it everything.
PIO can still take something from this game if they find a goal, but they're going to have 2 minutes plus stoppage time to do it.
And it wouldn't be the first time that they've turned it around in these last 2 minutes, as we say.
The only goal they have on the night came from Dani Ruiz in the first 60 seconds. It was a solo goal. He did it himself. Umabego is in a full sprint. And he almost got there, but it was actually won by Saiyans. On the turn, the man you talked about, Linares, get up, says the referee. Bodies flying everywhere. Wow. Oh my.
It's great commitment from both players, both teams.
A physical final 2 minutes.
Quality stuff from Umabego, eh? I think the referee's right to give that. Will he give a yellow card?
Last chance to vote for your prime MVP. Ruiz scored. Perez scored. The keeper. His goal is essentially the one that's the difference. It came right at the end of the first half. A beautiful keeper goal.
It was, wasn't it? It was a cracker.
You know the keepers practice that drop kick. Lopo's getting forward. Umabego spreads it wide, pushed into the middle. Ruiz tries to turn. Ruiz goes down. He is adamant that he was down at the box. Play continues. We've got 30 seconds left of the 40. Torrejón. Ball still hasn't gone out. That can be reviewed. Garcia stays in play. Garcia again. Ruiz, corner. Are we taking a look? Ruiz's hair looks like an Oreo. 3 minutes of added time. Top of the box, the shot from distance is sliced.
doing a good job so far, aren't they, Saiyans, though? They've kept it pretty tight. There's 2 minutes to go. But I think this game does sort of show that PIO's, okay, they've lost and they're still not certain of qualifying, but to me, it shows that they are improving. Sorry, bit of a Spanglish there. It does show to me that they are continuing to improve as a team. Earlier on, they looked really poor.
Came off of Ruiz last. Improving is one thing, but they've struggled to score. And the only goal that they have, as mentioned, was the goal at the beginning of the game. They haven't scored from open play.
That's their big problem.
Traditional open play. It's eliminated the suspense, really, at the end of this game because they have not created the chance necessary to get the victory. They're holding on to that 10th and final playoff and World Cup spot.
So, but next week, one of the teams below them, be it Rayo or El Barrio, is going to win because they play each other. So, so they need to do something important next week.
Over the top, that was flicked off of a Saiyans player last. Final 30 seconds for PIO to force a penalty shootout. And it's Omabego. Garcia slips it in. Oh, there's a man there. Lopo couldn't move quick enough.
Yeah. Oh, if they look up here.
And now Saiyans can put the game away, but it's taken away by Ibanez. Back the other way we go. Torrejon, Lopo, Ruiz can't get there. And the clock is ticking, and the clock is going to run out.
Daniel's gone down.
That is the end of the night. PIO cannot get beyond Saiyans, who have gone into second place, essentially a tie, a three-way tie for first.
Big win there. Had to work for it really hard, didn't they? They had to work for it really, really hard there, Saiyans. You know, I thought they were pretty clear favourites, but I said PIO confirming their continued improvement, although they're still in a bit of a precarious situation, just 8 points from 7 points. No, 8 points, I tell a lie.
You hope that Ruiz is okay because he stayed down after the final whistle. He's just now getting to his knees. But it's another disappointing night for Rivers and PIO.
Yeah, tense game, a lot closer than I thought it was going to be, to be fair. I thought Saiyans were a good bet to have won that by more, but in the end, once again, just sneaking over the line. Say Mantovani's header.
Mantovani. Yeah, I was going to say that header was brilliant. Let's listen in to Rivers.
Hola, yo nada más quiero ver si me pueden poner repetición del último.
She'd like to see a replay.
Que parecía penal, que no pusieron repetición. Me gustaría verla, si no,
the last
pues ya
action,
no.
which could have looked like it could have been a penalty.
No quiero comentar nada más. No, la de Bartu. Que la agarra de espaldas y... Ajá. Si me la pueden poner, si no, para salirme la llamada, porfa.
She wants to see a replay of that last action.
Por favor.
Please. Please.
No. Gracias.
Oh, well,
aquí espero.
Well, this is that last penalty appeal. Nah.
Con el pie de atrás de este cabrón. Mira.
Does Mantovani? I don't think he. Do you think he catches him there?
Not enough.
Yeah, she's not convinced either. No, she's not convinced then, you know.
No sé. Digo, nada más era duda, Realmente lo pedí porque no había visto bien y no pusieron repetición.
I hadn't seen it well, and I hadn't seen a replay, so I wanted to see it, but...
Y ya está.
So there you go. Yeah,
Gracias.
I don't see enough there.
Perdón,
Sorry,
perdón, no sé qué más hacer. No estoy feliz, discúlpame. La próxima semana les contesto lo que quieran.
I'll be a lot happier. I'll talk to you whatever you want next week.
Dale.
Disappointed.
Gracias.
Man of the match.
Que te veíamos un poco dolido, no sé cómo estás.
Man of the match, but yeah, well, I'm disappointed.
No es estar aquí más después de haber perdido.
But it's not nice being here after a loss. Thought we did enough, more than enough, to not have had this result. And we could have done a bit more.
El gol de córner que nos metemos y
after the goal from the corner that they scored,
que acabamos mal la jugada y nos acaban metiendo
and
gol,
the
yo creo que
score
nos penaliza.
Chance from Danny when
hemos competido, las hemos tenido.
Frustrating. We had little details have changed the game.
Los agentes externos en el partido y nosotros
things
hasta el final. No tengo nada que
didn't really go with us, and we battled right to the end. But now we've got three massive games, three finals. Let's see how we finish.
Bueno, al final, pues el fútbol no solamente es el campo, también interfieren cosas que los jugadores no pueden controlar. Y tenemos que tener mente fría en ese momento del partido y ir a la nuestra.
And we just got to focus on our own things.
Masculino y femenino, este fin de habéis perdido los dos. No sé si le quieres decir algo a Rivers.
Male and female team have lost.
Para que ganemos los dos equipos.
She should come here a bit more often, so we both win.
Que quedan 3 finales y
but she's got to be calm. Got 3 big games and against direct rivals. So if we play like we did today, we'll get good results from them. So congratulations for the MVP. There you go. Here are the stats from that game. And just shows it was pretty close. 18 shots, 12 on target for PIO, 12 on target of 16 for Saiyans. And PIO having more of the ball at the end, 55% to 45%. Here are some of the highlights. And then we'll just end our session with the numbers at the end of this weekend. Match day 8. There's that goal from Mantovani. He now just had a penalty saved, and the winning goal turned out to be that bite from the keeper. Obviously, no, that was the equaliser. That was the winner, which was a wee bit controversial, wasn't it? Appeals for handball. VAR wasn't really clear. Didn't look certainly like it was a clear handball. Jury slightly out. And we'll bring you these are the results. Obviously, Rayo 5, Kunisports 9. Porcinos winning 6-0. Ultimate Móstoles 3-0 against Los Troncos. A massive result. 1K 4-3 against xBuyer. A moment of big controversy with one of those goals. 8-3 for Aniquiladores against Gigantes. They go top. And you were just seeing it. Saiyans 3, PIO 1. The xBuyer game is going to bring, I think, a little bit of controversy over the next couple of days.
Yeah, that's a tough one. It really is. We'll see what happens next week, or if any sanctions come from that.
Okay, we'll give you, I think it's the table next, isn't it? And then we'll have a look at next week's matches.
2 clean sheets as well, first time this season.
Especially the big surprise for me is that the Troncos didn't score. I mean, that is a massive surprise. And it just says the Ultimate Móstoles have got the best defence in this competition. Just 13 goals against, which after 8 weeks is pretty good going. There you go, our drone. I presume it's a drone. It's not very high at all, is it really, the ceiling in the Cupra Arena when you see it like that? Here's the classification. Aniquiladores are the new leaders on 17 points, the same as Saiyans and Los Troncos. Goal difference putting them on top. Unoca in that last place that would give them direct access to the quarterfinals. 16, but right below them, Ultimate Móstoles and Porcinos are breathing heavily on their backs. xBuyer, they're falling like a stone. Kunisports rising. They keep on winning. Gigantes down with 12. And PIO clinging on there to that last playoff spot with 8 points. El Barrio and Rayo, 3 points and 2 points each. They play each other next week. So one of those two teams is going to give themselves a lifeline.
Yeah, Rayo still need their first win of the season. They are this year's Almeria in the Kings League InfoJobs. But still, it's tight from 1 down to 9, and only 8 of them get to go to the World Cup. So this should be pretty interesting for the final 3 games of the split.
Yep, exactly. Next week and the 2 following weekends will decide everything here before we then go into the playoffs. With the finals on the 20th of April. Which is what, 5 weekends away.
Not far at all.
No, time flies. We'll be in short pants by then. It'll be 25 degrees, 30 in Madrid, maybe more in Barcelona.
We were in shorts today in Barcelona.
There you go. There you go, next match, Saiyans against Rayo, PIO against Unoca, xBuyer against Los Troncos, Porcinos against Gigantes, El Barrio against... Is that Kunisports? I'm pretty sure it was Rayo. Anyhow, and Aniquiladores against Ultimate Móstoles. It's funny, I must have misread. I was convinced it was Rayo against El Barrio next week. There you go, Saiyans, Rayo, chance for them to go chop straight away.
No, I'm with you. I'm pretty sure it is.
Anyhow.
There it is.
There you go.
Yeah, there you go.
I'm completely confused. I'm just lost now. I'm just...
No, it's there.
There you go. There you have it. PIO against... We'll do a take 2. PIO Gigantes. Saiyans against Troncos. What a match that is. El Barrio Rayo. Another cracking game for maybe different reasons. Kunisports against Móstoles. Unoca against the leaders. Aniquiladores and the Porcinos against xBuyer. Will the Buyer boys have calmed down by then? Well, they've got 7 days to do so. Hope you've enjoyed it. For myself, Paul, and Spence, until next time, hasta luego from the English version of the Kings League. Bye-bye. Oh, my brain. Ya he terminado. Ay, mamá.
sea, tío, estás en un partido, tío, ¿qué está pasando? Es un partido de loco los dos equipos, rollo súper intenso, la roba uno, la roba otro, la roba uno, la roba otro.
Madre mía la que ha fallado. Madre mía, Ego Álvaro. Cuando haga el reaccionando del partido y vea esto.
¡Me cago en la puta! ¿Qué? ¿Ahora qué? Por eso no me la querían enseñar, ¿no? Por eso. Y no está la... Me cago
Calma.
¡Dios, ay Dios! ¡Ay! ¡Pero ay, la puta madre! ¡Qué fin había sido eso!
¡Sí, por favor!